Chapter 181. Our children have changed, too. What are you talking about? My kids are pure, cute, hardworking, sincere. After all, they were born from all the good things in the world. What does a blind guy like you know about us? Right? You're boasting so proudly. You must have been a goblin in one of your past lives. Bei Hurayong clicked his tongue. At that moment, a voice sounded in my head. The 34th floor's quest has been given. Did the tower judge that I had a rough idea of the stage, so it gave out the quest? Words appeared in front of my eyes. Plus, the Warring Theaters period, the crisis of classics. Plus, the name of the quest was strange. Still kneeling in frustration, I looked at the quest window. Plus, the Warring Plays period, the crisis of classics. Difficulty, B+. Objective, you have succeeded in bestowing mythology to the goblin race. The goblin people were born listening to your actions, seeing your deeds, and learning your beliefs. But the excitement was short-lived. Having heard the same stories over and over for hundreds of years, the new generation of the goblin race have grown tired of the mundane classics. For some time now, recreations of the classics have been gaining popularity in the goblin race. This trend has passed the stage of sensational popularity and has developed into a violent gale which threatens to displace the original myths. Ugh. I like the evil Kekerker better than the good Kekerker. It is tradition that the Lady of Golden Silk and the Lady of the Silver Lily be connected. The Constellation Killer and the Sword Emperor is good too. You don't know what you're talking about. It's only a classic when the Sword Emperor and the Heavenly Demon are together. This is serious. The goblin race has begun to quarrel amongst themselves over which myth is real. If this is allowed to continue, the goblin race might lose their original myths. If the original myths disappear, the goblin race will be unable to use their aura training method. Noble White Lion. Create a play for the goblin race that will be performed in the theaters and receive applause as the true story. You are the one who decides the true myths and the true history. Unify the myths and establish the aura training method. However, if you fail to deliver, your race will lose the demonic cult trait. Plus, I read the quest window several times. So to put it simply, my stories have become so twisted that they are no longer sure what is real or fake. If I leave it as is, the aura training method that I worked so hard to plan out will disappear. I guess so? I stroked my chin. How should I go about this? Several thoughts flitted across my mind for a moment. But my first thought was, do I really need to fix this? I thought that it might be fine to just leave it as is. I would get tired of hearing the same thing every day too. The kids are only trying this and that because they're hungry for new plays. There's no need for me to spray cold water on them. Then what about the aura training method that you so ambitiously prepared? That was just my greed. It started because Aberka agreed that it would be interesting. If the kids of this era don't want to do it because they don't think it would be fun, then it's up to them. I don't want to interfere with their fun too much. Bei Hurayong clapped his hands. For the first time, you actually look like a real parent. I've always been a real parent. That's a load of **T. If there was a competition in the world for the most childish parent, you would win a landslide victory. Zombie. Oh, that play sounds interesting. I pointed to the theater across the street. There were many theaters in this city. If the circular theaters on the three-way intersection were the large companies, then the one I was pointing to was a small theater company that had barely managed to carve out a space for itself in an alley. Nevertheless, the poster for the play was quite pretty, probably because they had to hone their advertising abilities. The Epic of Kekerker. Watch the fire play of Kekerker. The Rampant Fire Sword. The elf ticket clerk shouted. Demon King Estelle. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, and Raviel and Kekerker too. All of these stories start here and end here. The two people who are always together on a mythical journey. The story of him and him. The picture of a tattooed hobgoblin stood out on the poster, although he seemed to be a bit soft for some reason. And behind him was another hobgoblin with a lean, muscular body. The two were staring straight ahead with their backs to each other. From the looks of it, that one is about us. Isn't it? Yeah. I think it's a story about the two of us. Bei Hurayong also looked interested. Filled with anticipation, we entered the small theater. A few logs that had been scraped clean were placed on the ground, and the guests sat on them in their designated spots. All of the seats were full. Even the standing area was filled to the brim. Oh! After seeing the proper facilities, our expectations rose even more. It's small but clean. It feels like an elite minority. But among the things you told Aberka, were there any stories about you and me? Huh? Apart from Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, there shouldn't be any. Well, I guess this is a secondary creation. Ah, looks like it's starting. Watch quietly, you don't need to. Even if we talk amongst ourselves, no one else can hear us, so it's pretty sweet. Don't they sell popcorn at these theaters? Watermelon beer? Fried watermelon skin? What's this? Why do these guys like watermelon so much? We chatted while watching the rampant fire sword. For a moment, my heart pounded because of my high expectations. But as the play progressed, the faces of Bei Hurayong and I quickly became sour in real time. What is this? What the hell? The two of us ran out of the play before it was even halfway through. Did those bastards lose their minds? Crazy. That wasn't me on the poster, but the Flame Emperor? Crazy. Why is there a random scene of the Heavenly Demon and the Flame Emperor arguing? Crazy. The word crazy just kept coming out of my mouth. 3 crazies. That was a strikeout. Now that I think about it, I think we need to distinguish the real myths. The kids' fun? Of course it's important. However, not the Flame Emperor. Anyone but the Flame Emperor. Crazy. They really crossed the line. You're right. You need to fix it. With one mind, Bei Hurayong and I vowed to complete the quest. Let's see how we can solve this situation first. I wandered around the city until nightfall. As a result, I found that there were unexpectedly some serious problems in the current era. It was also related to the new trait the goblin race had acquired. Plus, demonic cult. Category: religion, military, politics. Origin: bad friend doctrine. Description: finally, the White Lion faith has begun to distinguish itself as a religion through the Guru doctrine and the bad friend doctrine. Gork, the first prophet, recognized the White Lion as a close friend and father of the goblin race. And the goblin race learned the myths of the White Lion from the second prophet, Aberka. Nevertheless, the demonic cult is currently experiencing an unprecedented identity crisis. There are all kinds of denominations and opinions over the proper interpretations of the White Lion's myths. The various denominations accuse each other of heresy and claim that they are the true inheritors of the White Lion's will. The goblins, who believe in different myths, have different images. The appearance and efficacy of their aura varies depending on what image it is based on. Solve the problem of the doctrinal interpretations. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Caution: there are 16 denominations in dispute about the doctrines. If conflict intensifies, it may lead to religious strife and perhaps even racial division. Plus, ego. I had a rough understanding of how the history of the past 300 years went. This problem probably began after Aberka's death. If that child was still alive, he would probably have beaten up all the opposition and suppressed them with force. Indeed, the kids who were forced to sit quietly without being able to make a sound are now raising their voices. That seems to be the case. Aberka was strong. Too strong. When such absolute powerhouse disappeared, the disagreements that appeared among the goblin race could not be dealt with as simply as before. Conflict was natural. Just like everyone experiencing puberty, the goblin race was now experiencing the pains of growing up. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is, if I can't have it, I'd rather destroy everything. Take a look at Estelle's unique charm. This is a classic fire play. It's much better than the other pseudo plays. Who are you calling pseudo? You heretic. The Flame Emperor was actually a good person. The story of a man who fell prey to Kekerker's viciousness, although that pain was developing in a strange direction. From the beginning, art and religion had been inseparable in the goblin race. The ones who demonstrated the fire paintings were priests, and the theaters where plays were held were temples. Which play you went to watch showed what denomination you believed in. Depending on the image they have, their aura could change drastically. Art, religion, military, these important fields were grouped together. But I could never, ever, allow the worship of the Flame Emperor. It was something that I was determined to get rid of. There should be laws for this. I was in a remote part of the city, in a place where the poor goblins lived together in pits. A cry rang out. When I turned my head to look, there was an argument occurring in front of a shabby theater. I definitely won first place in the evaluation. My acting skills were by far the best. The main character of the argument was an elf. In front of the small elf, who was shouting, stood a large hobgoblin with his arms folded. So why did someone else get the role instead of me? Was it a bribe? Personal connections? You should go on stage because of your own skill, not something like this. We don't take bribes. You go. And no one can use personal connections either. Although we're poor, we're still a theater company with 130 years of tradition. Don't look down on us. Then why didn't I even get selected for the main role or even a supporting role? Is it because I'm an elf? Don't be ridiculous. That's racial discrimination. I will make a formal complaint to the Fire River Council. It's not that you weren't selected because you are an elf. We pursue equality under Kekirker's advice. However, the Hobgoblin Company owner spoke in a solemn voice. You are too weak. What? Look at your body. The owner's eyes scanned the elf's body. Your bank is hunched. Your shoulders are thin. Your muscles are non-existent. Your limbs are as thin as spider legs and look as though they will crack when touched. And your thighs? Are those even thighs? I'm not even sure how you can still support your body on those legs. The hobgoblin shook his head. No matter how good your acting skills are, what's the point? These days, the audience's focus is on a lot of muscles. Even snot-nosed kids wouldn't admire a body like yours. You're not qualified. An actor only needs to be good at acting. The elf was furious. However, he covered himself with both arms as though he was self-conscious. The theater owner shook his head before revealing his thick muscles.
No.
Actors are priests who share Kekirker's teachings to the public, warriors who take the lead in the event of a war, and fighters who duel when the council is convened. Did these guys still decide on the council's agenda by dueling? They were such cute idiots. That's why the audiences clapped their hands so happily at the actors. They acknowledged the fantasies as truth. Who would be enchanted by a warrior who only knew how to talk on stage? Your muscles are weak. Increase your chest muscles by 4 times first. Then I'll listen to what you have to say. According to mythology, Kekirker had internal muscles. My muscles are internal too. I'm stronger than I look. Ugh. The theater owner smirked. Then be Kekirker instead of an actor. Transform into a lion and help our race. At the very least, our theater company doesn't believe in internal muscles. Wait a minute. Theater owner, sir. Just once. In the end, the elf knelt down and grabbed the edge of the hobgoblin's clothes. Please judge me one more time. I am confident that I can act much better than last time. After seeing my acting, the other muscleheads won't even catch your eyes. I am an acting genius. If you pick me as the main character, if you give me the role as one of the 4 demon lords in Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, there will be a revolution in the Guru Theater world. An actor should never kneel. The theater owner dismissed him. Exercise. Build up your muscles. That's all I have to say to you. Sir. Elves are different from you goblins. It's impossible for us to have big muscles. You ignorant pigs. Are there muscles in your brain? I have nothing more to say to you. The hobgoblin easily shook the elf off, and with a scream, the elf rolled over. Ego, I'm dead. Ego, this mold is racist. It's sad that I was born an elf. If I was born a goblin, I would have already debuted on the stage by now. Why was I born with long ears? Why am I being treated like this? Do you think Kekerker would accept what you're doing? How pathetic, go make some money instead. I like acting more than making money. The theater owner closed his door with a click. The aspiring elf actor cried out, "Great cat, Kekerker. Please give me the talent of an actor. It's fine as long as you let me go on stage one time. You can have my soul. No, even the devil is fine. Take my soul. Take my soul so that I may debut. Please." I stroked my chin. I think I have a good idea. Huh? What is it? Let's create a top star actor. I'll show the true play to the goblins who had started believing false stories. Chapter 182. Our children have changed. 3. Bad guys. Ignorant fools who only know about muscles. The aspiring elf actor stayed on the ground for a while before finally returning home. On the way, he grumbled and complained about how unfair his life was. Where did you run off to this time? He was abused at home as well. You didn't go to a theater again, did you? This child has grown so much and he still hasn't come to his senses. Son, those fire plays were all made to brainwash goblins. In the end, it's a way for them to worship Kekerker. Why are you so hellbent on it? Unlike the goblins, the elves lived in large, luxurious mansions. The aspiring elf actor's family also seemed to be very wealthy. For the elves, who were born merchants and lived as merchants, the aspiring elf actor might as well have been a different race. It's not. The aspiring elf actor muttered under his breath as he ate dinner. The fire plays don't worship Kekerker. Instead, the fire players are about things Kekerker worships. What is he talking about? I don't know. He was speaking so softly that I didn't hear a word he said. You're an adult now. I've calculated everything we've given you so far and compiled them into a ledger. I'll allow you to pay us back without interest, so make sure to do it quickly. If you don't pay us back, you can get out of the house. Why does our family only care about money? The aspiring elf actor was furious. No, why is our race only focused on making money? Because making money is fun. I don't think it's fun. What's so fun about taking advantage of the goblins? Taking advantage of pushovers has always been the most enjoyable pastime. In any case, will you pay us back for our support or not? This race is crazy. The aspiring elf actor stood up. It is a tradition and obligation to pay back your parents all the money they spent on you until adulthood. I can't believe even something like that is taken for granted. It's natural after all that money was spent on you. You wrote down all the money you spent on me from the day I was born. From the cost of a midwife to take care of me, to everything I ever ate or wore. Are you sick? Does our race have some kind of special disease that kills you if you don't keep a ledger? I'm done. I'm sick and tired of staying in this house. I'll just run away from home. The aspiring elf actor then walked out of the house. The moment he tried to step out of the gate, his family called out to him. Son. Sonia. What? Even if you leave, you have to take your debt documents with you. Here. A family member dragged a cart over to him. There was a pile of scrolls on the cart. They were all debt documents. If you run away, you won't be a member of the family anymore, so we'll have to calculate interest into the prices. Don't worry. We'll only give you the cheapest interest rates. If you get any top-level job and work for about 12 years, you'll be able to pay us back. Work hard to make money. Damn. This is bullshit. From now on, I'll increase the interest rate by 1% every time you swear. I also added the price for the cart. For some reason, I had a feeling that you would be running away from home today, so I prepared it in advance. You should be grateful since I chose a sturdy and cheap one. What are you doing, Sonia? Hurry up and leave the house. With a tearful expression, the aspiring elf actor pulled the cart away. Rattle, rattle. The wheels rolled noisily. Bei Hurayong and I were the only audience to the sad scene of the young elf. There aren't any normal races in this world, are there? You're right. I always knew that your tower was full of psychos. But now, I'm starting to get a little worried. The elf didn't have any money, so he couldn't even stay in a shabby inn. He could only squat beside the theater and use the cart to block the cold air as he slept. Sniff. A mournful cry echoed across the moonlit street. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 8,702 race points. And that was my cue to appear. Sonia. I entered the aspiring elf actor's dream in order to talk to him. Unlike Gork and Aberka, the scenery of the elf's dream was, how should I say it? Pretty vulgar. It was a luxurious party. And hobgoblin servants, all with large muscles, were serving the aspiring elf actor. We're sorry, great actor Sonia. We were too blind to see who the true genius actor was. Ah ha ha. Ignorant fools who only have muscles. Acting is all about spirit. Hurry up and serve the drinks. Ugh. It's an honor to fill the cup of great actor Sonia. It was incredible. Who would have thought that the Count would have corrupted the elves to this extent? Instead of being fairies, they'd become strange spirits. Sonia. Sonia. Come to your senses. Huh? Why is there an ugly human here? I'm the one who guides the goblin race. You all call me Kekerker. Since the elves joined under the flag of the goblins, you all became part of my domain. Huh? Weren't you the one who cried out today that it didn't matter if it was Kekerker, the great cat, or the devil, as long as they helped you debut? Rejoice. After hearing your miserable cry, I came to you. What kind of **T? This was the point where I strengthened our relationship with my fists. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. Great Kekerker. I forgive you. Gork suspected that I was the devil at first. Eventually, he realized my sincerity. In this harsh world, you shouldn't be so quick to doubt someone. Yes. Thank you for your forgiveness. Great Kekerker. From now on, refer to me as the kind and merciful Kekerker. Huh? Sonia looked up at me from a kneeling position. His bruised eyes seemed to be saying, what the hell was this guy talking about? I smiled and cracked my knuckles. What's wrong? Do you have any complaints? Not at all, kind and merciful Kekerker. Now you're ready to talk. I sat on the chair covered in silk cushions and took a sip of watermelon beer. What was this? It tasted like crushed cucumbers with a slightly sweet aftertaste. Why were my kids so obsessed over this lackluster drink? Sonia, there's no need to be afraid of me. I just want to grant your wish. Yidesh? Yes, right? You want to be an actor, don't you? I'll make you an actor. Ardash, really? Yes, really. Kekerker would never lie. But before I lend you my strength, I have to give you a brief test. Sonia blinked. A test? Recently, there have been many false stories that have deceived the children. It breaks Kekerker's heart. The test I give you will determine if you are worthy of being my third apostle. Tell me. I spoke in a serious voice. What do you think of the Flame Emperor? Sonia tilted his head to the side. He was a bastard, wasn't he? At least according to the classic plays. Kekerker encountered a terrible man one day while living his life normally, and he was called the Flame Emperor. But these days, there have been many people who have been saying that the Flame Emperor is actually good. The so-called he was actually a good guy trope, but I don't agree. There are many bastards in the world. And even if they might try to hide it, they can't change that fact. Sonia. Tuck. I put my hand on the aspiring actor's shoulder. You really have a promising future. Ash. Ooh. I gave him a broad smile. It is true that you can recognize a tree from the seedling. Uha. You will not just be a large tree. You have the talent to become the world tree. Ah, yes. How could a talented child like you live among those fools who only know how to make money? A lotus blooms in mud, and a black pearl forms in a clam. You are definitely fated to become beautiful. Is that so? You're flattering me so much that I don't know what to say. Sonia scratched his head awkwardly. A warm friendship that transcended race had formed between us. But you didn't say exactly how you'd help me. That's simple. I will borrow your body for a while. There was an item that I'd seen in the civilization store before. Plus, person possession. Rank, effect, possess the person of your choosing. The original owner of the possessed body will become a mental body that stays with you. When the person dies, or when you declare the end of your possession, the mental body will return to its original body. Price 2,000 race points. However, the item can only be used if the person agrees to the possession. Plus, it was an item that was more compatible than animal possession. Why dash you want to take over my body? Hook, really? Hey, I don't know what kind of bad idea you're thinking, but the only one I want is Raviel. Ah, that's true, right? It simply means that my mind will take control of your body. I won't stay too long either. I'll only stay until I make you a top-notch actor. More importantly, if you want me to leave before that, I'll leave. Sonia thought for a moment. Do I have to give you my soul in return? Egu, where are you going to take your soul and put it? Even after I've possessed you, your mind will still be in your body. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I'm sure there are many goblins who would want me to possess them. No. No. Sonia spoke in a hurried tone. Please possess me. Kind and merciful Kekerker. I'll do anything to debut. Right? That's the spirit. If a person wants to achieve something, they should be willing to go to the ends of the universe in order to get it. I purchased the item right away. Purchased, person possession. 2,000 points have been deducted. You currently have 6,702 race points.
No regrets. No.
No complaints. None. Good. Then I'll take that as consent to possess your body. G-dash. Go ahead. Swoosh. A sound similar to a toilet flushing rang in my ears, and my vision became blurry for a moment. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, the scenery of the city in the early morning came into view. Heh! I clenched and unclenched my fists repeatedly. Pretty hands. It felt like my palms were saying, I've never held a sword in my entire life. It's a bit awkward, but I guess it's better than when I possessed the lion. I should get used to it soon. Oh my God. Oh great cat. A startled voice sounded in my head. It was Sonia's voice. You really possessed me? Didn't I tell you before? I'd never lie to you.
I'm sorry.
To be honest, I was half worried it was some kind of devil scam. I've heard many rumors about strange-looking monsters devouring people. I turned my attention to my aura. Perhaps it was because elves were innately attuned to aura, or perhaps it was because Sonia was actually quite talented. But after fiddling with my aura a few times, I was able to create a flame-like projection on my palm. My God. Seeing how surprised he was, I guess he wasn't that talented. I don't believe it. The fire of the soul was so easily. Who is hanging around here so early in the morning? With a creak, the door to the theater opened, and the theater owner, who'd coldly driven Sonia away the day before, appeared in the doorway. He had a sleepy look on his face as if he'd just woken up. Hugo? Why is it you again? When our eyes met, the theater owner made a tired expression. The screening process has already ended. The roles for the next fire play have already been decided. I have no roles to give you, so please stop messing around. Since you're an elf, you will live and eat well even if you're not allowed to act. Theater owner, sir. I politely fell to my knees. I ran away from home. What? Look at the cart here. This is the debt that my family has charged for feeding and clothing me. I said that I wanted to be an actor even if I died. So they gave me all my debt documents and kicked me out. They even added interest for me to pay them back. I really have nowhere to go back to, I shouted emphatically. I'm even willing to play the role of a henchman. It doesn't matter if it's a minor role. Please just allow me to go on stage. Please look at my acting instead of my muscles. In the name of Kekerker, Gork, and Aberka, I will definitely repay the trust you put in me. Hugo, where did this strange elf come from? The Hobgoblin Theater owner put his head in his hands. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. However, I can't give you a role just because you ask for it. Prove that you can captivate an audience even with your poor muscles. How can I prove it? Try acting on the spot. The theater owner sat on the ground and folded his arms. This is not an opportunity you would usually be given, so consider it a privilege. Okay. What kind of acting should I do? There is a role that every actor considers to be the gateway to their career. How well they can act this role usually determines how far the actor can go. Although it is an old role, it is very difficult, so it's good at screening the actor's qualities. A very difficult role. The theater owner continued in a solemn tone. I want you to break down the scene in Raviel and Kekerker, where Kekerker reveals his heart as he confesses his love to Raviel. Don't blame me for giving you something too hard. As I said before, you are receiving a great privilege. There are some theater owners that would only allow qualified goblin actors to attempt this role. I tilted my head to the side. Why would that be? You really are nothing but a rookie. The theater owner snorted. The scene where Kekerker confesses to Raviel is difficult even for mature actors to digest. For Kekerker, Raviel is a goddess, and he used every word he could think of to praise her beauty. And it was done sincerely, as if he would die if he didn't love her, with the sorrow that he truly might die without her love. It's not something easy to act. Incompetent actors try to fill this scene with tears and crying. It's not like that. Kekerker was neither pleading for love nor clinging to love. He just wanted to add to the glory of Raviel by purely expressing his love for the goddess. To completely surrender one's existence to the other. This is not something that can be done by those without experience. Okay? I was confident that I could praise my lover without pause for 360 hours. For me, it was the easiest thing in the world. So you want me to act out the scene where I confess to Raviel? That's right. Of course, I don't expect a stingy elf like you to understand love. Understood. I took a deep breath. Then I imagined Raviel sitting right in front of me. Hair that resembled a silver fox that was about to hibernate. Thin, red eyes that seemed to need a bit more sleep. I'm sleepy, she whispers softly. Help me wake up, Gongja. Because of you, I can love the world a little more. Raviel, my soul, my eternal red. I didn't know the color red until I met you. I thought that I knew, but I was wrong. Your eyes, those eyes. When I look into your eyes, I open my mouth. Exactly 2 minutes later, the expression of the theater owner changed.
Impossible.
He jumped up in shock. This wordplay, this ridiculous confession of love. It's like a centipede desperately trying to act cute. It's perfect. Doesn't this feel like Kekerker himself? That's right, baby. Daddy's here. Chapter 183. Rookie Actor 1. Mud and Dust was a theater company with many years of history. But now that was all it had left. They used to be quite popular, but that was a thing of the past. After the previous owner disappeared after leaving a suicide note due to financial difficulties, the term historic theater company became an insult instead of a compliment. Commune. Did I pass? Of course you passed. Ugh. Even if you are just an elf rookie, I wouldn't deserve to be a theater owner if I didn't accept you after witnessing such a passionate performance. Still overflowing with praise, the Hobgoblin Theater owner led me into the theater. When the door opened, the 130-year-old theater entered my sight. The wear on the building showed that it had truly been around for 130 years. Wow! It was dark inside. There was some light from torches that had been hung on the walls, but it was almost as bad as not having any. Soot covered the walls and ceiling. Goblins like damp places, so there was liquid accumulated on the floor, but I wasn't sure if it was stagnant water or something else. In other words, it was visual and olfactory terrorism. This is a bit. That wasn't all. Spiders, centipedes, and various other insects crawled all over the place. All the bugs gathered to show their love for dark, wet places. Thanks to this small theater overflowed with love, overflowed with life, and above all, overflowed with spider webs. Why on earth? You must be moved. I understand. I had a similar reaction when I first saw the theater when I was young. The hobgoblin looked proud. It seems he misunderstood my reaction. My heart pounded in my chest. Felt like I was falling in love for the first time. Looking back now, that heart-pounding feeling that I had at that time is probably what led my life to this point. My heart was pounding too. The left atrium and right ventricle were pulsating as I witnessed the majesty of the spider webs that seemed to spread out like the Great Wall of China. Owner, how long has it been since you cleaned this place? Cleaned? I gave up all hope when I saw the hobgoblin make an expression that said, "What's that?" Right. In the first place, these kids were fond of muddy water from birth. Even if I nagged at them till my throat was sore, they would probably never clean up. I can't believe you managed to pass the screening without muscles. It's unbelievable. As expected of Kekerker, the original owner of this body, the aspiring actor Sonia, had become a mental body that hovered around me. Like Bei Hurayong, he floated in the air like a ghost. However, it was impossible for him to communicate with Bei Hurayong. I was the only person that could hear their voices. Suddenly, I'd become someone who was followed by two ghosts. It's like two mosquitoes buzzing in my ear during summertime. Huh? No. It's nothing. More than that, Sonia. Why did you risk your life for such a backwater theater company? Since you decided to be an actor, you should have picked a good place. I also wanted to join a famous company like the Flames or Blazes, Sonia muttered bitterly. But those large theater companies don't even have interviews. It doesn't matter if I'm from a rich elf family. This is the only place I had a chance in. Ha! Sonia could be considered a victim of ethnic discrimination, or at the very least, muscle discrimination. How on earth did my kids become a group that only cared about muscles? Follow me. I'll introduce you to our family here at the theater company. I followed the theater owner deeper into the building until we arrived at a dressing room. There, we found a pile of worn props, in the center of which were two sleeping hobgoblins. Wake up, you good-for-nothings. The theater owner hit the hobgoblins in the head with his hand that was as large as a pot lid. Look at what time it is already. You go. The hobgoblins struggled to open their eyes. One of them had one arm while the other only had one eye. The hobgoblins rubbed their green faces with their hands before they finally spotted me. Whoa, why is an elf here, boss? Did you hire a new ticket clerk? You good-for-nothings. This isn't a ticket clerk. He is our new rookie actor. I told you about him before. The elf that keeps following me around and asking me to accept him as an actor. Ah, so it was that annoying elf? Only then did the hobgoblin actors come to their senses. Wait, did you really take him on as a rookie actor? Why not? He passed the final test. Are you crazy? Boss, how can he go on stage with such a trashy body? He didn't have to say it like that. Don't worry. I know why I chose him. Even though his body is lacking, this guy's acting skills. My name is Sonia, theater owner. Right, Sonia? Sonia's acting is more sincere than any other actor that I've ever seen. These days, the audience only cares about muscles, but they might change their mind when they see Sonia's acting. The theater owner affirmed. The hobgoblin actors started to get interested. Oh, for the boss to say so much. In any case, a junior has arrived after a long time, so the seniors should set an example. How long are you going to stay in the dressing room? Hurry up and wash up, then gather on the stage. Understood. The actors got up. The props collapsed like a tower of Legos. Surprisingly, there weren't just two hobgoblins sleeping in the dressing room. There were three. The last one had been buried in the pile of props. This hobgoblin, who had only one ear, had been sleeping comfortably while hugging a prop lion. I said, "Wake up." Ack. The theater owner grabbed the hobgoblin by his remaining ear and pulled him up. Despite being dragged around, the actor did not let go of the lion till the end. It was cute. As you know, the fire play we will be performing next week is The Rampant Fire Sword. After a while, the actors were all gathered. The theater owner paced back and forth in front of the stage. One day, Kekerker, who was living his life normally, met the Flame Emperor, who he always remembered. The two people met and one person's life ended while the other began to live an entirely new life. Recently, there have been many cases of it being reinterpreted as actually the Flame Emperor wasn't a bad person. But we will go with the classic interpretation. Boss, The one-armed actor raised his hand. No matter how you look at it, that is old-fashioned. Shouldn't we keep up with the latest trends? Right? The audience wants something new. The one-eyed actor added. Even if it's a bit childish, sometimes it's necessary to pretend that you agree with something even if you don't. Sometimes it's necessary to pander to the audience. Ha! That's ridiculous. True fire doesn't have to choose firewood. The theater owner's eyes went wide. If you start following something simply because it's the trend, then it will never end. The foundations would disappear. The theme for The Rampant Fire Sword, where a person can look up to another person and how being disappointed by that person can affect their entire life. Other than that, everything else is blasphemy and heresy. The actors grumbled. That old-fashioned personality of yours won't change no matter what. Won't we just fail at this rate? So noisy. Didn't I add a few extra lines because you guys were complaining so much? I won't make any more concessions. Warm up your bodies and throats for 20 minutes. Then we'll start practicing. That's not good enough. In any case, we'll do as you say, boss. As the junior, I sat calmly in the audience and observed the practice of the seniors. 30 minutes passed. Wow! I came to a conclusion. Isn't this total mess? In a word, it was terrible. Fire plays were plays that used aura. When acting out a scene, the actor not only had to recite the lines, but also had to create a flame-like aura with their body, to express passion. If one was proficient at using aura, then they would naturally be good at acting, and if they were good at acting, they would naturally become proficient at using aura. For this reason, the actors of the fire plays became great warriors and excellent aura users. Or that should be the case. Why are they so stiff? I muttered subconsciously. They were words that came out unintentionally. Maybe my words reached the ears of the theater owner, because he turned to look at me while instructing the actors. What are you talking about? No. I just feel like they're using their aura in a specific way. The scene where Kekerker recognized the Flame Emperor's true personality. The actors in front of me were too focused on anger. No, it wasn't focused at all. If they were really expressing anger with their aura, it would be like a forest fire. And if they expressed sadness, it would dim and droop. Instead, it was as if they were following a guide for using their aura. But it's flashy. The aura of the people in front of me went on and off repeatedly. It was incredibly flashy. But that was all. There's no point to it. Really. I opened my mouth. Fire painting is an aura art, and the pattern and power of the aura depends on a specific emotion, will, or image. Emotion comes first. If you focus more on arm movements and lines, then your aura will lose its vitality. How should I say this? It's not pulsating. That's right. It has no energy. It's limp. The theater owner frowned slightly. From his expression, he looked like he used to be a gangster. What in the Kekerker are you barking about? Is that some kind of goblin saying? No. Anyways, I went up to a corner of the stage. The actors had stopped practicing and were looking at me. Now then, you have a set motion for anger and a set motion for sadness. But you can't do that. Do people always cry when they're sad? They don't. It depends on the situation. Being able to react immediately even in completely different situations is one of the advantages of aura. The seniors smirked as if they found it interesting. The boss said that he brought in a junior, but it's more like he brought in a teacher. Teacher, show us an example. I wondered what I could do to make the actors understand. I looked around. First of all, having all of these torches is not good. Let's put them out first. I bent over and grabbed a handful of dirt from the stage floor. Then, I poured my aura into the dirt before throwing it out. The torches on the walls went out one after the other as small arrows of dirt hit them. The hobgoblins were surprised. What in the surroundings suddenly became dark. Okay. All the fire painting theaters resembled snail cities. The great caverns. A cave surrounded by walls on all sides, but with a hole in the ceiling. The goblins had long since forgotten their days of slavery, but the traces of it could still be seen in their architecture. Please be quiet for a moment, everyone. With the torches snuffed, The only source of light was the hole in the ceiling. The light of dawn. The stage was shrouded in bluish shadows. You don't need to do unique actions. The quiet carpet of dawn. You don't even need lines. Aura isn't magic. But I'll just show you. Let's say, for example, you want to express anger. I started doing push-ups on the stage. The more familiar an action, the better the effect. This is an action that anyone could recognize. You don't even need facial expressions. Hup. I slowly lowered my chest and waist, then raised them, before lowering them again. Like this, I went up and down in a specific rhythm. Now, normally, this is the speed when you do push-ups. This is normal, but this. I raised my aura. It was almost as though red flames had engulfed my body. In the middle of those flames, I began to do push-ups faster than before, to the point where it seemed strange. Quickly, mechanically, expressionlessly. It became extremely quiet. I continued to look straight ahead. Without the sound of heavy breathing, I continued to do push-ups at a high speed. My entire body moved, and around me, blood-red aura burned fiercely. Hugh! 30 seconds later, I stood up and brushed the dirt off my hands. See? Those were just push-ups. It's a familiar movement. However, how did it feel? It's the same movement, but if you change the speed, the feeling changes completely. What if I was doing push-ups at an unstable speed while sweating profusely? The feeling would change again. If the first was refined anger, then the second is furious rage. That's what I meant. You don't need unique movements or special lines in order to express emotion. The hobgoblins seemed to have an idea about what I was talking about, but they couldn't completely understand. It was only then that I realized that I was talking to kids who might not be very talented at aura. For the first time. There, senior. I pointed to the one-eyed actor. He was the one who played the role of Flame Emperor in the play. A dash. Are you talking to me? Yes. The Flame Emperor was an incredibly narcissistic man. If it were senior, how would you express the Flame Emperor's narcissism? What kind of aura would you use to express narcissism? The one-eyed actor seemed to be confused, but he thought about what I said. Then he took out a mirror from the nearby pile of props. Probably something like this. The one-eyed actor looked at himself in the mirror. A faint aura slowly rose up from the actor's body, wriggling like a snake. Indeed, it's not bad, but it's weird. It's not right. It's weird? Look, the Flame Emperor called himself a real man. Would such a person stare at himself in the mirror? Do you think the Flame Emperor carried around a small mirror? Why would he do that? Senior is too focused on the thought that narcissistic people often look into mirrors. On top of that, your idea of narcissism is too shallow. That's why your aura was so faint and weak. Don't do that. You're just copying something. Can't you have an example from your own feelings, senior? Then how would you do it? The same way. I took a deep breath and controlled my aura. I controlled my aura like Aberka had in the past. Virtual muscles. My entire body was covered by my aura, as if my body was filled with bulging muscles. Hup. Hugh. Hup. Then I started doing push-ups again. Only this time I was doing them very slowly, as if to appreciate my muscles. I also intentionally added the sound of my breathing. This wasn't an act to make my body better, but an act to show off how good my body was. Get it? It's simple, right? No. I wanted to point it out early, but the way you're using aura. What if I wanted to use this to emphasize the narcissism? It would be good to add small props here. For example, if we spread several chairs around. But the Flame Emperor, that crazy bastard, would never sit even if there were chairs. Instead, he would keep doing push-ups, without rest. Then, people would recognize you even if you didn't say any lines. That bastard is crazy. He's a crazy bastard who's only obsessed with himself and doesn't care about anything around him. Can you feel it a bit better now? I suppose I should show you since I mentioned it. I easily picked up a few log chairs and brought them to the stage before placing them randomly. Then, in the middle of all the chairs, I once again started doing push-ups slowly while also breathing as heavily as before. Huff, huff, huff. Of course, I used my aura to give the illusion of burning muscles. How is it? Isn't this easy? After a moment of silence, the one-eyed hobgoblin opened his mouth. Who are you? Aren't I a rookie actor? The hobgoblins all looked at me as if I was crazy. No. Why? Chapter 184. Rookie Actor 2. The goblin race had a very good culture. The strongest were on top. If you had any complaints, then you spoke with your fists, not your tongue. Let's clean up first. Seniors. And here I was the strongest. Look at the theater. What is this? Are you using spider webs as interior decor? Are you using mold as wallpaper? Ego. Look at how bad it smells in here. It's like a trash can. If a customer came in here, they would probably think it was a food disposal.
No.
But, are you stronger than me? Can you act better than me? Can you use aura better than I can?
No.
Then move that rag, senior. We are not amateurs. A fire play is not just about the acting, but also the environment. A person's surroundings are like a window to their heart. If they think that seniors' hearts are garbage, then won't they think the theater is garbage? No, I told you to move the rag. Are you not listening to me? Do you want to get hit? I wasn't the type of person to just use empty words. A gentleman does not threaten. They just hit directly. I picked a particularly lazy hobgoblin and provided him with a nice fist massage. Do you want to get hit again? The actors held their rags while making sad expressions. Their faces seemed to be saying, I thought this elf came to be a junior, but he turned out to be a tiger. It's fine if it's wet. That's a trait of the goblin race. But who would like rotten water and a rotten smell? You're just lazy. If you try to cover it up by saying goblins like humid and damp places, and real actors don't need to care about the surroundings, then the environment will become a mess. Are you dogs, seniors? J-Junior. I think you're being too harsh. Ha! I'm asking if you're dogs because it seems that you still haven't reflected on yourselves. Now I can only think of seniors as sons of dogs. From now on, if I say something, you answer with bark. Got it. B-bark. Sounds like a weak son of a dog. Bark. Good. Now hold those rags in your hand. While cleaning, think of it as cleaning the theater and your minds at the same time. Wipe it hard until you stop being sons of dogs. Got it. Bark. They cleaned that day, the day after, the next day, and 2 more days after that. Senior. When you draw the bucket from the well, don't do it without thinking. Instead, raise it while imagining yourself as the servant of a noble. Immerse yourself in the acting. Think of how valuable an opportunity it is. Even as you clean and get rid of the son of a dog in your heart, imagine that you're playing the role of a servant. Then you can hit 3 birds with 1 stone. B-bark. The one-armed actor removed the rotten water on the floor of the theater, and also dug up the rotten mud. Shoveling is not just shoveling. It's the height of absurdity. Congratulations. You are experiencing the 3,000 absurdities for free. 1. Imagine. You are now a warrior on the battlefield. You lost your arm in the war. Okay. The war was so fierce that you lost an arm, but the commander still won't let you rest. Instead, he told you to dig a moat and build a wooden barrier. One after the other. It's a warrior's duty to not retreat from the battlefield, but is it still a warrior's duty for a one-armed warrior to shovel dirt? No, it's just dirty. Bark. It's dirty. Duty is a beautiful thing, but when you are forced into certain extreme situations, it doesn't look beautiful anymore. There are times when duty becomes dirty and your virtues become dirty too. In those cases, the more faithful you are to your duties, the stranger it becomes. It's dirty. It's strange. It's weird. Dig the ground, senior. Scoop the water. Do it while doubting if you're really a warrior or not. Dig hard.
Day.
The one-armed actor followed my instructions perfectly. Did you take out the trash? Bark. Senior. From now on, you'll cut down trees to make new chairs. Is that fine? Bark. They are the chairs that the customers will sit on. Let's say that the fire play will last an hour. The audience might not look at you for an hour, but their butts will be stuck to those chairs for an hour. The only thing in this theater that serves the audience from beginning to end are those chairs. If the chairs are uncomfortable, then the theater also becomes uncomfortable. Bark. I understand the importance of this mission, Junior. Let's make new chairs together today. Since we're doing it, we should create special seats together with the normal seats. Bark, bark. Loyalty, too. And the theater owner was caught up in the web as well. No, Sonia. I've never seen a theater company do things like this. His curses were very harsh. Now that I think about it, it's wrong for good-for-nothings to just roam around. Hurry up and clean. The members of the theater company, Mud and Dust, have submitted to your authority. The Mud and Dust Theater Company recognizes you as the shot caller. Even after the cleanup, they didn't stop moving. After hearing the tower's voice, I recalled something else that needed to be fixed. Hey, Sonia. Yeah. Even if I ask what you're doing with that ladder. No, is it okay for me to ask? I climbed up the ladder at the entrance of the theater, with aura exuding from both hands. In front of my face was a sign with the words, Mud and Dust, written on it. As you can see, I'm going to change the signboard. The theater owner was flustered. Change the signboard? Yes, 130 years of tradition is good. But to be honest, our theater company has hit rock bottom. Rather than pretending to be cool with a name like Mud and Dust, we need a name that appeals to the audience. I turned the signboard over. Luckily, the back didn't have anything on it. Injecting aura into my fingernail, I carved letters into the wooden board. Okay, that's dope. I was happy with the new signboard. Dog Sound Theater Company. The hobgoblin looked back and forth between me and the signboard. Sonia? Say it. We don't need to use dog sounds, do we? We still have 130 years of tradition. I heard from the seniors theater owner. They said that you owe a lot of money to quite a few elves. The theater owner flinched. I heard that at least once every fortnight, a different elf comes to collect debts. Those guys. Why would they tell something like that to the junior? Tradition isn't cool. You have to take responsibility for your people first. Attract customers and gain popularity. Actors shouldn't sleep like shrimp in a dressing room, but should instead have a proper dormitory. Don't you agree? I'm still an elf, so I know how to do business better than goblins. Now is the time to have more than just one occasional customer. If you keep going like this, the theater company will not last much longer. I took the flyers that were made for the play and headed out to the street. Dog Sound Theater Company. The Dog Sound Theater Company will be performing next Saturday evening. Ugh. The hobgoblins passing on the street snickered as they walked past. The elf ticket clerks that came out to promote their own theaters also laughed. What was that? Dog Sound? Where is that? Good. There was a reaction. At least it was better than complete indifference. Now that their attention had been obtained, it was up to the ticket clerk to keep it and guide it in the right direction. Bark. Bark. There will be a feast of dog sounds that you can't hear or experience anywhere else in the city. For those who are tired of hearing that flame, for those who think bad guys should stay bad, you are welcome. There is no other place in the world to find sons of dogs like this. We are the true sons of dogs. Ugh. This fairy is really interesting. He's quite cute. The hobgoblins on the street giggled. The theater owner was staring at me blankly. When I thought that I'd gathered enough passers-by, I revealed my trump card. Now then, brave warriors. This isn't a normal fire play that you could see every day. I snapped my fingers. Ding dash. A cheerful note sounded in the air. The passers-by were stunned by the sound that was similar to a piano key being played. Hugo? What was that? The source of the sound was simple. I sent out 2 threads of aura at the same time and made them collide with each other. As the aura trembled and the air vibrated, it created a sound similar to that of a piano key. It was a fairly difficult thing to do with aura, but it was easy for me. Behold! I made threads of aura strike each other one after the other. It was a song that even I, who was not familiar with music, could replicate. The Chopstick March. Look closely. Even a ticket clerk like me can use aura so superbly. The Dog Sound Theater Company. You can imagine just how amazing our fire play will be. On a sunlit street beneath the bright sky, I played music by moving nothing but my fingers. And it worked. Music from striking the air? How strange. My goodness. Is it really possible to make those sounds with aura? The passers-by were finally beginning to stop and focus their attention on me. It wasn't just the passers-by. Even the ticket clerks of the large theater companies stared at me with wide eyes. The fire play of the Dog Sound Theater Company will not have a single line. Flame Emperor. Kekerker. No one will say any lines. Fire painting doesn't need words. It's just flames. Witness the first fire play without lines in history. It's like a stage performance. The hobgoblins watched my hands move in a flashy manner with wide eyes. Could there really be a fire play with no lines? Well, I don't think it's possible to say no words. Those who were shocked by my aura performance, and those who were suspicious of my advertisement for the fire play. The words, "How is that possible?" and "That's impossible," floated back and forth as their surprise and suspicion increased. The two best emotions for promotion were mixed in the atmosphere at the three-way intersection. If the actors say even a single line, we will give you a full refund. A full refund for one line. We'll repay double your entry fee for 2 lines. We'll give you our entire fortune for 3. I smiled as I handed out flyers to the crowd. It's not a fire play that you could see every day. If you walk with a flyer, you will be able to bring 1 guest free of charge. 1 companion per person for free. It's not a performance intended to make money, but a performance to give you money. Thank you. Yes, thank you. The passers-by already couldn't help but accept the flyers I gave to them. They were slightly captivated, and they accepted the flyers without fully understanding what was happening. Before long, I ran out of flyers. Thank you. Until the day of the fire play, I will be performing here every day. Of course, these performances are free. This is a very big deal. Our boss owes a lot of people money, and we're going bankrupt. We're desperate. I grabbed the theater owner's hand. The theater owner was surprised, but still accepted my hand. When the passers-by turned to look at them, he even smiled awkwardly. Good. There is no one who can act better than actors who are about to go bankrupt. No one has a home. All we have is the stage. It's widely believed by the academia that acting skills and wallet situations are inversely proportional. The Dog Sound Theater Company. I will also make an appearance. Next Saturday evening. The show is next Saturday evening. Thank you. Dog Sound. Next Saturday evening. I bowed to the crowd. The theater owner, whose hand was still in my grasp, naturally followed me. No one clapped or cheered, but the atmosphere wasn't bad. It was very nice. I quickly left the street, giving a professional smile that I learned from the Black Dragon Master to everyone that looked at me. Wow. Bei Hurayong muttered. Aren't you ashamed? I'm doing what I have to do. Why should I be ashamed? You really are the young master of the demonic cult. Compared to the things I did in the demonic cult, what's so bad about handing out flyers in the street? This is also work. Seriously, even if you were dropped in the middle of a jungle or desert, you would still manage to somehow survive on your own. That Flame Emperor guy is really amazing. He managed to send someone like you into the world. Lord Kekerker, Sonia, who had become a mental body, had a strange expression on his face, as if he couldn't come to terms with what he'd just seen. His expression was a mixture of respect and doubt. It's amazing, but somehow, it feels different from the way Kekerker normally is. No, is this what Kekerker is really like? Right? This was me. Meanwhile, after we finally left the street completely, the theater owner opened his mouth. Did you mean that? Huh? What do you mean? About the first silent fire play in history. How can you do a fire play without lines? Of course I meant it. I can't lie to prospective customers, can I? But don't worry. I will do my best to help the others put on a performance worth paying for. If it doesn't work out, I'll go on stage by myself. You don't have to worry about lying to the customers. But we have more work to do. By now, the new chairs must have been completed. The VIP seats as well. Please make new tickets for the 12 seats separately. The price should be 12 times more than the normal seats. 12 times? The theater owner was shocked. If that's the case, our flyers have already been shared out, and 9 out of 10 of the customers will definitely bring their flyers. This means that there will be a lot of free customers. That's why we need special seats to ensure that we make a profit. But isn't that too expensive? It is expensive. Only the customers who don't think it's expensive will buy it. Ding. I lightly tapped my aura, causing it to ring out. You saw the way I used my aura earlier. If there were any warriors with a sense of victory, they would want to watch my performance as closely as possible. They would want to watch and learn. It might be too expensive for a guest who just came to watch the show, but it's cheap for a warrior who came to learn aura. We'll attract the former with giveaways and charge the latter. Theater owner. Trust me, this price is a steal. The next day, around noon, 3 or 4 hobgoblins wandered around the entrance to the theater. Is this the Dog Sound Theater? I heard that there is a performance next Saturday. I want to reserve a front row seat in advance. I heard that an elf will also be performing on stage. Is that true? I'm only looking for a ticket because of that elf. Even after hearing the price, the hobgoblin warriors simply bought the tickets without hesitation. After selling 4 VIP seats in quick succession, the theater owner turned to look at me with an expression of disbelief. How is it? I smiled softly. Wasn't I right? 2 days later, the VIP tickets sold out. Chapter 185. Rookie Actor 3. All of the special seats have already been sold out. Has that ever happened since we joined this theater company? The actors were excited. It hasn't. We were lucky if even half of the seats were filled. If this continues, won't we be able to experience the same things great actors do? Our junior is a gem. Ugher. Even if they were just a third-class theater in an alley. No, especially because that was the case, they couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that the VIP tickets had been sold out. However, as soon as they heard the plans for their next performance, their expressions changed. A performance without a single line of dialogue? The seniors were shocked. They couldn't even imagine such a thing. How the hell? Think of it in the opposite way. I slowly explained. I don't know if you know this, but the original fire paintings didn't have any lines. There was no script. Only controlling your aura to move fire. That is the origin of fire plays. Is that so? The seniors tilted their heads slightly. Well, I suppose. Their reaction was natural. I knew it because I'd seen it, but these children had not. I'm talking about 900 years ago. It was a tale that was around 900 years, but it could be rounded up to 1,000. It was impossible for the current goblins to know what the original appearance of fire painting was. 0. In this era, I was the only one who could speak with certainty. Seniors, did you know that the goblin race has the ability to feel emotions just by looking at flames? You have extremely amazing sensitivity. I believe you can reawaken that sensitivity. Instead, lines are a hindrance. The reason why seniors' acting is so bad isn't because seniors are bad. It's because you think of the fire play as someone else's story. I looked at each hobgoblin. 1 eye, 1 arm, 1 ear. There were all actors who had lost something important. You all have shining gems in your hearts, but they are buried. And as long as they remain buried in sand, then it doesn't matter if they are gems or ordinary stones. I will help seniors dig up the sand. And I will help you truly love acting. Why, you always say such embarrassing things. I nodded. I mean it. For 7 days, covered my hand with aura, and engraved 7 on the wall of the theater. Instead of sleeping, I will teach you how to do it. That night, the tutoring class began. Sit in a comfortable position. As comfortable as possible. It's fine if you stretch your feet out. The actors sat comfortably on the stage. Good. Does anyone have sore shoulders? Tell me if you're uncomfortable. I'll give you a massage to help you relax. No one? Okay, let's get started. I stood in front of the seniors and opened my mouth. Now then, usually aura is determined by more than just your thoughts. It is an expression of your will, rather than the awareness of your thoughts. There might be some words you don't understand.
Señor.
Raise your auras and show me the expression of your will. Caught off guard, the actors raised their auras. They fluttered slightly like mirages. I could not see the shape nor catch the scent. Compared to Aberka, who was the strongest goblin to ever exist, it could even be said that they had no talent. That isn't your best, is it? The actors were embarrassed. There are times when it is better, right? There are days when it comes easily. When you're in a good condition, and your emotions are moving vigorously, your aura seems to come out easily. However, that is not enough. Not enough? From now on, you will need to be able to call upon your aura whenever you want. Ugh. The seniors smiled nervously. They probably didn't think they would be able to summon it at will. Their smiles were those that could only be seen on people who had already given up. I smiled too. I have a suggestion. Let's not use the word will anymore. It's true that aura moves according to your will. However, triggering aura is not caused by your will. Aura is triggered by memories, not will. That was the conclusion I'd made. This was something I came to realize in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon Master's World. Seniors need to learn how to recall memories well. Developing strong will is not a story about catching clouds. Recalling memories well, yes, as clearly as possible. I looked the goblins in the eyes as I spoke in a serious tone. Seniors, think about the sea. The actors closed their eyes. Are you thinking about it? We're thinking. Okay, I'll try to guess. You're thinking about a horizon that stretches out on both sides, right? It's just like a picture drawn on paper? Pretty shade of blue, right? The seniors nodded. I smiled. That is the lowest form of memory. It's also the memory association you should avoid the most when using aura. Yugo? Seniors didn't think about the sea just now. Instead, you just thought about the word sea. With such a low-level memory, your aura would never bloom fully. Now then, I clapped my hands. Stand up. The actors hurriedly got to their feet. This time, I want you to imagine walking on a sandy beach. Imagine the water covering your ankles, your toes sinking into the wet sand. Whoosh! The seawater flows between your toes. It swirls around your ankles for a moment before receding. What color is the water? Is it blue?
No.
It's clear. What about the seawater flowing through your toes? Is it warm? It's cool. So it's cool. Is the seawater clean? No. The grains of sand make it murky. As the waves hit, the soil is swept away. Good. Now imagine the sand getting stuck between your toes. Small grains stick to your ankles as well. I hate the feeling. The grains are rough, aren't they? And they became sticky because of the water. That's right. You went into the seawater and even your calves got soaked. But the salt doesn't feel good on your skin. What should you do then? What will you do? Each actor responded differently. I'll go to the well and wash my feet first. Since I came all the way to the beach and even got wet, I'll swim as well. Are there no clams? Okay. This is what you call a strong memory. I spoke. Seniors, when you think of something in the future, never start with the word, like sea. Instead, try to remember specific sensations, like the feeling of the soles of your feet moving in the wet sand. Then you will be able to use the memory. I looked at the one-eyed hobgoblin. How did it feel when you first thought about the sea? It was just blue, right? Like a simple drawing on paper. Ugh. But how would it feel to dip your feet in it? It's not clear, right? Not only is it not clear, it also reminds you of an unpleasant feeling. Seniors were even able to think about what you were doing and what you would do after. That's it. Properly recalling memories. Recalling specific sensations, like the feeling of sand stuck to their toes. If they could do that easily, then their skill in using aura would naturally increase. If seniors had a memory of being burned to death, whoosh, flames came to life on my hand. It would be possible for seniors to express that hell with aura. A death crisis is usually the most effective at forcefully imprinting a memory into a person. Perhaps you see me as someone who was born with the talent to be an actor, as someone who could express vivid emotions and actions as if I was truly in the scene. I'm sure seniors are jealous of this. I would be jealous too. Seniors, do you want to know how I got my talent? Do you want me to tell you the secret? As I spoke, the flame on my hand burned brighter. Because I have the memories. Trauma. How would someone act if they fell in the middle of such a hell? For me, it's simple. This is because I experienced that hell already, and that will always stay with me. No matter what you do, it is impossible to escape the shadow of your memories. Aberka was another example. It was the same for that child, who later became the strongest in the history of the goblin race. That child suffered from extreme albinism. For others, sunlight was a blessing, but for Aberka, it was like the blade of an enemy. Just walking around outside during the day was like a battle that he had to overcome. That child, who had the sun as his enemy, naturally decided to cover his entire body in aura. The rampant fire sword that we will perform next week is about Kekerker being disappointed and angry at the Flame Emperor. You're not Kekerker, nor are you the Flame Emperor. But does that matter? Have you never been disappointed in someone? I looked at the actors one after the other. One eye, one arm, one ear. I looked at these broken kids one by one. Have you never let someone down? There is no way you haven't. I let the fire fade. We have all experienced bastards, and we have all been bastards to someone. Any of you seniors can be Kekerker. The Flame Emperor, that guy is a bit more difficult. His bastard-like existence is hard to replicate. I'll play the role of the Flame Emperor in the next performance. No matter how amazing my tutoring was, time was still limited. In this group, I was the only one who could properly play Yasuha. The three actors all looked at me with complex gazes. Then, Kekerker's role. Who will be the one to take it? One of you will. I answered. I will give the leading role to the person that has achieved the most in this week. I said it in a different way. The person who can show the most disappointment will have the leading role. The seniors went silent. 5. My father is a gambler. The one-eyed actor's name was Erica. It had been like that since I was little. When he was young, he went to the blacksmith to learn to do ironwork, but he got into gambling after being introduced by his colleagues. However, he was a little talented, or at least that's how it seemed. There were some instances where those who were talented led more miserable lives than those without talent. Talented gamblers were one of them. Sometimes he'd obtain a mountain of gold coins in a day. In that case, he'd buy a villa for us to stay in. He'd also pay for expensive tutors and housekeepers. I could also eat whatever I wanted. How long did that last? The longest was 2 years. The shortest was 3 days. Usually it was around 2 months. The one-eyes Erica muttered. Whenever he won money from gambling, he would do business with it. He would start companies with other gamblers or loan money to them. There were times when things went well. However, if the business didn't go well, doing business always had ups and downs. It was a skill to ride the flow when it was going well, but it was also a skill to endure when it wasn't. He always tried to make a fortune by gambling. Unfortunately, Erica's father lacked the ability to endure. It was like this. He usually made about 3 gold coins a day. It was good if there was profit, but if there wasn't, he would gamble and try to win it. In my father's words, that was also a part of business, and it couldn't be helped. The one-eyes Erica sighed. I didn't have a home. It was either villas or inns. I never stayed in a place long enough to call it home. We lived in the biggest cities, but if his gamble failed, we would move to a worse one, and a worse one after that. Erica covered his head. One day, a woman came to the inn we were staying at. My lifestyle was a mess and I had slept in the room until afternoon. I wondered who was knocking on the door, so when I opened it, I was scowling. "Are you Mr. Erica?" It looked like something was wrong. I thought my father had gotten in trouble again. Sometimes people who lent my father money came to him. Or maybe she was someone who worked at the inn. "Is your father here?"
No.
I had just woken up from my sleep, so I wasn't thinking very clearly, and my expression was sour. So I held the knob of the door to show that I wanted to close it as quickly as possible. "Who are you?" The woman didn't respond. She just left after hesitating for a while. Although he thought it was a bit strange, Erica simply closed the door without trying to stop her. When his father returned that evening, he told him about the woman. That woman was my mother. She'd left when I was only 3 years old, so I didn't recognize her. Erica's eyebrows were furrowed, his eyes dazed. Everything was fine. However, I kept thinking about my expression at that time. I was annoyed. I looked at her as if she was annoying me. I held the door knob the entire time, like I disliked her presence. But I didn't know. He looked down at the ground with his one eye. "But why did my mother call me Mr. Erica? Why the Mr.?" I couldn't understand. I'd heard that my father and mother had decided on my name together. So why was it Mr. Erica? "I don't know." A soft murmur escaped his lips a moment after. "Sureball." Next, the one-eyed actor left and the one-armed actor came in after him. He had a white tattoo covering his entire body that ended at his right shoulder. I was a drug dealer. The one-armed actor's name was Humor. Chapter 186. Blaze 1. I was born in a dull countryside village. Humor, the hobgoblin with one arm, said. Even as I grew older, there was nothing to do in the countryside except play with the other kids my age. Sometimes we watched to see if tigers would come down from the mountain, or we'd collect tolls from merchants that passed through the area. Our village was as poor as the dried bark of a tree. Humor scratched his forehead. Wrinkles appeared in the flesh of his green forehead. "Have you ever killed someone?" "I have." "Right. You must have experienced a lot." The one-armed actor nodded. He didn't even seem that surprised. "Where was the first place you saw blood? Was it on a battlefield? Or it was a hunting ground? I killed him with a surprise attack." "Ah, that's not a very warrior-like achievement." Humor raised an eyebrow. He just laughed after I admitted to murder in the middle of his story. Anyone. If they laughed while you were talking about the murder, they were probably laughing at themselves who had brought it up in the first place, as well as your act of confession, while secretly hoping that you would join them in their ridicule. "Yeah, that's right. I wasn't a warrior. That was the most important part." Without changing my expression, I asked, "How about you, Senior?" The laughter disappeared from Humor's lips. "How many years has it been?" "It's already been about 13 years. The village chief kept going back and forth between our village and another. At first, we thought he was going there to meet with friends, but he was doing it too often. Then, after 7 months, the village chief returned with a confident expression. "I have created a business for our village. You idiots." The business that the village chief had been learning from the other village was drug production. At first, he started gathering the villagers. The first group consisted of 6 people. There were many idle youngsters like me in the village. It was called Silvervine flower. If elves ate it, they would die instantly. But if you use it as a raw material, extract the juices, harden it into a pill, you weren't just a drug dealer, you were a higher-up in the organization. Weren't you, Senior? The one-armed Humor shut his mouth. "How did you know?" "We have only been talking for a while, but I could tell right away. Senior is smart. You have a great memory. You remembered that it was 13 years ago, and that the village chief snooped around the other village for 7 months, didn't you? You're good with numbers." I poured some tea into Humor's cup. Thanks to Raviel's direct teaching, I was able to greatly improve my tea ceremony skills, though it was a shame that the theater company only had cheap tea leaves. "You even know how to make the drugs." You remember the chief's every move, but it's not simply at the level of an agent in the organization. You were either the leader or vice leader. I'm sure that you were a key figure in the organization. You're really quick-witted. Yumur smiled bitterly as he picked up the teacup with his one hand. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but look down at the teacup in surprise. Sherbal, why is this so freaking delicious? Thank you. So what were you in reality? Well, you're right. I was the leader of the village organization. I just happened to have a talent for gathering the others and getting them to do what I said. I was also pretty lucky. It wasn't just luck. He was a genius. Yumur's business grew rapidly. It was said I was born with good fortune. He gathered the young people in the village to form a militia, and they devoured the neighboring villages to develop their organization. Yumur, the boss himself, thoroughly supervised the drug production in order to ensure quality. Yumur's drugs were quickly recognized as a high-quality commodity and spread along the waterways through the elven ports. The juice of heaven, the powder of scholars, all of the products that Yumur made were a hit. Despite not having much talent for aura, Yumur had 100 subordinates. His men called him the warrior among warriors. At the point when his 100 subordinates steadily increased to 500, Yumur had a feeling. I suddenly had a feeling that things would become troublesome if it continued like that. It was an instinct. The Fire River Council is generous. It was fine as long as we didn't sell drugs to goblins. They didn't care about lowlifes who sold drugs to rich elves. However, if there were 100 or 500 people in the group, it was a different story. Although Yumur's organization was good, it was too good. I had no proof, no suspicion, but I had a feeling. It was now. If we didn't stop now, we would all die together. Yumur gathered his friends and said, "Let's close the business." His childhood friends, who he used to collect tolls with in the village, had all become executives in the organization, and their fangs grew. When they were in front of me, those pigs nodded and agreed with me. So they turned on you? *T. That very night, a group rushed in and tied me up. They threatened me to give up the drug formula. They brought the knives that I bought for them and put them to my neck. Those bastards. Yumur eventually confessed under their pressure. He even vowed that he would never take revenge or touch the business again. Yumur's childhood friends accepted his oath. They took one of my arms, and in return they spared his life. So the former boss of the organization became One-Armed Yumur. I didn't actually join the theater because I liked acting. I was just wandering the streets. Then the theater owner said he felt sorry for me and invited me in. It's been 10 years since then. It's all in the past. Well, I eventually came to enjoy acting. What about the organization? It was destroyed. Yumur quietly looked down at his teacup. Less than a year after I was kicked out, they were subjugated. The council sent 13 members in the top 100. All 500 members died. What about your childhood friends? All gone. They were the executives. Yumur's nose was twitching. Senior thinks it's your fault. You think it's your fault for raising the organization too well because you were too outstanding. If you had run the business moderately, or even if it had failed, then maybe the people from your village would have survived. You're blaming yourself for not stopping the chief at that time. Sherbal. The hobgoblin wiped the remaining tea from his lips. It served them right. Those bastards. Next, the one-eared actor entered. He was holding an old stuffed lion in his arms. I was the attendant of a prestigious family. The one-eared actor's name was Sakam. I saw the master of the house sleeping with a stranger. No, I didn't see it. I overheard it through a wall. I didn't intend to hear it. I didn't even go in. But he cut off my ear while saying it was bad to listen to others' moans. Sakam, the one-eared actor, muttered expressionlessly. Isn't that too much? The one-eyed Erica, the gambler's son, the one-armed Yumur, the former drug lord, the one-eared Sakam, the former attendant of a noble family. Right? I nodded in front of the actors. Let's dance, seniors. We have a week. The day of the play soon came, and the seats were filled. 2. Are you sure this is the Dog Sound Theater? That's weird. I've been here before and the name was... The theater was packed with customers 30 minutes before the play was scheduled to begin. Persons who came after seeing my street performances, and those who came after hearing the rumors. There were also some people who came in after seeing the crowd. Not only the VIP seats but also the standing seats were filled. Is there no watermelon beer? Or fried watermelon? Hugo, I don't believe it. Does this theater even want to make money? Seriously. There is an elf that works here, and he's amazing. He's able to make sounds in the air using only his aura. No, I'm serious. Why would I lie? Hugo, if I find out who just touched me, you won't see a blood painting, you'll see bloodshed. Note: blood painting is another name for fire painting. It's a play where they won't say any lines. That was probably just an exaggeration. Didn't they say that they'll give a refund? There are too many people. Wiggle. It was like a packed market. Behind the stage, the seniors glanced at the crowd. Sherbal. The seniors were scared. The one-armed Humor was particularly nervous. Look, look. The person with the red tattoos sitting among the guests in the special seats. That's Morkan, ranked 21st in the Fire River Council. Sherbal. Who's that? He's a madman who is said to draw 1 centimeter of tattoos every time he beheads an enemy in battle. Look at how that bastard's body is covered in tattoos. Sakam spoke nervously. Actors from the Flame and Fire Demon came to watch. Ujek. Where? There. The 2 people wearing masks in the special seats. They covered their faces, but I recognize them because I've seen them often. One of them is Sormakunda, the ace of Flame, and the one sitting next to him is Jayamahan, the most popular actor, Fire Demon, these days. Why did they come to watch us? They didn't come to watch us. It was the one-eyed Erica that spoke. Erica kept looking at himself in the mirror to see if there was anything wrong with his makeup. They came to watch Sonia. There was nothing special about his makeup. His body was bare, other than a cloth that was wrapped around his waist. He only had a black tattoo drawn on his body. That was it. That's right. He's amazing. Is he really a rookie actor that was recruited only a week ago? This performance is his debut. Since his debut stage was sold out, that means he will have the greatest debut among actors from the elf race. I think it's a legendary achievement, even for our race. Let's start. I opened my mouth. The seniors, who were trying to ease their tension by chatting, closed their mouths. You have practiced to death for a week. Don't worry. It's fine if your body doesn't move as you intend or your limbs are stiff. Just relax. Wouldn't that ruin it? I will control seniors' limbs with aura. Don't forcefully reject it. That shouldn't be possible. It's absurd, but we know it's possible. Sherbal. The 4 of us joined hands. Then I lightly covered them with my aura. Relax. My red aura flowed up the seniors' arms. They flinched and moved their shoulders slightly, but after a week of special training, they had grown used to my aura. Soon after, the seniors took a deep breath before accepting my aura. I relaxed the actors by massaging their muscles. Ahem. Ugger. The seniors' expressions relaxed. The atmosphere was also less tense than before. There's no need to worry. As you know, no one expects much from our fire play. The expectations are low. We'll amaze the guests just like we practiced. Okay? The seniors nodded carefully. Okay. It's time to start. I rolled my feet. Thud. The aura guided by my footwork made the air vibrate. What's that? What's going on? The audience on the other side of the stage were surprised. The hobgoblins all stopped talking at the sudden sound. Without caring, I tapped my feet. Hud hud hud. My footsteps didn't just keep the rhythm. I added a different note to each footstep. Aura? When the audience began to recognize some of the patterns in the sound, they expressed their surprise in different ways. The most surprised were the VIPs sitting in the front row. What in the world? Is that sound really produced by aura and not his voice? Right? It's aura. I told you. It was the same even in the street performances. It was that moment that the one-eyed Erica ran out on stage. The dark stage. Like a runner, Erica ran with long strides. And naturally, the audience's attention focused on him.
Young.
The reason their attention focused wasn't simply because of the appearance of the character. Dung. Whenever Erica's foot touched the ground, a new tune filled the air. But before the audience could even break free of their shock, the one-armed Yumur and the one-eared Sokam ran out one after the other. It was the same for them as well. Every time an actor took a step on the stage, a new tune filled the theater. 3 people with 3 different melodies. In this way, the melodies overlapped and the music finally took shape. Oh my God! The audience suddenly went silent. There were a few customers who couldn't help but unintentionally mutter under their breath. There's no way that all of that. They're doing that with aura? That was right. Music, not dialogue. It wasn't a play but a dance. Through aura, I had become a one-man orchestra. Chapter 187. Blaze 2. 3. The sound of drums rang out in a dark space.
Jung.
No, it wasn't drums.
Jung.
Instead, it sounded like the sound of footsteps, but it also couldn't be the sound of footsteps since no one was moving their feet. The actors, who had already been spread out on the stage, one-armed, one-eyed, and one-eared, turned their heads towards the direction of the sound at the same time. Towards me. I crawled onto the stage with flames dancing all over my body. Wagger. Flame Emperor. The actors' shoulders shook.
Keskiviko.
Carcassa. They were trembling in fear. The sound of their trembling was transmitted through the floor, and the actors began to whisper among themselves like snakes hiding in the shade. Sui. Rak. Gur. It wasn't the language of the current era. It was from a long time ago, when they used to pick up acorns below ancient trees. The actors whispered liltingly, their words indistinguishable. Sui. Rak. Gur. Sui. Rak. Gur. The audience was beginning to be unsettled by the whispering. The language of their ancestors from ancient times was not something that these hobgoblins could understand. But they didn't need to understand. The audience held their breath. These green-skinned beasts could feel gloominess and anxiety in the sounds that came from the actors' vocal cords. Sui. Rak. Gur. The actors hovered around me in fear. Sui. With every step I took, my aura resonated to make music. Rak. When my steps slowed, the music also slowed. Gur. And when I grew closer to them, the music gradually intensified. Wagger. My flames spread across the dark flames. That's right. I crawled on all fours like a beautiful savage. I am the Flame Emperor. Gur. Low growls rose up from my throat. The actors who were surrounding me stopped and trembled. I am this world's fire. Aura became my voice, and beast-like growls continuously poured out of my mouth. I am a distinguished person. The stage began to shake, and the air around the audience shook with it. My bloody aura. A strange melody and rhythm filled the air. Swirakkur. The strange music resounded. Swirakkur. Like I was ridiculing the world and insulting everyone in it. Those sitting in the front row shrank back. Envy me. Be jealous of me. Worship me. The only sounds that came out of my mouth could at best be described as hisses. Because words were unnecessary. I did not speak with words, I spoke with aura. This world is just firewood to help me burn brighter. Sui. I crave your envy. I want you to recognize my brilliance. Fire cannot burn alone. Here you, trivial beings, will have the honor of being the firewood that burns endlessly around me. Rak. I laugh at my own success, but I laugh even louder at those who don't succeed. I scoff at your attention, but I scoff even more at those who don't pay attention. Gur. I'm a humble person. I look at everything with indifferent eyes. I look at life with a calm expression. Even my own success is nothing before my eyes. But since I'm more successful than everyone else, I will constantly remind you of my success. Indifferent eyes. Calm expression. And so, your success isn't success. And without success, your hard work and suffering are meaningless. From your greatest suffering to your paltriest success, everything becomes insignificant before me. I stepped forward. My flames burned. Surprised, the actors scattered. They ran away. Wagger. A smile spread across my lips. You all act like people. However, there is only one person in this world. And that one person is me. The fire grew more intense. It swept off the stage and engulfed the audience as well. Hic! A whimper came from the audience. Some of them instinctively used their aura to fend off my flames. I laughed harder, the music intensified. Only I am a person. My flames wrapped around the audience's auras and gently brushed against their throats. Urk! One of the audience members sitting in the front row twitched. It was the warrior who was said to be ranked 21st in the council. He sat with wide eyes, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The theater had become hell. When I introduce my success, I say, it was nothing. So who are you who can't achieve anything? Something that isn't even nothing. Something worse than dust. The Flame Emperor's laugh. The Flame Emperor's arm movements. The Flame Emperor's smile as he looked around the stage. The actor whom my eyes met, Erica, flinched. I love animals who reveal their necks. He ran away. With a scream, the one-eyed Erica ran away. Those who innocently believed in someone and showed that innocence. Those that are soft enough to swallow in one bite. Flames sprouted in front of the escaping Erica. He turned and ran in a different direction. But he was once again blocked by a wall of flames. I was driving my prey. Spare me. Erica's mouth opened and closed. It seemed like he wanted to speak, but all that came out was a squeak. Just like I could make sound with aura, I could also block sound. I snatched Erica's scream as it left his lips and crushed it. Why are you running away? Spare me. Please, don't run. I'm your father. Erica screamed until he lost his voice. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. However, his voice never reached the audience. From the audience's perspective, it seemed that Erica was opening and closing his mouth rapidly while struggling. The audience watched the silent death throes with bated breaths. Child. I walked up to Erica. I won't hurt you. Erica was trapped in a curtain of flames. By moving the walls closer, I restricted his range of movement. Now, Erica could only sit like a child trapped in a small room. Don't kill me. It's fine. Please. The one-eyed child shed tears. Help me, Mom. Then, I opened my mouth and bit Erica's neck. My teeth didn't sink into his skin. Instead, my aura tore through his flesh. Awa! Erica screamed. He howled in pain. I didn't block the sound anymore, so the scream he let out tore through the theater. Ah! Aya! The audience, who had only been watching the struggle in silence, shuddered at the sudden scream. It felt like a murder scene that could no longer be called acting was appearing before their eyes. What? That. Some of them gulped. Some wept. Some in the back row actually got so afraid that they ran out of the theater. However, the majority of the audience remained in their seats, staring at the stage that was engulfed in flames. I am the fire of this world. The hunt didn't end there. In the middle of a hell, I became a bloodthirsty beast that began to search for my next prey. Seeing this, Yumur and Sakam screamed and ran away. Save me. The music flowed. Chasing me. A monster is chasing me. It wasn't my fault. If someone had to be blamed, then it would be the world that allowed me to be born. It was the world that made me this way. People only flowed according to the curves of the world. I was bound to live as I was made, so how was it my fault? Let's dance. Sui rak ger. The whole world is my stage. Sui rak ger. Don't blame me. I'm just like you guys. I'm just a being born into this world like you are. It's just that I'm stronger than you. It is the law of nature for the weak to be eaten by the strong. So you shouldn't blame me. Blame the world. Brilliant flames. I ran wild, spitting fire as I pleased and biting as I pleased. Arak! The one-armed Yumur fell. Then the one-eared Sakam. It was fine. They were just animals. For humans, animals were just meat, so this wasn't murder, it was a slaughter. Yung! The sound of the drums grew louder. Yung! The bloody flames engulfed the theater. Even after the 3 actors fell, my rampage showed no signs of stopping. Sui, Rak, Gur. The audience trembled. They were terrified as they watched my aura dancing on the stage. Up! One of the younger audience members fainted. His head fell onto the shoulder of the person beside him with foam coming out of his mouth. But the person beside him was frozen stiff and couldn't even help him.
Jung.
Just as the music reached its peak, the theater door was slammed open and a group of people stormed in. Stop everything. We are the security force under the Fire River Council. Note: expected this. Experienced and well-trained hobgoblins surrounded the audience. Everyone, stop. Stop everything. We were dispatched after receiving a report of mass murder and arson taking place here. If anyone ignores our orders and moves, they will be arrested without hesitation. And that is just the start. The tension in the air was so thick that it could be cut with a knife. It was only at that moment that the audience, who had been holding their breaths for a while, managed to exhale. Huff, huff, cough. Audience members all over the theater collapsed in their seats. They slid back as if the pressure on their chests had been relieved. Immersion broken. I couldn't help but look at the security force with my eyebrows furrowed. I don't know how serious the report was, but the members of the security force were looking warily in all directions. Rescue first. Where's the arsonist? There are people collapsed on the stage. The hobgoblins rushed towards the actors. When they saw the 3 of them laying on the stage, they mistook them as dead. Of course, there were no deaths during the performance.
No.
Wait a minute. Don't need help. We're fine. One after the other, the actors got up and waved their hands. Where are your injuries? Are you hurt? Is your head okay? I don't have any. I'm perfectly fine. We were told that a mass murder was taking place here. Where is the culprit? Are you being held hostage? What? Erica tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Mass murder? Hostages? Nothing like that happened. The one-armed Humor shouted. We were acting. You crazy bastards. The members of the security force froze. Acting? Right. It was a performance. We are a theater company. The Dog Sound Theater Company. This is a theater. We were in the middle of a play. By the way, I had been apprehended by the officers who thought I was the culprit. I could have easily broken free of their grasp, but I was so dumbfounded that I just let them do what they wanted. The leader of the group turned to me slowly. We were also told that there was a fire. I nodded. Whoosh. Aura rose up from my fingertip. It's my aura. I made it look like fire. They said a beast was biting and killing people. I was playing the role of a dog bastard, and my seniors were playing the roles of prey. Naturally, I had to knock them down during the play. In other words, it seems like someone reported it because we were so immersed in our act. At this point, even the members of the security force knew something was wrong. Compared to their vigilant and stern expressions when they first entered, the members of the security force looked embarrassed. An uproar also erupted in the audience. What's going on? Who reported it? Their reaction quickly intensified. What about the performance? It isn't going to end like this, is it? What happened? It's those damned security force bastards. They always show up to make trouble every day. Mumble, mumble. The complaints began pouring in from all directions, and the expression of the leader of the security force rapidly deteriorated. With a smile, I walked up to him. What should we do? I think that today's performance has been ruined. I'm sorry, everyone. Due to an unfortunate incident, we will have to end today's performance here. According to the security force, our Dog Sound Theater Company was told to stop everything. Please leave in an orderly manner under the guidance of the security company. Oh, by the way, I smiled brightly at the leader. Will you be responsible for the performance refunds? The audience erupted once more. That day, the theater industry in the city exploded. Because of a play that felt so real it got reported. Chapter 188. Blaze 3. For The goblin race had a word that encompassed all things. About 1,000 years ago, this word, which described all their joy, anger, and sorrow, came to life. And it was the word these fairies of the soil uttered whenever they were happy or sad. Sherbal. And today was the day many people shouted it. Awesome! We did great! You bastards! The one-eyed Erica swore as heavily as a sailor. The other actors also complained. That's right. Even if you had to interrupt us, why did it have to be at the climax? It's not enough to only give refunds to the customers. You should give us refunds too. You don't know how much effort we put in for today's performance. And now, thanks to you, all of our efforts went down the drain. The seniors fumed. They were angry that our performance had been interrupted, and that their immersion had been lost.
No.
We have no choice but to move when we receive such a report. The leader of the security force was sweating profusely. It was unfair from the perspectives of the security force members as well. Who could imagine something like that? Even if there were a lot of crazy reports in the world, they couldn't imagine that they'd receive a report because someone had been mistaken about a play. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people either. A total of 5 people reported the same thing at the same time. It was also a report with high credibility. We received 5 reports of murder and arson at the same time, so how could we not send out a team? Hugo? Then are you trying to say it was our fault? Perhaps if you all had acted a bit less realistically. What kind of *T is that? The security force leader couldn't help but make an embarrassed expression as he was criticized by people from a theater called Dog Sound. Everyone, I understand the situation of the security force. We were currently in the security force's main office. The charges had already been cleared, but the investigation still needed to be conducted in an official manner. On one side of the building, there was a sign that said, "Blocking beforehand is more beneficial than judging afterward." Was this the security force's slogan? Nevertheless, we still need that refund. We have to be repaid for our effort. After all, it's not like we can do business by eating dirt. While it's true that the security force couldn't have known, the situation of our theater company is very bad right now. If this performance fails, we might have to close down. Hugo. They had already finished interrogating me. From, can you really make your aura resemble flames? And could you really engulf the entire theater in your aura? To, is it true that you can make music with your aura? Of course, it was all true. I personally demonstrated my aura at the security force's main office. The eyes of all the members stared at me with amazement as if they were thinking, where the hell did this monster come from? However, I smiled widely. As I said before, I understand the security force's situation. So if you accept our condition, we will accept only a small apology fee. Condition? We will give you special seats for free. So please come to our next performance. The actors all turned their heads to look at me. Junior, what kind of *T is that? Note, Dog Sound. It's not enough that they ruined everything already. Now you want to give them special seats for free. I don't think that's a good idea either, Junior. Ego. These seniors really didn't know how to do business. I smiled slightly. Ooh-ha. Tuck. The complaining actors immediately went silent and looked at me with wary gazes. The last week, through the special hell training, the seniors had learned the timing of when to speak and when to listen. Where was I? The invitation for the special seats. The security force members all looked at me with strange expressions. After all, for adult hobgoblins had just gone soft in front of a young elf they called Junior. They didn't know how to describe it. Should they say he looked like a young mafia boss or gangster? In any case, it was not an ordinary sight. Our theater company would like to formally invite the security force. I know you are very busy, but we would appreciate it if at least 4 or 5 people took the time to come. Then we'd accept only a small apology fee. Why? The leader was perplexed.
No.
I mean, if it's okay with you, then we would be happy to. But why are you formally inviting us? I lowered my eyebrows slightly, to appear as pitiful as possible. It broke my heart to see you guys get cursed by the customers earlier. Hugo? Broke your heart? Yes, you guys were just doing your duty as the security force. But it seems you are always criticized by the citizens. That's why I wanted to do something for you. We're all learning, aren't we? I hope that watching the performance will bring you some comfort. The eyes of a puppy in the rain that tickles your heart. That I learned from Raviel was a lethal move that was always well received. It was to the point that I'd received 4 pats on the head in the past. This time was no different. The hobgoblins were visibly moved. Unbelievable. Is he really an elf? Are you sure he's not an angel? I can't believe we made this young man stop acting. Our wrongs are great. You guys trusted people too easily. I started to worry about these children. They wouldn't be able to live in such a harsh world with such a personality. Zombie, you really… Huh? What is it? It's nothing, right? There's nothing I could say to you. Bei Hurayong let out a deep sigh. What was wrong with him? Could Ghost become senile too? In any case, the members of the security force happily accepted the invitation. Even if a lot of them couldn't go because of their busy schedule, they said that they would definitely repay our sincerity. On the way out of the office and back to the theater, I didn't know that Junior felt that kind of admiration in his heart. Yumur murmured. We had been dragged out in the middle of the performance, so we were still wearing the clothes from the play. As we walked with cloth around our waists and black tattoos across our bodies, passers-by on the street looked at us with curiosity. That's right. It was kind of surprising. Until now, I thought Junior was a demon from the depths of Kekerker's stomach. We were all upset because the play got interrupted. But it's embarrassing when we look at Junior. TCH. I clicked my tongue. You guys really don't get it, do you? Seniors, we have received a huge reward. Ugger? It's just a bit of money. If we do a few more performances, we'll be able to get it back. We can even do another one tomorrow. However, what we just did was make bait. The seniors tilted their heads to the side in unison. What's that, Junior? Well, these kids. They were cute. Once again reaffirming that the goblin race was the cutest in the universe, I calmly explained. We have the skills. We also have plays to perform. Now all our theater needs is publicity. And perhaps by tomorrow, everyone in the city will know what happened today. I heard that the security force rushed to the scene after hearing about a fire, but then they found out it was just a play. The aura was so vivid that the audience thought it was real fire and reported it. That's the bait. In other words, it would become a conversation topic. All goblins are potential customers. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, watches fire plays. So don't you think they'd be interested after hearing about aura that was so vivid it was mistaken for fire? I also added more bait on top of that. What if the rumors spread that the theater company who suffered at the hands of the security force invited them to watch their play? Ugger. Indeed. The actors all had contemplative expressions. Are you saying that more people will come to watch? Definitely. That wasn't all. Apart from that, I am an elf. Although you seniors might think it's fine, if we continue on the road to success, there will definitely be goblins who get jealous. Fire painting was a culture unique to the goblins. But a strange elf rookie suddenly appeared and quickly gained popularity. It would be difficult to get a positive response. That's why, even if I have to say things I don't mean, it is a good thing to get the security force on our side now. After all, we are also merchants of acting. And there is nothing wrong with merchants having a good relationship with the security force. Do you understand now? They will definitely take our side if they were to receive another report. Or at the very least, they will ignore the reports that make no sense from now on. Amazing. The seniors were stunned. Sometimes the junior doesn't look like an elf. But when he starts using his brain like that, it shows that he is definitely an elf. Our junior is the most talented person with the heart of a goblin and the head of an elf. If only he had a bit more muscles, then he would be perfect. I couldn't gain that much muscle even if I wanted to. I just hoped that Raviel didn't one day awaken a desire for a muscle man. Gongja, she'd whisper in my ear. It would be nice if you gained a little more weight. Gently. Just a little more. Whispering. I want to see your arms thicker than they are now. I would give billions of dollars to the best trainer on the first floor of the tower without any hesitation. What? Internal muscles? Bullsh*T. Throw it away. Junior is smiling again. Sometimes he would just suddenly smile without saying anything. I have no idea what he's thinking about. Honestly, it's kinda creepy. Scary. It gives me a terrible feeling. So noisy. What do you know about love? Even if they knew love, they didn't know Raviel, so in reality these guys knew nothing about love. Children. There they are. It was then. Ah. The actors have returned. A large crowd had gathered in front of the theater. One of them pointed a finger when he spotted us. Then, the hobgoblins who had been crowding at the front rushed towards us. Thud. Thud. Dozens of huge hobgoblins surrounded us. What's going on? The seniors were frightened. What happened? When is the next performance? A hobgoblin shouted. We bought the tickets with our own money. We are victims of having our viewing unfairly interrupted. That's right. We deserve to have priority seating for the next performance. Tickets. Give us tickets. They were like an annoying group of seagulls. The seniors were stunned. Hugo, wait a minute. Someone squeezed themselves out of the crowd. It was the theater owner. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened, as if he'd suffered greatly at the hands of the customers before we returned. Hook. These guys, it would be better if they asked for a refund. Hook. Even though I said I would give it to them. We don't need refunds. The hobgoblins shouted as one. Right. We don't want refunds or anything like that. Just give us tickets for the next performance. I'm sure you must have others planned. I heard that the special seats are worth 6 times more than the others. Is it possible to increase the number? Naturally, we will pay for it. Tell us how many special seats are left. The theater owner was sweating. They're being so persistent even after I told them we hadn't planned anything else yet. I really can't. Currently, the real power of the theater company was in my hands. Just by dealing with the customers without blindly promising when the next performance would be was already the best I could hope for from the theater owner. Everyone. I smiled and bowed my head. Thank you for enjoying the Dog Sound Theater Company's performance so much. Did you find it interesting? It was more than just interesting. Ugher. It's the first time I've seen aura used in such a way. However, it wasn't just the aura that was amazing. In any case, it was amazing. It was as intense as flames. It really was. The crowd became excited. I bowed my head to express my gratitude, but the seniors' reactions were different. They were even more dramatic. Our acting. That's right. The one-eyed Erica, one-armed Humor, and one-eared Sokam had probably never received such good attention before. Like children receiving Santa's gifts for the first time, they didn't know what to do. The next play is still being scheduled. Unfortunately, we don't have any plans to perform. The Rampant Fire Sword Aegon. That's not possible. We'll riot against the security force. But hearing your compliments makes me want to pay you back even if we didn't plan to. I gave the professional smile created by the Black Dragon Master. Therefore, next Saturday, we will perform The Rampant Fire Sword once more. Oh, that's not all. The Dog Sound Theater Company always puts its customers first. This play won't be open to the general public, but only to those who visited today. It is a special performance just for you. A secret performance. The crowd, who had missed the climax of the play, were ecstatic. Thank you for your enthusiastic support. Now for those who want tattoos, please come one by one. We will paint them for you. The goblins also had a culture of giving signatures. However, instead of signing on paper, they drew patterns on their bare bodies. The actors drew these patterns using soft mud. That's why theaters with famous actors often had audience members who bore the same tattoo. But I let out a loud laugh. In order to receive a pattern from us, you must agree to one condition. What's that? Shout, "Son of a bitch," before you get the pattern. The crowd laughed. They probably thought I was joking. However, I was serious. Flame Emperor, you son of a bitch. Like this? Yes. Thank you. Flame Emperor, you son of a bitch. Thank you. Flame Emperor, you bastard. Ego, you even said something like that. You're awesome. The crowd laughed even louder while exchanging jokes with me and the other actors. And everyone left with satisfied expressions after receiving patterns on their shoulders, chests, and backs. For reference, the pattern I drew was a dog. While also promoting Dog Sound Theater Company, it would also imprint the image that the Flame Emperor was a son of a bitch, truly killing two birds with one stone. Zombie, you really… Huh? What is it? It's nothing, right? There's nothing I could say to a psycho. Bae Hurayong sighed again. The ghost was definitely going senile. I was certain of it now. Poor thing. The influence of the heretic cult weakens in the goblin race. I heard the tower's voice in my head. Returning to ancient times is starting to gain popularity in the goblin race. The possibility of renaissance opens up for the goblin race. The quest, the warring theaters period, the crisis of classics progresses. Current heretic erosion rate is 86%. Now then, it seemed that the tower was also cheering me on. I smiled at the theater owner and the seniors. Everyone, are you ready to become an awesome theater company? Even if we couldn't do it now. When I started something, I made sure to see it through to the end. Chapter 189. Prima Donna 1. Sold out. All seats were sold out again. The reaction to the dance plays was explosive. First, the legendary fire sword dance that was so realistic that even the security force was called. Followed by the burning grave, and even Demon King Estelle. The legend of all seats being sold out continues. The dance plays unfold with the actors' expressions and dance moves. Everyone should also get on board with the new trend. The size of the Dog Sound Theater Company grew rapidly. We hired separate ticket clerks and also increased the number of actors. Nevertheless, it still wasn't enough to keep up with the demand. Welcome. Current heretic erosion rate is 44%. A stage where every hand gesture causes excitement and every arm gesture caused temptation. Where every life becomes a dance. Current heretic erosion rate is 32%. Look at the flames of aura and cheer. I trained the actors even more passionately. Keep your chin up. Your body should always be relaxed and ready. When you're angry, you clench your fists. If you see something you don't like, you frown. Your body has to react to your emotions. The more your emotions and bodies connect, the more natural the aura you create. Now, Peck. When I clapped my hands, the members of the theater company began to move in unison. Good. Next. Peck. The actors moved their limbs according to the choreography I created. Huff. Their hot breath flew across the stage. Huff. Drops of sweat fell from their foreheads. Next. Body movements that the goblins performed in the primitive era. The basic movements that the infernal heavens demonic art had accumulated over the years. Mixing the two together, I taught the actors the choreography. Okay. Next. Thud. With the most primitive rhythm, the deadliest gestures, the hobgoblins moved their feet. The 3 original members were at the head, and the newly joined actors supported them. A total of 24 members danced together in perfect timing. Current heretic erosion rate is 28%. I smiled. Good job. Get some rest. Ugger. I really thought I was going to die. So tired. The juniors' training is too hard. The hobgoblin actors all collapsed. There were complaints coming from all over, but the actors' faces didn't match their words. Their expressions seemed to say that they were happily letting the sweat flow. I wondered if this was enough. I think I should retire soon. Huh? Sonia turned to look at me in surprise. After being possessed by me, Sonia had become a mental body and wandered around all day. He was made happy every day as he watched his body become a famous great actor. Lord Kikeker?
Retirement.
I meant retire from your body. I came down to this era to handle a certain mission. I think the mission will be completed soon. I'll have to give you your body back. You can't. No, you can't. Sonia jumped up. You made it this far and now you're going to retire. It doesn't make sense. They're now called Kekerker, the greatest actor in Guru, the prima donna, the greatest actor in the history of the goblin race, and the first elf to experience such success in fire plays. You can't retire. It's impossible. It's a good thing. I laughed softly. Didn't you say that it was your dream to become a successful actor? Now you've succeeded. You can enjoy a life of success. But are you scared? Sonia immediately shut up. I shrugged. You're scared. Even though this is what you wanted, it was all done on my own, without your skills. You're wondering what will happen if I leave now, aren't you? UK Guck. You can retire too. I gave him the simplest option. The legendary actor appeared like a comet and disappeared like a comet. If you say, I'm not interested in being the top, it will only cause a ripple. In fact, they might admire you even more. Isn't that cool? At least on the surface. If you don't go on the stage, no one will know you changed. I also made a lot of money. Your reputation has skyrocketed. You would enjoy a splendid retirement life. I would. Sonia pursed his lips. However, Kekerker is right. I guess I was just thinking too much. Ha. Then it's fine if I invite your parents to the next concert. Huh? I'm talking about your family. To show them that even after they kicked you out of the house, you became this successful without their help. It's to brag, show off. They said that one of the best feelings in the world is showing off to your family. Why? You don't want to show off to your parents? No, that's not it at all. Then I'll invite them. I took out an invitation and handed it to a nearby ticket clerk. This ticket clerk was also a young elf. When elves reached adulthood and entered society, they would usually run around looking for a job to make money. Please deliver this to the 3-story green-roofed building built on Fallen Leaf Hillside. Chief Choreographer. The young elf, a newbie to society, had a pale face. I'm sorry, but I am not an errand boy. I am a ticket clerk for the Dog Sound Theater Company. I don't know about others, but I'm proud of my job and my company. That's cool. How about 1 gold coin for your pride? You said it was Fallen Leaf Hill? I'll be right back. The elf quickly ran away with the invitation and the gold coin. Sonia made a soft sound. That was all. Sonia raised his arm awkwardly. It was as if even he didn't know why he was lifting his arm. I gave them invitations for special seats. The price will be equal to the food you had before you left the house. It's a price with symbolic meaning. What do you think? Yes, I think that's fine. Sonia looked in the direction the ticket clerk ran off in. And time passed. The Black Dragon Master has successfully completed the quest. News of my companions, who had been silent for a while, finally came in. Unlike the previous stage, we were required to complete a quest for this stage. The Black Dragon Master was the first to beat it. Although she had been pushed out of her rank by me, she was still the hunter who reigned on top of the top guild. She has the experience. I couldn't help but admire inwardly. The very next day, a well-dressed vampire came to visit. Hi! I was practicing with the members as usual. The theater should have been closed because it was practice time, but somehow the old vampire was able to enter. He smiled when he saw me. Is he a crazy fan? Something like this had also occurred some time ago. However, the old vampire's outfit was very grandiose. He stood out too much to be a crazy fan. A black suit, leather boots. He even had a gold-tipped cane and a silver ring on the hand holding it. Customer. I'm sorry, but it's not yet time for the performance. If you want to see the actor's training, you need to make a separate reservation with the owner first. Humph. A long grunt came out of the old man's mouth. With our relationship, I still need a reservation to meet you. I didn't know that. Should I apologize now? His voice was low and carried an old-fashioned, but why was speech so familiar? Subconsciously, I called on my aura and wrapped it around the old man. However, with a tuck, my aura stopped as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. This was impossible if the other's aura hadn't reached a mature level. Black aura flowed gently out of the old man's cane. Wait a minute. No way. Hoo-hoo. An old man with an unfamiliar face let out a familiar sound. I opened my mouth and thoughtlessly pointed at the old man with my finger. Black Dragon Master? As expected. I knew it was you. The vampire laughed like a little kid who had successfully played a prank. No, why? Why do you look like? It definitely is you. People will definitely be interested to know that the Death King possessed an elf. The members who were focused on practice turned to look at them. I thought it would be dangerous. I took the vampire to a dark corner of the theater. How did you know it was me? Also, didn't you complete your quest already? Yeah. I cleared the quest, but I haven't declared stage clear yet. If I go out of the stage now, I'll have nothing to do but to wait until you guys are finished. I thought that would be too boring, so I decided to see what the others are doing. Wow! Amazed, I couldn't help but look at the vampire. No, the Black Dragon Master. For some reason, even though I thought this outfit was flashy before, I felt that it suited the Black Dragon Master. You look awesome. Thanks. The Black Dragon Master smiled brightly. It was a smile that looked exactly like the one I was taught. If you took a picture and showed it to the Duke, I'm sure she would like it. I miss Raviel so much these days I feel like I'm going to die. Someone would think differently if they heard these days. By the way I knew it was you was simple. After moving to the largest goblin city, I simply asked if there was any name that was always popping up lately. And you were able to infer it was me from just that? I just wondered who it would be if not you, Death King. You're the type who takes over all the craziness that happens in the world, aren't you? Those words will get an innocent man in trouble. In any case, I came to see you. The Black Dragon Master peeped out and looked at the stage. Heh, you really became the leader of a theater company. Dancing? Yes. Why? I never knew you were good at dancing. It's only a dance in name, it's more like a martial dance. I copied the moves from martial arts to make the choreography. It's a bit difficult, but I can hold on with aura. Your humility. The Black Dragon Master spoke while watching the members practice. I missed it. The vampire's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Is this a fire play? Yeah. There are a lot of rumors around the city. I wonder how amazing it is to drive the entire city crazy. When is the next concert? I haven't scheduled it yet. Tisk. We have quite a few in our repertoire. This is a bit embarrassing. Would you like to watch the first part of a play called Burning Grave? We made the tower's 10th floor as the background. I'd be more than happy to. Okay, sit wherever you like. I went onto the stage and clapped my hands. The hobgoblins who were practicing the choreography turned to me. Now then, let's begin the final practice for the day. We'll do the group choreography at the beginning of Burning Grave. Did anyone forget it? Good. Begin when I start the music. I slowly started the background music with my music. The members started displaying the movements of the choreography they were familiar with. The children playing in the burning grave, in other words, the fiery mansion. Sometimes flashy. But their movements were unique to the goblin race. The beginning of the fire play ended with the children running away in order to avoid being caught by slave traders. Great job, everyone. You're dismissed. You guys can stay in the theater and practice on your own. Let me know which members want to practice. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Yes. See you tomorrow. I said goodbye to each member before heading towards the seats. In the middle sat the Black Dragon Master in the shape of an old vampire. How was it? The Black Dragon Master was speechless. She was lost in thought. With her hand on her chin, her gaze was locked on the now empty stage. It's amazing. Why did no one think of this before? I'll come back tomorrow. The Black Dragon Master jumped to her feet. Black Dragon Master? Wait, Death King. Even if you complete the quest, don't declare clear. No matter what. Oh, if possible, sleep here tonight. It would be annoying if I came back here for nothing. Transfer. The Black Dragon Master disappeared. I felt the presence above me, and when I looked up, I could see the Black Dragon Master's figure appear for a moment before disappearing again. I was suddenly left alone. What the hell was that? The answer was revealed the next day. The Crusader has successfully completed the quest. About 30 minutes after I heard the tower's voice. Pot. The signature of Black Dragon Master's teleportation appeared once again. And the scene that unfolded before me was surreal. Why did you move so quickly? Splash. A strange sound appeared in a theater made of mud, stone, and wood. The sound of water. Splash. And in the place where the water sound was coming from was a bathtub. As in bathtub you used to take a bath. The mermaid race loses energy without water. How many times have I told you that? If you put me in a fishbowl and transfer. A mermaid covered in gills was splashing around in the bathtub. The Black Dragon Master was comforting the mermaid in the bathtub by saying, "Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong." With a very not sorry expression. A mermaid. 0. By chance. Crusader? Freeze. The mermaid slowly turned her head and we made eye contact. Ha! Crusader, is that really you? The mermaid's tail swayed restlessly in the water. Since it was the water in a bathtub, I was able to see everything. The mermaid's tail, which was fluttering helplessly. Right. It reminded me of a flatfish swimming around helplessly in the aquarium of a sushi restaurant. Sorry. While a heavy silence descended upon the theater, the Black Dragon Master spoke casually. I know you don't want the others to see you like this, but there's something I wanted to show you. You'll probably wonder why you didn't think of this in the first place. Crusader, you went to a music school. Out of all of us, you are the expert. Black Dragon Master. Ha! D. Splash. In an instant, the Black Dragon Master was splashed with bathwater. Chapter 190. Prima Donna 2. So, the movements of mermaids in water were quite intense. The water in the bathtub spilled out, and the Black Dragon Master had filled it up again under the Crusader's orders. Whoever saw this would think I did something wrong. I helped you clear your quest. The Black Dragon Master mumbled. 0. The Crusader sighed as though she was already used to the Black Dragon Master's shamelessness. Why did you bring me here? Is it because you need lie detector? It's not. I don't need your skill. I need your musical talent. My musical talent? The Crusader frowned. The Black Dragon Master nodded. You used to play a lot before you joined the civil militia. You even earned a lot more than your salary, didn't you? Without my exaggeration, wouldn't that mean that it was a waste of money? I don't know why the hell you're talking about that. That's an old story from before I got my title. Listening to the conversation of the two in front of me, I felt a bit bewildered. The Crusader, ranked 7th. Deputy head of the civil militia in charge of maintaining security in Dongxin City. After the Sword Saint announced his retirement, the position of head of the civil militia became vacant, so the Crusader was basically the acting head. I knew that she was a Venezuelan refugee and a graduate of a music school, but that was it. Like my other companions, the Crusader didn't talk about her original past, so I knew very little about the deputy head. What do you mean earned a lot of money? What are you two talking about? It's nothing. A useless past. It's something that most don't know. This person made a lot of money doing jazz concerts. Despite the Crusader's efforts to avoid the topic, the Black Dragon Master spoke plainly. The Crusader gave her a deathly glare, but the Black Dragon Master simply shrugged. When we first entered the tower, there weren't many interesting things to do. There were a lot of people who got into drinking, doing drugs, or other things like that. But whenever the Crusader held a concert, hunters would flock to. Black Dragon Master. I don't know why, but everything we mention that time, she gets angry. So fussy. At that time, the Crusader's nickname was Night Sky. If you say anything else, it'll be declaration of war. Alright. Sorry. This was something I hadn't known before. Before my return, although it wasn't as much as the Flame Emperor, I had been a big fan of the famous hunters. I collected all the magazines that had the Black Dragon Master, Saintess, or Heretic Questioner as the cover models. However, There was very little information on the early days in the tower. Like now, there were still many stories that I didn't know. I delved into my memories. Come to think of it, did I have any pictures of the Crusader? She'd never pampered as the cover model for a magazine. She was a hunter who was responsible for the tower's consciousness together with the Saintess and the Lord of the Alchemy Castle. Was there some kind of hidden secret? Does she cover her face not just for style, but also for a secret reason? The fan spirit in me fluttered after a long time, but I held it in because I didn't want to accidentally violate their privacy. When our eyes met, the Crusader coughed slightly. You still haven't told me why you brought me here, Black Dragon Master. If your goal was just to show the Death King that I'd taken the form of a mermaid, I will also expose your dark history. Oh my, what kind of dark history do I have? Something you write and publish anonymously whenever you have time. Death King. Show the Crusader that performance from before. The Black Dragon Master spoke hurriedly. What was that? Why were there so many secrets that only I didn't know even though we were all comrades? I was really curious. What do you write anonymously? Mr. Gongja. The Black Dragon Master grabbed my shoulders. A dark aura also began to rise up from the Black Dragon Master's body. There was even a strange smile on her lips. Everyone has one secret they absolutely wouldn't let others find out about. Don't you agree? Even the Death King sometimes comes up with ridiculous stories about prophets and such. Did this person know that I was lying? However, I wouldn't question you more than that, because you are my colleague and my comrade. True friendship isn't about what you say to each other, but about what you don't say to each other. That's good. Mr. Gongja, are you our friend? I nodded my head with difficulty. The fingers that held my shoulders in a death grip made something as easy as nodding difficult. Yes. Of course I am your friend. Yeah, my best friend. Somehow, I ended up becoming the Black Dragon Master's best friend. I'd be really happy if the Death King showed the fire play to the Crusader. That made me happy. I couldn't refuse my best friend's request. The Crusader was silent the entire time as she watched the fire play. Early in the morning, the actors were surprised to find a vampire and a mermaid watching their practice. They couldn't help but glance at the large bathtub in the center of the seating area with a mermaid in it. Indeed, the Crusader murmured to herself without paying attention to their gazes. Amazing. Death King, did you come up with this on your own?
No.
Fire plays have always been a thing. Really? What about the music and dance that was mixed in? Not those. I thought it would be nice to introduce choreography and music. The Crusader's eyes gleamed. Why did you think that? Fire plays were birthed from aura. If they learn choreography based on martial arts techniques, they would become more familiar with utilizing their aura. And if they learn to use their aura to make music, they would become more creative. I see. It's a completely different perspective. The Crusader's tail fluttered above the surface of the water. She was probably excited because she'd gotten her own understanding because of it. Death King, do you know how interesting your discovery is? The Crusader's eyes sparkled as she looked at me. It was my first time seeing her like this. What do you mean? You have created a composite art with aura. The Crusader excitedly took a deep breath. Usually, operas and musicals are viewed as composite arts. However, music has always been an unresolved factor. No matter how natural it sounds, no matter how much heart and soul was put in it, music was the one component that had always been separate from the actor. What was she talking about? There is a saying that actors cannot directly interfere with music. The Crusader became more excited the more she talked. Whether it is background music or an in-house orchestra, the music that played in the theater was not done by the actors. They could sing in musicals, but they were limited to just that. I lowered my head in thought. The audience is forced to accept the illusion that it was music unfolding from the story, even though they knew what they were hearing was just music from the speakers. It was a basic understanding. But in the fire play you created, the actors can even play the music themselves. With aura. The Crusader raised her hand. This is an amazing step forward. The Crusader flicked her fingers. Then her aura created a melody in the air. It was more melodious and soothing than anything I'd ever played. Wow! I was honestly amazed. Was this what experts were like? Ah, right. I want to learn music from the Crusader. So I can play for Raviel.
No.
That doesn't matter right now. The Crusader hit her chest in frustration. Something like that. It was too harsh. You need to understand how amazing your discovery is. Death King. Dancing and acting in the music created by someone has its meaning. But being able to supply the music, dance and act with just one person. It's innovative. Imagine a figure skating athlete not only performing smoothly, but also using aura to create music. I'm sorry, but can you summarize it? Damn it. Now isn't the time. After all, if it was just a compliment, he should have just complimented me. Thank you. I wasn't much. I smiled brightly and scratched the back of my head. Unbelievable. The Crusader couldn't help but lift her head and wonder, as she suddenly felt bitter inside. I can't believe that the person who made the discovery doesn't know anything. Death King. This might develop into a trend known as aura art in the future. It's truly incredible. What did you say? I thought the Crusader was exaggerating too much. Isn't it common to strengthen your voice with aura? I'm not saying you created something that was never seen in this world before. It's better to say that you uncovered something that was already in the world, but no one noticed. The Crusader sighed. When all the hunters only thought of aura for combat or strengthening the body, you found that it could also be used as an invisible instrument. Actors can now raise their inner music as much as they want without needing to rely on props or gadgets. It's not just actors either. Musicians, dancers, singers, everyone. And the Black Dragon Master naturally grabbed the Crusader's shoulders and joined the conversation. It'll be something to brag about to the outside world. The Black Dragon Master smiled. The outside world badmouths us every day, saying we're savages who only know how to fight. When we didn't make money, they called us beggars, but the moment we started making money, they only knew how to say vulgar things. Now I want to see what those bastards will say since we've made such an amazing achievement in art. Artists who only know how to make money well. Is that going to become the new insult? Black Dragon Master. I felt mixed emotions. I don't think I need to say this, but the Black Dragon Master is very competitive when it comes to the outside world. Sometimes, it's a bit sad. So noisy. You're only saying that because you don't know how badly our tower is mistreated. Her words were harsh, but her tone was soft. The Black Dragon Master turned to look at me. It was as though she was looking at a good luck charm. With a happy smile, she put her hands on the Crusader and my shoulders at the same time. Death King. Yeah. Crusader. What is it? I have a bad feeling. I want to promote this on a national level. The Black Dragon Master smiled angelically. It was a smile she never showed to her friends. It was the smile she used while doing interviews or taking photos for magazines. I thought about it for a while and realized that the Death King, this child, had adapted what he'd been through into the Fire play. Isn't the Death King or Tower's beloved rookie and most popular star? I think it would be good if we took this, performed it back at the Tower of Babel, recorded it, then spread it across the world. Wouldn't the artists outside be so shocked that they would rush over here to learn aura? The expression of the Crusader, who didn't understand at first, changed. I got several movie offers, but I turned them all down. I think it would ruin the Death King's image if we make a strange adaptation. Movie offers? There was something like that too? From what I can see, the Fire play would be better than a movie. Yeah. It's an art form created by our tower, showing the story of our top star. How could it not be amazing? I was confused. Why was the scale of this conversation getting even higher than I expected? No, wait a minute. I don't. Without a doubt. The Crusader held her chin as she nodded. Her flatfish-like tail also moved smoothly in the water. Our tower doesn't have very much in the way of art. There are many who do things like jazz performances or novels, but we have very few large performances. That's what I'm saying. I've tried to encourage it a few times, but it failed every time. Every time, I can only take movies from the outside and perform them here, but the royalties are enormous. They only pay us more when we make deals on behalf of the tower. Seriously, isn't it disgusting? Let's give it a shot. Aura is something only we hunters in the tower have. Now, we too will move away from being cultural importers and become cultural exporters instead. That's not bad. The Black Dragon Master and the Crusader both turned to look at me. The two then smiled and nodded. Death King, you really are amazing, right? It's clear that the Death King is a genius. What was this? Something didn't seem right. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Are you trying to embarrass me?
No.
We're serious. You know martial arts, swordsmanship, and aura, don't you? And now you've even touched art. I was ranked second for a long time, but I really can't beat you, Death King. Death King, I wonder just how far can go with your talent. No, the tower's greatest genius, the greatest rookie of all time. Talent might be a word created just for the Death King. I can't help but think that whenever I see you. Damn it. Why did the heavens have to put me in the same era as the Death King? I was getting dizzy. Wait a minute. Everyone wait. If it weren't for the Death King, we might not have even been able to defeat the 10th floor by now. Seriously, it was the worst. But thanks to the Death King, we were able to skip over the 30th floor without a hitch. My words exactly. No wonder I lost my place as second in the rankings. There's no point to someone like me being second. As one of the original members of the tower, I'm a bit ashamed. Death King, you are the one who makes me feel ashamed. If you are the sun, then I am a shadow that had no choice but to hide behind something when you started to rise. Crazy. No. Guys, wait. I was really dizzy. He's really cool. Our Death King. I can't believe he's our comrade. Am so moved that I can't help but make it a pride of my life. By climbing the tower with the Death King, I will remain as a legend even if I die, drawing the envy of countless people. It gives me such joy. *T. Awesome. Amazing. Colossal. Death King. He is a legend. It's hard to believe. I really can't believe it. I had difficulty breathing. Thank you. Thanks for the compliments. But that much is... Then should we create an art guild and put the Death King as the leader? Can we borrow the Death King's revered name for a while? Yeah, since that's the case, please stop. I feel like I'm going to die. I also plan to be the vice leader. You don't have to worry. All the Death King needs to do is give his name. We'll handle the rest on our own. We can't cause trouble for a great person like the Death King.
I'm dying.
Right? Please accept this seal. Guild leader. I didn't know what it was, but I accepted the seal the Black Dragon Master gave to me. Thanks, Death King. A lot of money might suddenly appear in your bank account. So don't be too surprised. Use it well. In the midst of my dizziness, I heard a sigh in the background. Such an easy bastard. And Sonia stared at us with an incomprehensible expression. Chapter 191. Prima Donna 3. The Black Dragon Master and the Crusader seemed to have reached a mutual understanding. Death King, let us participate in this performance too. It's been a long time since I stopped composing, but I still have a number of scores in my head. We can incorporate our world's music. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Why were they so eager? Why were their eyes sparkling? They were starting to seem unfamiliar. The music you made is great, but let me be in charge of the music. No, it would be better if you made me assistant director. Then I'll be the screenwriter. Since it's a dance play, should I call myself a director instead of the screenwriter? Senior director? Since it's a new art, I'll need to think of a name for my role. Hugh. I slowly let out a breath. Somehow I'd managed to calm myself down, though my head still felt hot. All right, I'd be happy to have your help with the performance if it would increase the level. It is the cultural heritage that will be ingrained in the blood and flesh of those goblin kids. Right? The Black Dragon Master smiled softly. It was like the sunset on a watercolor painting. I like that about you. Huh. They weren't going to bombard me with more compliments, right? I cautiously looked at the Black Dragon Master, but she only giggled. After finding the correct answer, you take advantage of it. Always. What are you talking about? I mean, you always set up flags and dig up sand first. When watching from the side, it feels like you are full of tricks. I wonder if your soulmate is like that too. Her words were confusing. When she saw the confusion on my face, she laughed. Never mind. Let's pick a name for your guild. That's a good idea. The Crusader agreed. The name is important. As far as I remember, there are only a handful of art guilds in Dunction City. Perhaps there are about 30 jazz performance guilds. There are 26. There is 1 chamber orchestra and 11 quartet bands. The number of guilds that stopped their activities shouldn't be above 50. Even then, most of their members went to other guilds. It's so little, so little. The Black Dragon Master sighed. Can you think of a good name? Well, how about the Raviel Theater Company? I think that's perfect. I can't think of anything good. It's hard to come up with an original name. How about Black Dragon? Me either. How about Order Watch? Wait, weren't they ignoring my opinion too naturally? It was so natural that I almost didn't realize I was being ignored. Raviel has a nice ring to it. If you keep going, I'll name it the Kim Gongja Theater Company. Let's seriously think of a name. The 3 of us put our heads together and tried to think of something. Several suggestions came up. Coming Day, Ink Sound, Babel, Aura. That's not good either. After the name meeting stretched on way too long, the Black Dragon Master finally made a decision. Usually, for cases like this, it is standard to just use the names of the founding members. Let's combine the names Black Dragon Master, Crusader, and Death King to make something nice. We can do that? We should use the Death King's mother tongue. Since he is the founder, we should show him this bit of consideration. The Black Dragon Master asked about my mother tongue. We were all speaking Ukrainian, Venezuelan, and Korean, but it was being automatically translated by the tower. Note: Venezuelan is basically Spanish. Fine. After hearing my explanation, the Black Dragon Master nodded. So we'll take ? From Black Dragon Master? ? From Crusader? And ? From Death King? To make Black Knight? Wow! I felt numb. Black Dragon Master. Hey! Black Dragon Master. Feeling a shiver down my spine, I tapped my companion and new best friend's shoulder. Can you take a look at my hand? It looks fine to me. Why? My hand feels tingly right now. Please stretch my hand. All right, as you wish. The Black Dragon Master grabbed my finger before bending it backwards. Kuak! Is that enough? It's so bad. I jumped up. What kind of theater company would be called Black Knight? It's embarrassing. Shameful. Death King. Your title is Death King. Literally King of Death. Can you still afford to call something shameful? No, you mean Black Dragon Master. Shouldn't say things like that to me. Don't say it in English. The Black Dragon Master grabbed my collar. Do you want to die? You started it first. If you can't do it right, then don't do it. And for English speakers, my name is translated to Queen, not Master. So you're not the Black Dragon Master, you're the Black Dragon Queen. You must be proud. Wouldn't the abbreviation be BDQ? Hey, if I ordered chicken, you think I could get it in 30 minutes? Fine. Alright, let's call in Kim Gongja Theater Company. Black Knight is good enough. I surrendered. Should I say it sounds high class just from the name? I don't think there's any other candidate for theater name that sticks to the tongue quite like that one. As expected of the Black Dragon Master. Not only is her guild the best, but her naming sense is also the best. Black Knight, so good. Let's go with Black Knight. Right? You surrendered right away. The Crusader watched our dog fight with a strange, bitter smile on her face. The mermaid's tail fluttered, sending ripples across the surface of the water. You guys are really close.
I'm amazed.
The Black Knight Theater Company. I would be the guild leader and the Black Dragon Master, and the Crusader would be deputy guild leaders. It was a guild founded jointly by the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th in the rankings. It had quite a luxurious composition, even if its arts. With this group of people, my lips subconsciously curled upwards. Perhaps when the guild officially launched, the world would go crazy. I was starting to find this interesting too. I wonder how people will react. Ha! Me too. The Black Dragon Master grinned like a naughty child. Even though she currently had the appearance of an old vampire, her playful smile suited her well. I bet a lot of people will be upset. Naturally, we'll keep it a secret from the others too. Let's invite the old man when we have our first performance. I really wonder what kind of expression he'd make. All of a sudden, I got the urge to see the Black Dragon Master make that smile with her original face. I wasn't sure why, but I just felt that it would look cool. Fine. I smiled too. Fine. We talked all night about the performance we'd have. The play that we decided on was Raviel and Kekerker. According to the Black Dragon Master, Kekerker was too strange, so the name was changed to Heart of Silver. The main character must be Duke Ivantia. There's no room for argument. Instead of choosing characters and letting them appear, let's display the Duke's psychological changes with the choreography. We should portray the moment of falling in love dramatically. We'll turn the stage into a ballroom. We'll also cover the stage in white rose petals and have the actors dance upon them. That would be pretty. Everyone was excited. Several empty wine bottles lay beside us. We were having the meeting while drinking. The moment they fall in love, the flowers being stopped on by Princess Ivantia will change from white to red. 1, 2, 3. That way, a red bridge will be created on the White Sea. The Death King would have to walk step by step in order to cross over the Flower Sea to the Ivantia Hall. The Black Dragon Master got up. I can't do this anymore. I like this too much. I want to start on it right away. Is there any place with nice flowers around here? We look for them with teleportation. Let's go. The Black Dragon Master and I got into the Crusader's bathtub, and we all held hands. The three of us were transferred somewhere. We didn't know exactly where we were, but it didn't matter. It was a place where white flowers were in full bloom. We followed the scent of the flowers while walking around the foot of the mountain. It was night. Beneath the bright moonlight, the flowers released their fragrances. There were valleys with yellow flowers and ridges with purple flowers. We smiled for a moment before beginning our search for white flowers. Good. We laughed like drunkards. Do you realize we're flying in the sky in a bathtub? Humans are born from water. You've lost your mind. We're drunk. This is bad. We can't let people from the tower see this. We stopped at a meadow. It was filled with white flowers that were bowing their heads because of the wind. As soon as we landed, the Black Dragon Master swiftly left the bathtub and took off her shoes. This is more than enough, Death King. Ha. He became a fool. Crusader. Right? The Crusader smiled helplessly and raised both arms. Her fingers grew closer. Slowly. A bit more slowly. As her fingers stretched into the air, the Crusader's face became expressionless. Music filled the night sky. The Crusader's fingers danced in the air. It was as if an invisible piano was laid down before her. The flowers shifted. Every time he touched an invisible white key, the aura in the night sky vibrated. As expected, your skills didn't rust. So noisy. You need to understand your possessiveness for your lover. The melody became intense. The sound of the piano buried our words. The chatter subsided and only the vampire's laughter could be heard over the music. It's been so long since I've heard Libertango, too. The Black Dragon Master stepped on the white rose petals with her bare feet. The petals beneath her turned black. The Crusader's fingers seemed to awaken the night. The Black Dragon Master's footsteps dyed the flowers. Different colored aura flowed from the petals as though they were bleeding. A dance according to the melody. One step with each gesture. Like this, black footprints spread across the white flower field. Death King. Pretty. You look stupid. I like white. Ah, you're pretty quick for a half-wit. So noisy. The sounds of our laughter, music and footsteps melded together. The Crusader hummed. I really like the tower. The Black Dragon Master spoke while she danced. I wish I had come here sooner. Then maybe my father would have lived with me. I like the tower too. Don't be so slow, Death King. The scent of the black flowers was dizzying. You can't always be slow. You're right. Can we live well? Yes. I want to be happy. Forever. We're friends. That's right. Everything's gonna be all right. MHM. The old vampire grabbed my finger. Let's dance.
Kim Gongya.
If you thought life was a single-player game, it just meant you hadn't found someone to play with. Round and round we danced. The white flowers that the Black Dragon Master stepped on turned black. The petals crushed beneath my feet turned red. Very red. Black and red ripples spread out as we danced, and soon the white field was filled with black and red. The Crusader played the piano and slowly opened her mouth.
Lascia ch'io pianga, mia cruda sorte, e che sospiri. La libertà. E che sospiri.
0.
La libertà. Punto. 3.
The tower swallowed the Crusader's song and didn't spit it out again. It was just left alone in the night air. We were 3 people who were left alone in the night, bewitched by the wicked white flowers, and collapsed. My eyes didn't reopen until late in the afternoon. The sun shined brightly. The Crusader laid in her fish tank, occasionally flapping her tail, and the Black Dragon Master had fallen asleep with her nose buried in a rosebud. In other words, they were people who'd gotten completely drunk. Yua. Holding my head, I shakily got to my feet. Sonia was standing before me. Lord Kekerker. His voice was serious. What is it? Yua, my head hurts. That alcohol was so bad. I would like to personally act in the next performance. I raised my head to look at Sonia. An unknown desire shined in his blue eyes. I want to be like... No, Sonia said. I want to live like you. Chapter 192. Prima Donna 4. Words of resolution. I had waited for those words. I roused the aura in my body, and my drunkenness slowly faded. I'm coming to my senses. In our tower, if you're not alone, then it's not polite to stop drinking till you're drunk, was common sense. But while I loved this drinking courtesy, it would be rude to listen to Sonia while drunk, especially for such a serious matter. My clothes, what the hell? Why is my top a mess? How drunk did I get last night? Maybe it was because it had been a while since I last drank. Sorry, Sonia. Would it be okay for me to wash up before we start talking? I want to hear what you have to say with a clean body. If you need to.
Ido.
Anyone who intended to confide an important resolution to me deserved to be treated with respect. There should be a stream nearby. I'll wash up first, so can you wait a bit? Yes. Sonia answered in a slightly strange tone. I went to the stream and washed up. I had spotted it the night before while riding in the bathtub. As I immersed myself in the cool pool, the rest of my drunkenness faded. And after reciting the complete Infernal Heavens demonic art in my head, I got up. Let's sit and talk. Yes. Sonia and I sat facing each other. You want to act in the next performance yourself? Sonia nodded. That means you want to continue as an actor instead of retiring. Yes. Can you tell me why? Sonia took some time to think about it. It seemed that he was choosing his words carefully. Looking at the determined face in front of me, I suddenly had a thought that was completely different from the current situation. I'm just like the director. Whenever a child wanted to confide something to him, the director always prepared thoroughly. First, he made sure his body and mind were calm. As soon as I woke up, I immediately got rid of my drunkenness and washed myself, something that reminded me of the director. Right. I patiently waited for Sonia. It's not that I hate the thought of living like that. As I dried my hair with Aura before continuing to dry it in the sun, Sonia opened his mouth. In fact, I really like this free windfall. Yes. Neither my family nor my race can ignore me. The gold coins in my coffers are amazing. Thanks to Lord Kekerker, I can live happily for the rest of my life. But Sonia turned his head slightly. The Black Dragon Master and the Crusader, who were still in the flower field, were talking in their sleep. The Black Dragon Master was muttering things that didn't make sense like, you have to start slowly, while the Crusader continuously groaned the same thing. No, it's a misunderstanding. No, it was a mystery exactly what was starting or what was a misunderstanding. They were my colleagues, but sometimes they were really interesting. Yesterday made me certain. Sonia looked at each one of us in turn. You all were drinking, dancing, and talking. I felt your life. I felt that I wanted that life. No, I desired to have a life like that. Sonia's hand on his lap clenched. I don't know why I found life in just the sound of your breathing and talking, but I want to be in it as well. I want to go on stage too. Like you all. I want to be beautiful too. I nodded. I had also been in the same situation as Sonia. So at that moment, I understood Sonia's resolution the most. I will help you. I opened the civilization store. Purchased dream appearance. Note: poor Sonia. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 6,602 race points. Until now, you have been watching me for a closer spot than anyone else. You saw my choreography, acting, and how to use Aura all in real time as if you were in a class. Theoretically, I have nothing more to teach you, so all that's left is for you to gain experience. Yes, but before I help you, there's something I'd like to ask. I gave him my kindest smile. As the young master of the demonic cult and the successor of the Infernal Heavens demonic art, it was a necessity to have at least this much style. Sonia, how many days can you survive without food? Silence fell. The elf, who was born to a rich merchant family, tilted his head to the side. Huh? That was a good response. It took less than 30 minutes for Sonia's cute expression to be broken by a scream. 5. After the hellish training, it was finally the day of the performance. For me, it would be the last performance I directed in this world. But for Sonia, it would be his debut performance. The quest, the Warring Theaters period, the crisis of classics progresses. Current heretic erosion rate is 11%. The quest for this stage was progressing smoothly. The fire playstyle I created, the so-called dance play, had already begun to spread around the city. It was no longer just dog sound. Other theater companies had begun to sneakily ride this trend. Now, even if I didn't do anything more, the quest would be completed. Yeah, it's my first time watching from the audience's perspective. I smiled happily. Below me, customers filled every seat. It really feels different. How about you, Black Dragon Master? Aren't you nervous? Why would I be nervous? The Black Dragon Master flicked her hair to the back. She looked relaxed, but she couldn't hide her clenched fists. Holding back my laughter, I turned my head. The Crusader looks completely fine? I've been on the stage many times and I used to run a jazz bar, so I've gotten used to it to an extent. That doesn't mean I don't feel some nervousness though. You ran a jazz bar. That's an old story from the second year after we entered the tower. The Crusader smiled bitterly. In the past, I wanted to make a living by doing jazz. Luckily, people liked my music. Heh! For reference, the Black Dragon Master was no longer a vampire, and the Crusader was no longer a mermaid. We were floating in the air and looking at the show in our original forms. All three of us had left the person possession. I proudly opened the jazz bar that had been my dream in the outside world. In many ways, it was a great experience. The Black Dragon Master tilted her head to the side. You told me not to talk about those days. Why are you suddenly telling Death King about it? I changed my mind. Humph. You've always been back and forth like this. What was the name of your jazz bar again? I can't remember. Little Venice. Ah, right. It was Venice. You really messed it up. The Black Dragon Master snickered. You borrowed money from some bad guys. You owed them a lot of money. I heard about it while drinking with the mafia. They said they'd found an S-class pushover and hit the jackpot. Fix it. That's why the civil militia always struggles with funding. Well, we were able to have a good relationship because of that. Ah. I pointed to the stage. Shoo. I think it's starting. The Black Dragon Master and the Crusader immediately shut their mouths and focused on the stage. The Black Dragon Master wrote the script, the Crusader composed the music, and I did the choreography. All three of us worked very hard to direct it. The first collaboration between us three. The actors stepped onto the dark stage. The Black Dragon Master trembled nervously. She hadn't trembled when she climbed the walls of the Egypt Empire and gave a speech to the soldiers. So it was a bit surprising that she'd be nervous at a time like this. I lightly grabbed the Black Dragon Master's arm. Death King. Yeah. Why are you holding my elbow? It's standard to hold hands, but Raviel's hands are the only hands I'm allowed to hold. It's kind of embarrassing to hold hands with friends. But it would feel like too much to put my arm around your shoulder, wouldn't it? So I compromised with the elbow. Ha! The Black Dragon Master let out a short laugh. You really are crazy. I think that's a minority opinion, Black Dragon Queen. Seriously? The Black Dragon Master sighed. Nevertheless, as she watched the performance, her face was much more relaxed, and she was no longer trembling. Gosh, I guess everyone is still a bit inexperienced with using aura. It's still pretty good. You can't expect them to be on our level. It seems a bit hard to perform both the music and the choreography at the same time, but the music is better than expected. At least it's not so bad that I can't listen to it. We whispered among ourselves. I could also hear the whispers of the audience below us. Hugo, doesn't this feel worse than usual? Is it? This is my first time. I'm not really sure, but the aura feels weaker than usual. It's a subtle difference. As expected. The audience noticed it immediately. It was the absence of my influence in the performance. Until now, I had always coordinated with the actors while on stage. I used my aura to fill in any gaps in their performances and directed the music. But in this performance, the actors were doing the choreography, using their aura and making the music without me. Huff. Hop. The one-eyed Erica, the one-armed Humor, and the one-eared Sakam all danced to the best of their ability, while also barely releasing the portion of the melody assigned to them. Of course, Sonia was the same. I could see every drop of sweat these children shed. It's fine. I clenched my fist. Everything will work out. Kids. You all are ready to succeed. Hang in there. The murmurs in the audience grew louder and louder. The most disappointed ones were the regular audience members who enthusiastically followed the Dog Sound Theater Company. What is this? Something's not right. Those kinds of words were coming from all over the room. The three of us all gulped silently. The climax of the performance was approaching. All of the actors stopped moving. The music that they were playing with their aura also stopped. The dark theater was immediately engulfed in silence, which shocked the audience. Before this shock could develop into anything else, Raviel Ivansha, played by Sonia, opened her mouth.
Lascia, ch'io pianga.
Accompanied by a red aura, a song rang out loudly. As soon as the song escaped from his lips, the audience flinched. Sonia recited the song he learned while vomiting blood.
Mia cruda sorte
It was impossible for me to teach him to use aura on a similar level to me in such a short period of time. So the three of us put our heads together to come up with another idea for a performance. For the first time in our theater, a scene where one actor sings alone was introduced. Good. I couldn't help but whisper when I saw the reactions of the audience. It's working. It's working. Our theater company was famous for not having lines. Sometimes the actors made sounds while they danced, but it was usually nonsensical things like woo and hook, or primitive expressions with deliberately obscure meanings. No one in the audience expected an opera's aria.
La libertà.
Sonia had the ability to turn this unexpected twist from displeasure to pleasure. It was only through extensive teaching and training that this moment was made possible. A lone elf sang in the darkness.
La libertà.
The hobgoblins witnessed the aria in shocked silence. We could see our success in their eyes. What a relief. Yeah. Although we used a trick, it was a situation where we had no choice but to use tricks. Even if the overall level is lowered, if the climax is worth it, then they can overcome the situation. I can breathe easy. We happily continued to watch the performance. Current heretic erosion rate is 10%. Successfully lowered the heretic erosion rate to 10% or lower. Quest cleared. Just in time, I heard the tower's voice telling me the quest had been completed. I looked at Sonia and the other actors for a bit longer before getting to my feet. Let's go. Already. I'm satisfied with seeing those kids do well without me. If I see the audience start applauding them, I might end up crying. We should go now. I never would have thought you had weak tear glands, says the Black Dragon Queen who cried on the 11th floor. Do you think I wouldn't hit you? The Black Dragon Master and the Crusader also got up. Although it was a bit early, and no one could hear us, we gave the actors a round of applause. On the stage, the aria ended and the dance resumed. It'll be okay. I looked at Sonia, who was sweating profusely and doing his best. Farewell. And I declare stage clear. The three of us spoke almost at the same time. The Black Dragon Master declares stage clear. The Crusader declares stage clear. Stage clear. Just before my vision faded, I saw Sonia look up above the audience. He was looking at where I was floating. It should have been impossible, but it felt like I made eye contact with Sonia at that moment. You have cleared the 34th floor. Your compensation will be settled after entering the 35th floor. Chain layers in progress. You will be sent directly to the 35th floor. White light covered us. Chapter 193. I didn't mean to do that. 1. The light that obscured my vision faded. The three of us appeared in the pure white space once again. The Black Dragon Master, the Crusader, and me. It was nice to get an unexpected gain in this stage. The Black Dragon Master stretched. She clasped her hands together and leaned to the side in a pose that reminded me of the guys from the badminton club warming up on the mountain behind the village. I want to hurry back to Dunction City and establish Black Knight first. That'd be hard. We have to attack up to the 40th floor consecutively. I know, really? If the rumor that the Diva of the Night Sky was returning, it wouldn't just affect 1 or 2 people. There are a lot of kids who miss listening to the Crusader's piano. I haven't fully decided yet. The Crusader tapped the Black Dragon Master on the shoulder with a bitter smile. What is it? I told you not to call me by my old nickname. Besides, it hasn't been confirmed whether I'll go on stage or not. I'll need to ask my person for permission first. Note: my person blush. That's not permission. That's a sanction. The Black Dragon Master clicked her tongue. I'm telling you, your lover is also pretty sick in the head. They're so obsessed. I mean, who tells their significant other to wear a helmet all the time and not let others see their face? It's cute. A desire for monopoly like that is so lovely. Ugh, look at this. You're a nut job. Just as the Black Dragon Master sighed heavily. The venomous snake, who leads the Oni race, has declared stage clear. The Sword Saint, who leads the human race, has declared stage clear. 0. Our companions that we hadn't seen in a while arrived one after the other.
Yo.
It's been a while. The venomous snake waved his hand at us. Anyone who saw this would just accept it as a greeting from their colleague. But for me, who'd received the teachings of Emperor Ranabel, I found it hard to accept a greeting like yo. It was sad. I really didn't want to know. Everyone declared stage clear as if you planned it beforehand. Hey, did the three of you sneakily create an alliance? Well, we made something that's much more exciting than an alliance. Huh? Really? What is it? It's a secret. The venomous snake was brimming with curiosity, but neither the Black Dragon Master nor the Crusader was willing to satisfy him. If we were to hold a straight-face competition in the tower, they were the two that would probably compete for first place. In the end, the venomous snake was not able to get any of the answers he wanted. No **T. What is this? When did you three become so close? Damn, I feel left out. At the same time, the Sword Saint looked at us with a faint expression.
Surprise?
Sorriness? Regret? His expression was hard for me to read because of his mixed emotions. The lady who walks through the mirage appears. While we had our conversation, the constellation in charge of the stage sneakily appeared. As always, the lady had a sleepy expression as if she had just woken up from a nap. Is everyone here? Anyone missing? We nodded. Right? Well done, everyone. To be honest, no one lost in this stage. All of you kids completed your quests. If it was possible, no one would be eliminated from this stage. She seemed troubled. The lady continued to mutter. I don't like nitpicking the small things, but Mula, the Tower Master, is a perfectionist. I'm sorry, but this means I'll have to pick the one among you with the worst performance and eliminate them. Let's see. Of course, it won't be the Death King. Excuse me. The Crusader raised her hand. Does that mean that one of us will be eliminated? MHM. Please tell us why. There are many reasons. I wish I could tell you everything, but I also have prohibitions. MMM. Originally, I could do what I wish up to security level 6, but now, why does it feel like I can only talk about things up to security level 3? Suddenly, the lady turned to look at me. Actually, it was someone else that caused this. That's right. I recalled the lady's identity. A being with higher authority than the constellations. The tower's pillar. I had faced the pillars before, when I accepted the starving ghost to my side, and when Raviel obtained the A Returner's Lover skill. After the 30th floor, the theme is self-awareness. One of the pillars opened her mouth. The Black Dragon Master, who loved the tower more than anyone else, responded immediately. Theme? Self-awareness. Now, I'll only accept one question per person. The lady smiled softly. This is your reward for the 34th floor. Since you kids are unique, you'd like this as a reward instead of racial points, right? The eyes of every hunter in the group lit up. We lived in the tower, but we were ignorant of it. Why the tower suddenly appeared in our world. Why towers had different structures on each floor. There were many hunters who were filled with curiosity, but had no way to find answers. This was because there was no one to give them the answers. But such a person had now appeared in front of us. You can ask from the lowest ranked to the highest. And you can't discuss with each other beforehand. If it's something I can't answer, I will tell you honestly that I can't. Then you'll get to ask another question. Silence fell. We exchanged gazes. The condition of us not being able to discuss with each other stopped us from talking. The Crusader looked at each of us before nodding. What is the meaning of the tower's existence? That's a pretty broad question. The tower is a world. If I were to tell you the meaning of the world, that would be pretty philosophical. Is that what you want? It's not. Then please elaborate more with your question. The Crusader thought for a moment. I want to know how the towers are built. There is a tower in our world. But there are some worlds without towers. Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was like that, and Tales of Summerwin Academy was like that too. So how are the towers built? You're suddenly stabbing at the core. Can I tell you that? I think I can tell you. The lady stretched out a pale hand. Shook. The ground cracked open like tofu and a pillow came out of it. Holding the pillow with peach symbols in her hands, she slowly opened her mouth. There just needs to be someone living the unhappiest life in that world. Ha! Please understand if any of my answers seem ambiguous. As I said, my security level has been lowered. However, anyway, the tower is built by the owner. The owner lives on behalf of the life of the unhappiest person in the world. The tower is built in a world that the owner has already lived in and passed. Worlds without towers are those that the owner hasn't passed by yet. What? Next. The crusader tried to ask more questions, but the lady resolutely turned her attention away. Next was the hunter in 6th place. The venomous snake. The viper frowned. The unhappiest person that you mentioned. What determines that? Yeah, that's a bit tough. Unhappiness has a very large spectrum. Sometimes it's hard to determine exactly who is the unhappiest. The lady smiled. So he has to live many lives. Next, the count, who was ranked 5th, and the heretic questioner, who was ranked 4th, had been eliminated. Therefore, the next in line was the Black Dragon Master. After hearing the unexpected answers, the Black Dragon Master looked sharply at the lady. What is the theme you mentioned? For beings like you, is the tower just an amusement park and we, the various attractions struggling within? Ah! The lady burst into laughter. Huh! That would be amazing. I would be much more relaxed too. Well, to answer your question, that's not it. That's not in at all. The theme is similar to the aim of an exam. The aim of an exam? MHM. For example, a person develops over the course of their life, don't they? It's often said that people raise their children, but people raise children and raise themselves at the same time. You gradually learn about yourself. In a similar sense, the theme for the 30th floor is self-awareness. That's all. Why are you giving us tests? Next. The lady turned to look at me. What would you like to ask, Death King? I looked at the lady hugging her pillow in front of me. There was nothing like this before I returned. To be precise, it didn't appear. Before I returned, I had never seen the name, the lady who walks through the mirage, in any of the strategy guides. There wasn't even a mention of it. The lady appeared because of Hamustra's fall. Hamustra had said that she was quite the high-ranking constellation. Since Hamustra had fallen, the lady had come down to fill his spot. And Hamustra fell because of me, so it's highly likely that it's my fault the lady appeared. If that was the case, then I decided on what question to ask. Why do you favor me so much? It was pretty strange. The lady slept all the time. It didn't seem like she worked at all. And as the lady herself said, I was the one who caused this. Even if she didn't have bad feelings towards me, it shouldn't have been possible for the lady to favor me so much. The lady frowned. It appeared that I had asked a question she didn't want to answer. There are too many listeners right now. I'll tell you the answer later. Next. Wait a minute. Next. The lady determinedly passed my turn. I had no choice but to close my mouth. The sword saint, who was finally given his turn, asked a question. What is at the top of this tower? The memories you've experienced so far sparkle like beautiful treasures. Sorry, I'm just kidding. In any case, I can't answer that question. If I answer that, Mulagaga. Nail. The lady gripped her pillows tightly. Seriously. In any case, the owner of the tower will be really angry. Understood. Then, who is the strongest swordsman you know? For some reason, Bei Hurayang straightened his shoulders. He was shaking and showing off his presence. Was he trying to send a message in Morse code or something? F-F-N-T. However, in a heartless blow to both of them, the name the lady said was completely different. The Absolute Sword Master. It was an answer without hesitation. In terms of strength as a swordsman, there is no one who can match the Absolute Sword Master, Zaku. No. Perhaps I'm being a bit too strict? Phew. In any case, he is the duke of a kingdom and a noble who has the right to not be punished when he kills someone as long as they're not a member of the royal family. In other words, he's strong enough to kill anyone. In terms of skills, what's the gap between that person and me? That's meaningless. The lady spoke bluntly. A skill gap can only be discussed when the levels are similar. The sword saint's eyebrows twitched. It's not even worth discussing? MHM. Don't let your pride be too wounded. The absolute sword master is the first duke. He's an old monster that's been alive for more than 2,000 years. I probably shouldn't call him a monster. He's more like a natural disaster. I don't think you'll ever meet that person though. So don't worry. Crunch. The sword saint clenched his fists. Not just me, but my other companions were also a bit shocked. It can't even be compared. He was an old man who had thrown away all of his worldly possessions and status and jumped into the tower. With nothing but his sword, he honed his skills and as a result, ignored everything else. Even if he didn't show it on his face, his pride was clearly hurt. Now then, while I give the Death King his answer. Everyone, please wait for a bit. Pack. The lady clapped her hands. Then, my companions were engulfed in white light and disappeared in an instant. They had probably been sent to another place. In the blink of an eye, the lady and I were the only ones left in the white space. The lady hesitated for a moment before looking me in the eyes. I didn't know why this person, who was a pillar that stood above even constellations, was like this to me. Why are you like this? The lady put down her pillow.
Sorry.
And then she suddenly kneeled down and hit her forehead to her pillow. I was startled. What are you? I'm really sorry. Death King. The lady just shouted as she hit her forehead to the pillow. I am the pillar that gave the Flame Emperor his skill in the past. What? My body that was bending down to lift the lady froze. That, the golden skill the Flame Emperor had. Death King, you got it. No way. Are you talking about Returner's Clockwork Watch? MHM. Right. That. I was actually the one who gave that skill. What was this? So I think I'm a bit responsible for him burning you to death. Only a little.
No, UMM.
I'm really sorry. Crazy. No, how do you know that? Chapter 194. I didn't mean to do that, too. So what happened was... should I just show you?
Yeah.
That would be better. The lady hit her head with her palms. It was a rather unsightly scene. At the same time as she did that, color began to spread in the white space. The surroundings began to change like VR. By the way, this scene. I wasn't sure why, but it felt familiar. Is this the hunting ground on the second floor? That's right. I finally recognized it. After all, before my return, it was a place I visited every day when I was living as an F-class hunter. It was also the place where I got rid of Yasuha before he became the Flame Emperor. Then I heard a familiar voice in this space. Damn. How many times do I have to die here? A man with black hair tied in a ponytail. Yasuha. You would think that if he didn't swear every time he opened his mouth, a rash would grow on his tongue. His cursing was so blatant that one would want to wash their ears after listening to him talk. Damn it. What kind of life is this? I'm getting sick and tired of chasing after these guys. Damn. Yasuha, who had been embodied in VR, began chasing slimes. Hey, dude, can't you just stand still? The slime ran away and Yasuha chased after it. The hunter had the appearance of a beginner. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't have been higher than F-class. How long ago was this? It was a long time ago. From your perspective, I guess it would be before your return. The lady answered without removing her hands from her head. 0. At that time, the Flame Emperor had only reached the second floor like you. He hadn't awoken his skill yet. By the way, before she could finish her sentence, a blonde girl appeared in the VR. It was the lady who walks through the mirage. While humming a tune, the lady skipped through the grass. Her pace was relaxed as if she was only taking a walk in a park. What the hell? Why is a brat in a place like this? Yusuha noticed the lady's presence immediately. Hey, brat. He walked behind the skipping lady and grabbed her by the collar. Regardless of if the lady only looked like a child on the outside, such an act was extremely rude. Nevertheless, Yusuha lifted the lady by the collar as if it was natural. What are you doing here? The moment their eyes met. Congratulations. The lady smiled brightly as she held up a sign with both hands. The sign had the words, Golden Goblin Lottery written in crooked letters. The first person to find and catch me is given a golden skill. You are really lucky. Today you are the luckiest person in all of the towers. What is this? This crazy kid. If you check your status now, you will see your golden skill. Bye now. The lady disappeared after that, as if to say that her business had been completed. Now Yusuha was the only one left in the grass. What the hell? The VR illusion ended there. The space I was standing once again became plain like a page of drawing paper. The lady, who looked exactly the same as in the image, was still banging her head in front of me. I looked down at the back of the lady's pretty head. I still don't understand despite seeing it. Please explain. I sometimes hold Golden Goblin events. It's kind of like a game. I appear in any tower and walk around randomly, and the first person that catches me. You don't just give away golden skills, do you?
No.
Well, kind of. This is crazy. It was ridiculous. My mind was blank. The thing that suddenly came to mind was a distant memory of when people asked the Flame Emperor about his secret to success. He would frown. Sir Flame Emperor, please summarize the secret of your success for aspiring students. Please advise them. If you were meant to succeed, you'll succeed. That was what the Flame Emperor always said. That's all. I have nothing more to say, so please stop following me. Before now, I'd always thought it was just a remark made from arrogance. But what if he'd managed to catch the Golden Goblin by chance and obtained an EX rank skill? He couldn't tell anyone about it. Even if he did say it, he would simply be taken for a crazy person. He literally had no choice but to say, if you were meant to succeed, you'll succeed. Why did you do that? There are two reasons, one is very personal and the other is very public. Which would you like to hear first? Let's start with the public reason. Among the pillars, there are bystanders and interveners. I'm an intervener, one of those who actively intervenes with the children climbing the towers. As part of that role, I hold many events, and the Golden Goblin is one of them. And the personal reason? It's a lot of fun. So that's why you hit your head. Yeah. I finally understand why I was treated so well by such a high-ranking member of the tower. I was a victim who had been murdered by the Flame Emperor, Yusuha. And the skill that made the Flame Emperor successful returner's Clockwork Watch was nothing but a skill that had been given by a pillar for fun. In other words, so it was just victim compensation. It's not like that at all. My head hurt. I always wondered why that guy Yusuha had such a good skill. However, it turned out to be something like this. It was like a story of a frog that had been killed by a rock that had been thrown for fun. I'm really sorry. TCH. I let out a sigh. So that's why you were sent down here? As punishment? There's someone with the authority to do that to a pillar. That's right. Mula. The Tower Master ordered me to come down and regain my senses. Experience all the prohibitions. Right now, compared to my true form, my physical strength, force, intelligence, charm, and everything else is much weaker. Isn't it too much? The Tower Master is a great and wise leader. A really great and wise leader. It was a brilliant judgment. In any case, I would like to personally reward the Death King. Whenever a meeting is held, I secretly support you, but that's not enough, is it? I tapped my chin. I don't need to be compensated for the Flame Emperor issue now. Thanks to Yusuha's returner's Clockwork Watch, I was able to make full use of, I want to become just like you. I had been able to live a successful life, and I was happy to meet Master and Raviel. Hey, zombie, what are the pillars that you guys were talking about? As I pondered silently, the ghost behind me talked. Bei Hurayong had been with me through all my struggles, except for when I met the pillar. There's something like that. I'll explain later. Ah! After seeing the floating Bei Hurayong, I changed my mind. You're right. The lady should compensate me. With what? Should I give you a bunch of race points? I'd like that too. But no. I shook my head. Please show me how the kids lived after I left. Ha! Sonia, Erica, Sakam and Yumur. The kids that I touched. I want to see how those kids lived after I disappeared. If possible, I'd like to see Aberka and Gork too. My kids later lives. I wanted to see it. Very badly. The lady slowly raised her head to look at me. Her eyes contained kindness as she looked at me. Death King, you're really greedy. Yeah. All right. I can do that much. The white space was dyed once again. Soon I was able to see my kids' faces. 2. Sonia didn't stop acting. It's fine. Since I left, Sonia suffered from countless bad reviews. It was said that his skill in using aura dropping significantly or that his skills were no longer comparable to what he'd shown before. Sonia's blood plays were never satisfactory enough for the goblins who had become more sophisticated after witnessing something extraordinary. It'll be okay. But Sonia didn't stop. He practiced until his fingernails broke and his toenails crumbled. You can do it. Sonia became less talkative. Except for when he was performing or rehearsing, he rarely opened his mouth. His attitude was decisive, as if he couldn't live unless he was on the stage. Beside the Sonia were the one-eyed Erica, the one-armed Yumur and the one-eared Sakam who, we just have to think about it like we're starting over from the beginning. The theater Kimpabi's reputation fell, but the actors didn't care. At first, the dance plays were novel and shocking, but now, the audience has gotten used to it. That's all. Don't be discouraged. If we continue performing, we will receive their praises once again. Ugh. A washed-up theater company. Despite receiving such an evaluation, the actors continued to do their job silently. Erica's long-lost mother returned. It was difficult for the two people, who had already lost the chance to share their lives together, to develop a mother-child relationship. Nevertheless, Erica allowed his mother to come into his life and they ate together occasionally. Most of the money Yumur earned while working as an actor was sent back to his hometown. The situation of the village hadn't been good since almost all of the young people had been killed. But thanks to Yumur's donations, the village was able to tide itself over until the next generation grew up. Sakam learned that his previous master's family had fallen. As he wasn't one to miss such an opportunity, Sakam hurriedly ran over and threw a silver coin at his old master, who had become a beggar that sat at the side of the street. He then left happily under the old master's blank gaze. Time passed. Sonia's face was now filled with wrinkles. Sonia, who had spent all of his life on the stage, still had clear eyes. His life had been small, but it had filled a small place. Note. Would you believe it if I told you this was the first time the author used a pronoun female for Sonia? It's a bit late to change it now, so I'll leave it as is. As he sat alone in the empty audience seats, he looked at the theater stage, where there was no part that his feet hadn't touched. I lived a good life. Sonia's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stage, reflecting on the way he danced like a shadow upon it. I wish I was a bit kinder to people. Sonia closed his eyes. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Lord Kekerker. Then the scene changed. Unlike the delicate Sonia, the hobgoblin that appeared was as large as a mountain. A warrior who had been recognized as the strongest in goblin history. The #1 chairman of the Fire River Council. There is no reason for me to rule anymore. Aberka stood at the top of the world for more than 20 years after I left. Countless warriors had challenged him in that time, but he had never been defeated. The undefeated fighter. One day he announced his resignation. I will now step down from my position as chairman and only focus on the path of martial arts. The hobgoblins protested. They were now beginning to get used to Aberka's iron fist ruling, so they couldn't help but be shocked when he announced his abdication. But Aberka held firm. I even feel like it's too late. You go. It wasn't hard for me to stabilize the situation with the snails or suppress the continent. I've already completed the things I set out to do 20 years ago, so I will now live for myself. Don't worry. I'm not going to come back. I'm cutting all ties with the world. Where are you going, Chairman? I'm not going anywhere. Aberka grinned. I'm waiting for my daddy to come. After that, Aberka left Guru and climbed a mountain. It was the Spirit Mountain, the most rugged and treacherous mountains on the continent. In this place, a blizzard raged all year round, and it was at the very top that Aberka crossed his legs and sat down. Daddy comes to the world every few hundred years. In his quiet meditation, he muttered, "As I am today, I would only be able to last for another 150 years. I need to go beyond my current realm." There was a hint of joy in Aberka's voice.
Come, Daddy.
I'll be waiting for you. The blizzard engulfed Aberka. The scene that was supposed to end there continued. The lady didn't revert the scenery like the last time. 1 minute passed, then 3 minutes, but the cold winds of Spirit Mountain continued to blow around me. Hey lady, MHM. I think I've already seen the end of Aberka's later life.
No.
The lady smiled brightly. It's not over yet. The lady's smile carried a hint of playfulness. No way. I felt my heart thump in my chest. Even though I had a feeling, I couldn't easily accept it. Do you mean that he's still alive? Aberka, when we parted, I clearly remembered that child's smiling face which seemed to say, I'll definitely live for a long time. Naturally, I thought he'd died. Aberka had already become a legend in the goblin race. But what if Aberka had managed to succeed in reaching the rejuvenating body stage? Did he really manage to survive? A voice shook slightly without me realizing. When she saw me like that, the lady's lips curved slightly. MHM, you want to meet him? The next stage. On the 35th floor, I decided to meet the child I wanted to see the most. Chapter 195. I didn't mean to do that. 3. We were ready to enter the next floor. In the last stage, everyone had successfully completed their quests, which made it difficult to determine who would be eliminated. But one of our companions chose to withdraw on their own. If you have to pick someone no matter what, then pick me. The person who lifted their hand was the Crusader. When I considered protesting against her choice, the Crusader shook her head. It's fine. One of us has to head down to the first floor to set up Black Knight anyway. And I don't feel comfortable leaving the civil militia for so long. Also, I'll say this now. I don't want the mermaids to become the hegemon of the continent. It's enough for me as long as they can live peacefully. This was just like her, who would donate most of her income to an orphanage. Humph. The Black Dragon Master seemed to think differently. Is that really the reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it just that? I think you're just starting to feel lonely. The Black Dragon Master smiled like a Cheshire cat. In any case, I'll leave the establishment of Black Knight to you. If any of my guild members try to bother you, just tell them. The cafe run by the witch in the semi-basement. 1. Located in the alley after the three-way intersection. When they ask what the menu is, say, pumpkin latte with no ice. Is that the Black Dragon's secret code? MHM for this month. It shouldn't have been updated yet. Your tastes are still as unique as ever. The Crusader shot a bitter smile at me. Sorry for leaving the attack team first, Death King. To make up for it, I will lay the foundation of the guild well. On the day you return after clearing the 40th floor, everything will be ready for you. If you're really sorry, then could you do me a favor? Of course. Tell me. When this attack is over, please teach me music. The Crusader's eyebrows rose, and she let out a soft ah. So that's what it was. Do you want to play it for Princess Ivantia? Yeah. When I confessed to Raviel, I promised that I'd learn to play music. Great. Jazz is love. The Crusader smiled as if that made her feel much better. Since you're such a romantic lover, you'll definitely need to learn to play music. I'm not very good at teaching others, but I'll do my best. Then I'll be in your care, teacher. We shook hands. I'll leave it to you, Gongja. With a smile, the Crusader disappeared in a flash of light. The Crusader has been eliminated from this stage. The lady who walks through the mirage settles the points. You have received 1510 race points. You currently have 7,112 race points. The Crusader's points were distributed to the rest of the group. Since the races were basically our children, these points could be called child support. So it would be better for me to use these points not just to help the goblins but all the races. However, the safety of the race isn't that urgent right now. I clenched my fist. There was a child who had waited hundreds of years to meet me. Wait for me, Aberka. White light engulfed my vision as we moved to the 35th floor. Daddy is coming. Right after entering the era of the 35th floor, I begged the Black Dragon Master to help me. Hurry! We have to go to the highest mountain on this continent. You're not treating me like a taxi, are you? I will always respect you from the bottom of my heart. You didn't even deny it. With a sigh, the Black Dragon Master agreed to my request. It was much faster to use the Black Dragon Master's instant transfer than to wander around as a mental body. Is that it? After crossing the sky for a long time while using the clouds as stepping stones, we finally arrived above a mountain range. The high mountains. The deeper we went in the mountain range, the white the peaks became. I think this is higher than the Himalayas. The Black Dragon Master looked at the mountain range with a solemn expression. Just looking at it makes me shiver. Hey, are you sure your apostle is here? That doesn't make sense. The lady showed it to me in an illusion. This was definitely the place. I looked around. He must be nearby. Suddenly, I had an ominous feeling. There was a 150-year gap between this stage and the previous stage. Maybe Aberka hadn't managed to survive those 150 years. My heart began to ache. If that was true, then it would mean that I had missed my last chance to reunite with Aberka. Clench. When I thought about Aberka, who had endured this solitude for more than 200 years, I subconsciously clenched my teeth. It's all right. I instinctively lifted my hand to my shirt. In my chest pocket was a handkerchief that carried the scent of a blue rose. 0. Even if you're gone, I'll bring you back. We landed on the highest peak. As I searched the peak carefully, I contemplated how I would get Raviel's permission to return. I stretched my aura as far as I could, but I couldn't sense any signs of life. Death King. However, something caught my eye. There. In the direction the Black Dragon Master was pointing, a mummy sat cross-legged on the ground. My breathing stopped. The mummy was completely dry and it looked like nothing but a shell, like the corpse of a cicada that died and fell on the ground. I couldn't feel any signs of life from the mummy. I was late. My chest tightened. I was too late. The mummy's face was severely wrinkled, but I could still feel Aberka's traces. His expression was calm. The heavy winds blew his hair. I couldn't even shed a tear when I looked at the face that seemed to have cast aside all the troubles of the world. Sorry. Just as I stretched out a hand to touch the mummy. Daddy! A familiar sound entered my ears. I stopped stretched and turned my head. Ugger! It was a voice that seemed to have experienced all the vicissitudes of life. The voice, which seemed like it would burst into laughter at any moment, flowed across the snowy mountain and entered my ears. It's really you, Daddy. Aberka stood tall in the pure white snow. The rugged mountain range continued to stretch over this child's shoulder. Since this was the highest point in this world, there was no one else who could share this atmosphere with us. You dash. I opened my mouth. Aberka? You're finally here. It's been roughly 365 years and 7 months. Daddy. You even brought someone I've never seen before with you. Oh my God. I looked back and forth between Aberka and the mummy as if I'd seen a ghost. What happened? When I saw this mummy, I thought you died. Ah, you mean this? Aberka walked towards the mummy with an indifferent expression. It's a corpse, but also not a corpse. After all, in order for caterpillars to become butterflies, they have to first endure the prison-like cocoon. This is my cocoon. Aberka stretched out his hand and tapped the mummy with a finger. Then the mummy seemed to lose its support and collapsed. My mouth fell open when I saw it collapse like a bag of skin onto the snow. Skin? After immersing myself in meditation for 60 days, I reached enlightenment. Ugh. At that time, a dreamlike landscape appeared in front of me, and as soon as I stepped into it, I began living the dream. Aberka was talking about something I'd never heard about before. In that dream, I was born into a prestigious warrior family. However, I was born with a constitution that made it impossible for me to practice martial arts. Even though I was the eldest son, I was scorned and ignored for not being able to use aura. Ugh. In the end, I was able to win the position of family head through politics and schemes. Tijdash, that's a very detailed dream. I think that was probably my previous life. Because of my weak body, I fell ill at the age of 26 and died. When I woke up from the dream, my original body cracked like a shell. Aberka smiled brightly, revealing his fangs. Originally, I'd planned to keep it as a souvenir, but it doesn't matter now that Daddy has returned. I want the joy of our meeting to be the only evidence of my weight. Seeing you again has already filled me with joy. Aberka! The tip of my nose stung. This child had grown up so beautifully. Death King. The Black Dragon Master tapped my shoulder. As heartwarming as your little show is, haven't you noticed something strange? We aren't using any items right now. The Black Dragon Master's gaze was solemn as she looked at Aberka. We're not using animal possession or person possession. We're still in our mental forms, so the natives of this world shouldn't be able to see us. So how can this kid see us so easily? It was only then that I realized this. How can he do it? No one should be able to see us in our mental forms. This was something that we'd proven countless times in the 31st to 34th floors. However, Aberka talked to me as if it was natural, and had even noticed the Black Dragon Master as well. More importantly, I definitely searched the surroundings with my aura and didn't find any signs of life. It was bizarre. I looked into Aberka's eyes. Aberka, how can you do it? Ugh. Aberka stretched his neck a few times. The sounds of his bones popping resounded. After reaching enlightenment and breaking free from my present life, I began to see things I'd never seen before. I saw the ultimate truth about the world. And by recognizing the truth of the world, I became a being that was comparable to the world. I wasn't sure what this child was talking about. My brain has a habit of going blank whenever I hear something I don't understand. I didn't understand anything that Aberka was saying. Hey, what are you talking about? To put it simply, this is what I mean, Daddy. Aberka then snapped his fingers. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, is looking at you. Note: in chapter 175, Gongja told Aberka that attacking him was a sin against heaven. What? The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, is delighted to be reunited with you. Oh my God. I stared blankly at Aberka. I felt like someone had hit me in the back of the head with a shovel. Why dash you? There are many mysterious principles in the universe. The smile on Aberka's lips continued to grow larger as he looked at me. Seeing Daddy's lost expression, I can't help but feel that all my hard work has paid off. How is it? As far as I know, there is no other being in this world that has or will reach a higher level than me. I have become the strongest warrior of all time, both in name and in reality. No! I couldn't believe that a hobgoblin had ascended to become a constellation. I knew he was a genius, but I didn't think it would be this exaggerated. By the way, Daddy, my son, who had become a constellation, let out a hearty laugh. We can have our conversation later. Today is the day Daddy and I finally got to meet again. Don't you think we should resolve the regrets of the past 350 years first? Right. Yeah, you're right. Although it hadn't been that long from my perspective, for Aberka, it was an incredibly long time. The joy that parents and children felt when meeting each other after a long time was much better expressed through gestures, not through talking. I opened my arms wide. Come, Aberka. Although I'm much smaller than you, Daddy will gladly give you a hug. Ugger. Then I won't hold back. The constellation, the musclehead, who dreams of sinning against heaven, is requesting to duel you. Huh? Get ready, Daddy. Aberka clenched both of his fists. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, and charged towards me. The mountain range shook with every one of Aberka's steps. The snow atop the highest peak collapsed and poured down, and the heavy winds reversed and soared into the sky. Wait a minute, son. Wait a minute. 350 years ago, I suffered an unexpected defeat, but today will be different. Aberka sent forth a punch. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, lets out a roar. At that moment, the sky began to shake. Chapter 196. Room and Board 1. Out of all the constellations I'd fought so far, the strongest was without a doubt the Devil King of Fall Rain, a demon saint who built a mountain of corpses with a single sword. The tip of his sword dyed the continent red with blood, creating a river of blood that flowed from the mountain, carrying the heavy scent of blood. Ku-ha-ha-ha. But that internal ranking was bound to change today. As expected of Daddy, you're as slippery as a loach. A fist brushed past the tip of my nose. Boom! And I heard a loud roar as the air shook from its violent momentum. Oh my God! Just the wind pressure alone was almost enough to send me flying. Son? What is it? Daddy, do we really need to do this? I cried desperately. It's been so long since we last saw each other. So we should sit down and have a fun, relaxing conversation. I'm having a lot of fun right now. Are you trying to kill your daddy? If Daddy dies, then it means your skills only amounted to this. In that case, you shouldn't blame me. You should blame your own weakness. An explosion came behind me. When I looked back, I saw the peak of a mountain collapse after being struck by Aberka's aura. Crazy. While I wouldn't dare compare it to Master State where she could cut the very world with her mind, his destructive power was terrifying. What would happen to me if I got hit by that fist? After deep consideration, in which I compared the hardness of my skull to the mountain peak, my calculations came up short. Spare your daddy, I screamed. Neighbors, there is an ungrateful child here who's trying to break his daddy's head. His daddy was the one who taught him how to use aura and even passed on his infernal heaven's demonic art. But now this child is ignoring his daddy's grace and trying to kill him. That's me. I will show filial piety with my fists. After letting out a shout, Aberka took a stance. It was a stance that was very familiar to me. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. Aura rushed in from all directions to devour my body. My eyes went wide. His skill at manipulating aura was completely incomparable to the past. Ho! Bei Hurayong let out a soft sound. At almost the exact same time, my sense of perception slowed considerably. Bei Hurayong's voice became a soft hoo in my ear, and I counterattacked before the snow and wind could snatch the end of his exclamation. I'll lose if I keep running. I roused the aura in my body. If I let down my guard for even a second, I would lose without any chance to fight back. Could that work? As time passed slowly, a plan formed in my mind. I can try. My action was much faster than my contemplation. I stepped forward. Bang! The snow beneath my foot scattered. My aura then seeped into the broken snowflakes. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. I did not respond to Aberka's attack. Instead, I dominated it. In the end, the way the infernal heaven's demonic art burned was dependent on the caster's memory and image. Even if it was broken into dozens of different branches of attacks, it could still be destroyed if one understood which branches in the caster's image were hard and which were soft. The direction changes depending on how much you understand the technique. I quietly observed my opponent's attack. In my eyes, the gestures of the aura flames were vivid. Aberka had chosen 2 branches of attack. Let's compete. The first breath. The first thing I extinguished were the flames that were rushing wildly. The pain of hunger. It was an attack that contained the screams of a child. It's standard procedure. I swiftly controlled the technique. I recalled the gestures of a mother listening to the screams of a child in front of her. The pain and suffering clashed. My aura wrapped around Aberka's and twisted it like it was strangling it with both hands. The direction of attack had reversed. The second breath. Aberka's gaze became fierce. He immediately realized my intention to fight with our understanding of martial arts instead of just strength. Daddy still likes to do distasteful things. Aberka mixed aura into his voice. If an ordinary person heard it, Aberka's words would have sounded like a single syllable without meaning, but had been compressed severely by aura. Only in our infinitely slow, extended time could be spread out. It was a technique that required a fairly high level of skill. You're treating me like a strong but stupid wild boar. Note, musclehead is basically muscled pig in Korean, right? Only those with a sufficiently high skill level could listen to our conversation. If you don't want to lose, you should untangle your infernal heaven's demonic art first. I hate this. I'm going to beat Daddy with the technique. Then, I'm going to flatten Daddy's nose and roll you around till you feel like you're in hell. Then I'll finally make you acknowledge me from the bottom of your heart. Instead of learning how to use your aura well in those 300 years, you instead learned how to talk nonsense. You should just stay quiet and lose to me. Yugo. Yugo was a goblin word that had many meanings, like no, never, that's distasteful, get lost, you son of a bitch, and many others. I waited for more than 350 years. I won't lose again. Whether it's 300 years, 3,000 years, or 30,000 years. The third breath. I began to take control of Aberka's infernal heaven's demonic art. It was like I was coloring a sketch that Aberka had drawn, or, to be more precise, like I was adding my own improvisations to Aberka's music. This daddy has no intention of handing over the position of leader. Since Aberka portrayed the image of a starving child, I portrayed the image of a parent feeding their child and letting themselves starve. Which one would express the more painful hunger? Which hunger was better suited to carry everyone's screams? The two swords of starvation combined to form one technique. Son, what is it? Now that the family has been formed, we can have our conversation. I brushed Aberka's authority aside with the back of my hand. I didn't push it forcibly. Instead, I was able to avoid the attack after predicting its path. Hitting it with the back of my hand was simply the last movement needed for me to dodge. Yugo. Aberka rushed towards me. It's a desolate job, especially for the members of the demonic cult. For those who intend to learn from the pain of the world, it is necessary to enter the cult. The infernal heaven's demonic art is the determination to embrace that pain. We live among the people. Every time Aberka swung his fist, mountain peaks collapsed one after the other. But none of his attacks hit my body. Rumble. With the two of us at the center, avalanches occurred in the east, west, north, and south. Like the petals of a blooming flower. A blood flower. The blizzard collapsed. Oh my God! About 20 steps away from us, the Black Dragon Master muttered blankly to herself. I wasn't sure if she was shocked by the tremendous power Aberka displayed, or if she was admiring the way I was dealing with him. Nevertheless, I didn't pay any attention to her and instead continued to talk to Aberka. It's necessary to be careful. Otherwise, our demonic cult would become an art exhibit for pain. For all to view as they please. An art exhibit for pain? I'm saying we shouldn't compete to see who feels more pain. Instead, we should watch over each other so that pain doesn't become a power for us. I know you're not that kind of child, but I'll still tell you this anyway. The fourth breath. I successfully dominated all of Aberka's attack branches. Although Aberka was still able to move his body, the path that his aura could take was extremely narrow. Kauhape. Aberka gritted his teeth. His red aura burned fiercely, trying to forcibly open a path, but I skillfully grabbed the end of the flame and dragged it where I wanted it to go. If you endure the pain alone, then the people around you will become dry and twisted. The more precious they are to you, the drier they'd become. I want to tell you to stop, but what if you objected and said that you can bear the pain of the world? If pain was what made one a person, then you would be the only person. I felt that Aberka was following my words, but I wasn't sure. Nevertheless, I continued to wield my flames. It might have been too early to give him this advice, but as the Black Dragon Master said, it was better to be too early than too late. Don't make your loved ones suffer just because you're doing it for the world. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Find companions. Persuade others with your will. Since you gained enlightenment after climbing the mountain, it is time to go down the mountain. Find someone to entrust your heart and mind to. Talk to them a lot. If you aim to become a person, become persons with them. A person. You're already there. The fifth breath. I spread my aura. Look, child. My eyes shined as I met Aberka's gaze. Like mirrors reflecting each other, our eyes reflected each other endlessly. Why do you think I said all of that to you? Aura exploded. It wasn't my power. This torrent of aura came from Aberka. I was just the one controlling the flow. It's because I want to share the same sky, and I painted an image I'd long dreamed of with the red paint. Aberka was the infinite paint, and I was the brush. The same aura control method, the same demonic arts, and the same image descended on the white mountaintop. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First law. Burning grave. The sixth breath. The surrounding landscape changed. Red aura swirled around, creating various shapes. Candles. Lit candles on candlesticks. There was even melted wax dripping from the candles. The gorgeous floor and stairs. Even the various decorations embroidered around the mansion. Everything appeared. Wait a minute, this place? The Black Dragon Master was shocked. This place felt familiar. Hundreds of candles burned. The shadows of aura hidden between each candle and candlestick. Cackle. It was a familiar sound. A sound that was reminiscent of dripping wax. Wanna play hide and seek? Who? With us? Suddenly, the scene collapsed. In terms of time, it had probably only lasted for about 3 seconds. Even with Aberka's ridiculous amount of aura and my exquisite usage of aura, there was still a limit. It was difficult for us to maintain objects, sounds, and an independent space. But we had done it. Even if it was for almost an instant, I had successfully recreated the fiery mansion. Aberka looked around, mesmerized. The scenery had already returned to that of the mountaintop. But everyone there knew that what we had just witnessed was not a hallucination or delusion. Aberka. I recalled my aura into my body. This is the truth I told you about 363 years ago. It's not just about showing an image with aura. It's about using your aura to make the image descend. I'd passed the infernal heaven's demonic art down to Aberka. He then spread it to the other goblins and it developed into fire plays. This was all so that I wouldn't have to walk this path alone. No matter how hard I try, I would never be able to maintain it for more than a second. My aura would run out in an instant, and it would collapse before I could even take 10 steps. Even when you and I did it together, we were only able to maintain it for 3 seconds. But what if we added 12 warriors? What about 24, 200? No, what if 1,000 goblins did it together? Aberka imagined the scene I just mentioned. His eyes shined as if he was actually seeing it. Usually, such a thing would be impossible. But the goblins have been sharing their images for hundreds of years, polishing them. We are the only ones in this world capable of doing that. We are musicians who share the same sheet music. That? Aberka opened his mouth. But it's a song about pain. It would be beautiful. Ugger. It would be beautiful. I was getting excited. So go down the mountain with Daddy. I smiled brightly. Even if we sing about pain, our lives will still be joyful. That's weird. How could that be possible? Because Daddy is a good guy. You're a good guy too. Daddy acknowledges you and you acknowledge Daddy. The person who always does their best and works the hardest acknowledges and likes me. So how could I not be joyful? I stretched my right hand towards Aberka. I'll be happier because of you, and you can smile a little more because of me. Let's go down. My sinner. Aberka grabbed my right hand. You have created a new skill. Suddenly, the tower's voice rang out in my head. Creating skill card. Chapter 197. Room and board, 2. 1. A rectangular card appeared above my left hand. It was a skill card that I was now used to, but what I wasn't used to was the color of the card. Violet? Purple? The color of a skill card was determined by the level of the skill. Ranks F to C had the same color. They were often joked about as being poop-colored. Most hunters had poop-colored skills, but they were also hunters who cried because they didn't even have that much. Ranks B and A were silver. These skills were commonly called jackpots. For rank S and higher, the color was gold. It was usually hard to even find hunters who had gold skills, so it highlighted just how amazing my companions were. But I'd never heard of a purple card. This couldn't be an error, right? I looked at the words engraved on the card. Plus, Infernal Heavens Formation. Rank, undetermined. Effect. This is a formation made based on the Infernal Heavens demonic art. This formation embodies an image shared by the casters. The more casters that participate in the formation, and the more proficient the casters are in the Infernal Heavens demonic art, the clearer the image shared, and the stronger the power of the formation. This formation has not been proven to be effective. You are the one that created this skill. It is up to you to showcase the potential of the Infernal Heavens formation. When enough data has been collected, the rank and description of the skill will be revised. Currently, the skill level is undetermined. Plus, I finally understood why the card was purple. It was like a trial period. The skill hadn't been tested yet, so the card color was purple. So there was something like this. Awesome. I was startled. A. Hurayong had pushed his head right beside my face and shouted loudly right beside my ear. What the hell? What's with you all of a sudden? I've never seen a purple skill card before. A. Hurayong's eyes shone brightly. Hey, so I was able to see something like this too. It's a good thing I became a ghost instead of choosing to die quietly. It's just a different color. Why are you making such a big fuss? Zombie, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you think this is weird? If it were you, would you make the trial card for skills that haven't been tested yet purple? Usually it would be white. Now that I heard that, it did seem a bit strange. That's true. Purple wouldn't be set as the default color. Usually. Exactly. Maybe the tower owner likes purple. Just as I was thinking about the tower owner, who was shrouded in mystery. Daddy. Sorry. I got distracted for a while. It's fine. Aberka shook his head. My right hand was still being held by his. Instead, I feel that there's a need to explain the current era to Daddy. After all, there must be a reason why Daddy appeared now of all times. Something big is happening on the continent. Something big. That's right. Or perhaps I should say that something big is happening in the entire world, not just the continent. Aberka smiled as he said those mysterious words. There are rumors that a new continent has been discovered. It was at that moment that the quest appeared. You have received the quest for the 35th floor. The name of the quest appeared in a window in front of me. Age of Discovery. 2. A new continent. This new world was first discovered 24 years ago. I've stayed on these snowy mountains for 350 years, but occasionally, I would go down to the city to find out about the affairs of the world. An ocean race captain was the first one to find land that wasn't on any map. The ocean race took the form of mermaids. They mainly lived in rivers, but there were other subspecies. That mermaid wondered what the end of the sea looked like. At the same time, they had the ability to make their curiosity a reality, and the courage to stake their lives on their abilities. Please support me. The mermaid captain spoke before the admirals. The goblins dominate the land because it is inscribed into the very bones of their race. The elves are in charge of many things, so they deserve to control the gold coins. But the water is the only domain for mermaids, so there should not be a single place that we don't know the depth and current of. It was a speech without logic. but the admirals swept their tails in agreement. We will provide you with a ship and 40 sailors, including a vampire. Note, how do mermaids use ships? Submarine? No. Thus, the legendary voyage began. I wasn't sure how to say it, but perhaps their thinking was freer because they lived in water. It felt like the mermaids were behind all of the unusual developments in the world, including the discovery of sea salt. What happened to the captain? His dream came through. After 16 months of sailing, he discovered a new continent. Aberka's tone became softer. But on their way back home, he was eaten by a killer whale at sea. No, that was so pitiful. It happens surprisingly often. Hugo, the number one cause of death for mermaids is crocodiles. Second is killer whales, and third is drowning. Mermaids can drown? I don't know the exact details either. The shroud of mystery thickened. While we were having our father-son conversation. You guys, transfer. We heard a sigh from nearby. It was the Black Dragon Master. She turned her head and looked at us. While treating another person as a means of transportation. Transfer. Can you not just casually talk to each other? Transfer. Don't you think I'll get annoyed just listening from the side? Transfer. The reason the Black Dragon Master was saying transfer in the middle of her sentences was we were currently riding the instant transfer bus. I was being held in Aberka's large arms, and the Black Dragon Master was beside me. Thanks to this, we were able to stably repeat instant transfer. From a distance, we probably looked like a kangaroo and her joeys. Hey, you're giving us a comfortable ride. You might be comfortable, but I'm not. Transfer. Do you know how annoying it is to use a skill nonstop? Transfer. It's fine since we're like family now, right? Since we're closer now. Can I call you Nuna asterisk? Since I've entered the tower, I haven't been close enough with anyone to call them Nuna. Asterisk. Should I use Nuna or Big Sis? You're the type to endlessly take advantage of those close to you. Transfer. Beneath our feet, the sea spread out endlessly. That's right, the sea. No matter where we looked, not to mention land, we couldn't even see a rocky reef. In our sights, blue stretched endlessly towards the horizon. We were literally cutting across the ocean towards the new continent. Note, for those confused like I was, seas are part of an ocean usually partially contained by land. Don't call me Nuna. I hate it. Then should I call you Your Majesty? The Black Dragon Queen. Our Death King is so funny. The Black Dragon Master smiled brightly. For a moment, I felt like she would smack me across the ears. I won't joke around anymore. Smart choice. Transfer. If you really want to change the way you address me, then call me Senior. Transfer. I'll let you do that much. Ah, fine. Senior. It's fine for you to call me Gongja too. The Black Dragon Master didn't respond. She just turned her head and looked forward. With an expressionless face, the Black Dragon Master quietly said, Transfer. Silence naturally fell. As I listened to the sound of the crashing waves, I checked the quest window one more time. Plus, Age of Discovery, difficulty, a mission goal, exploration, adventure. A new continent has appeared for the 7 races. The new route pioneered by the mermaid race has attracted the other races as well. I want to live somewhere else. In every era, there are those in the world with this dream. A desire that seemed impossible to fulfill, a miracle that had never appeared, and an excitement that could never be felt. Explorers board ships with the hopes that they'd find what they hadn't obtained on the other side of the ocean. But the new continent is only a new world for the 7 races. Others have already created their homes on that land and are living there. Currently, the feud between the natives and the explorers is on the brink of exploding. Perhaps a one-sided massacre is about to take place. Invasion, coexistence, or maybe expulsion. The 7 races are in danger of extermination. It is up to you to guide them. However, failure to deliver could result in the destruction of one or more races. Plus, massacre, extermination. Those ugly words poked at my eyes. That was why we were hurrying to the new continent. Are those kids really slaughtering the natives? I don't know. Transfer. The Black Dragon Master spoke. However, it is possible. Even in the outside world, massacres took place whenever new routes were pioneered. Transfer. The people of this world might not be like that, but transfer. Our children won't always grow up in the way we want. No matter what, we have to prevent a massacre. I'm rooting for you. Ugger. Aberka slowly opened his mouth. There's something there. Aberka pointed to the horizon. I couldn't see anything at first, but since I trusted my child, I used aura to strengthen my eyesight. Something was floating in the open ocean. A ship. It was a huge ship. I furrowed my eyebrows. Black Dragon Master. No, Senior. There's a ship over there. Let's go check it out. Why? Because I can see the ship, but I don't see the crew. Transfer. It seemed the Black Dragon Master had also spotted the ship. She quickly brought us to the deck. When we set foot on the boat, we all noticed something strange. The people here. The Black Dragon Master looked around. Are all asleep? The sailors were collapsed on the deck. The sailors were made up of several races. Most of them were Oni or mermaids, but there were also a few humans mixed in. Nevertheless, all the sailors, regardless of race, were asleep. I walked over to the helmsman, who was asleep beneath the ship's wheel, and held his wrist. It's malnutrition. I used my aura to inspect the condition of the sailor's entire body. He is showing signs of severe dehydration. It should be about 4 or 5 days since he last had any water. He doesn't seem to be injured, and his head is fine. I'd become very familiar with dehydration when learning the Sword of Thirst of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Just to be safe, I also checked a few more sailors, but the results were the same. Malnutrition, severe dehydration, and this, no matter how I look at it, they're simply asleep. The sailors breathed in a smooth, comfortable manner. They hadn't gotten drunk or fainted. They were just sleeping. Did you try to wake them up with aura? Yeah, but even when I deliberately stimulated them, they didn't wake up. It's really weird. Wait a second. The Black Dragon Master walked up to a sailor and touched their body. Then, black aura fluttered from her fingertips. After a while, the Black Dragon Master narrowed her eyes. They weren't cursed. Maybe it's a drug? Don't they usually eat and drink as a group? That could be it. However, the symptoms are too light for it to be a drug. I can't feel any traces of it. It's possible that there are drugs in this world that I am unaware of, but the Black Dragon Master looked worried. Meanwhile, Aberka had gathered all the sailors on the deck. Strangely, the captain was a snail. The snails said that whenever they came into contact with salt, their skin became dry or in severe cases melted, and yet one had come out to sea. His courage was commendable. He deserves an award. As he put the captain down, Aberka wrinkled his nose. These people seem to have been working right before they fell asleep. It feels like everyone suddenly fell into a deep sleep regardless of what they were doing. Do you mean all at once? Ugger. A total of 32 sailors had fallen asleep at the same time. As expected, the mystery only deepened. Do you think we should go into their dreams for a moment? After a while, the Black Dragon Master made a suggestion. Their dream. MHM. It would be better to use person possession, but that costs 1,000 points. We can't waste our points like that, so we should use dream appearance instead. It was a remark that revealed a hint of her personality. Senior was probably the type to save every penny even when deciding on the guild budget. After contemplating between going to a dessert cafe or buying dessert in a convenience store, she'd probably end up buying the dessert in a convenience store. Raviel is the type to rent out the entire dessert cafe if she wants to eat something she likes. In fact, she would probably have a private booth permanently available. Badass. I nodded after thinking about our Duke's habits. Sure. That would be the fastest way. Yeah. Then I'll go first. You worked hard to climb the mountain and traverse the seas. You took me across land, sea and air without complaint. I will do this. Sometimes, You act so admirably that I'm uncertain whether I want to hit you or not. You're my senior, so I have to take care of you. I opened the civilization store. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 7,012 race points. Then I used the item on the snail captain in front of me. Patat. My vision blurred. A whirlpool of light swirled around in front of my eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Even though I was using my breaths to count, my sense of time was paralyzed. At some point, my eyes had also become closed. After a while,
Gongya.
Someone whispered in my ear, "Open your eyes."
Gongya.
I opened my eyes. In front of me, an unidentified woman who looked like Raviel had her face very close to mine. I quickly scanned Raviel's white neck and long fingers. No necklace, no wedding ring. I didn't have anywhere else to spend my money anyway. I couldn't see the wedding ring I'd bought after pouring half of my fortune before going to the 30th floor. Hoo-hoo. Just in case, I looked around more carefully. We were in one of the bedrooms of the Ivansha mansion. I was lying on a soft bed. The woman who looked like Raviel was looking down on me from above. I saw a flower pot beside the bed, and I saw a chair, but I couldn't see any golden skill cards anywhere. Okay. Analysis complete. What are you looking for? The woman above me stroked my cheek. Her eyes that resembled Raviel's shined brightly. For a moment, I contemplated accepting this **T situation, but fortunately, that contemplation only lasted 0.1 seconds. Tomorrow is a holiday, my love. Let's have a great time for the first time in a while. Hey, you son of a bitch. What do you think you're doing with Raviel's face? Do you want to die? The woman's caress stopped. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get off of me and get on your knees right away, then I don't care if you are the god of another world, an apostle or whatever, I will make you regret your existence. I'll be considerate enough to not count the time out. As long as you know to kneel down within 10 seconds. The woman's face hardened. How? Her facial expression was incomprehensible. Are you not asleep? No, that's not possible. You are completely immersed in my dream. So how on earth? 10 seconds are up. What? I chuckled. Let's get this over with. Chapter 198. Erosion 3. 3. The newly discovered land. Naturally, there were natives living in this new world. However, that race happened to be extraordinary. You're a dream demon? Quite extraordinary, in fact. Yes, Mr. Death King. That's right. After being hit 59 times by me, the dream demon raised both hands in surrender. Incubus. Succubus. The dream demon race, whose names often ended in bus, were the inhabitants of the new world. I clenched my fist. Uha. I'm curious. Won't you lose energy if I stay in here while asking you questions? Should I take care of your energy? No, Mr. Death King, sir. My energy is overflowing. Then from now on, answer my questions politely. If you don't speak politely, then your face will become polite instead. Yes, Mr. Death King. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. Behind me, Bei Hurayong looked moved. Kim Zombie, you've learned how to be a man. If you look into the abyss would look back at you. After being taught and trained by Bei Hurayong, I had already become skilled at beating people up without realizing it. All of the crew on this ship are asleep. Is that your doing? Yes, I did the right thing. How so? Originally, our race lived as parasites who invaded the dreams of other animals. The dream demon said, "In all honesty, from our perspective, dreams are reality. And on the other hand, what you call reality is a dream. We thought we were the only living beings that had developed intelligence, but we were shocked when you all crossed the ocean. Heh! So they were a race who took dreams as reality. Do you not have a physical body? If it's the body that I think you're talking about, then. No, we don't. Our common sense is different from yours, so it's hard to explain. It seems we can communicate pretty well despite that. Ah, that's because we're talking in the mind of an animal. The animal the dream demon was talking about was the snail captain of the ship. From the habit of calling people animals, I got an idea of the monstrous habits of the dream demons. After we've eaten an animal's dreams, we gain their memories. Thanks to this, we were able to learn a lot about you. Over the past 24 years, we've been making step-by-step plans after getting over the shock of meeting you. Plans? It's our first time encountering animals with as many memories as you. From our perspective, it's like a restaurant. Or perhaps you could call it a banquet. In any case, we were shocked that we weren't alone. Our kids don't know anything about you. Well, we are dream parasites after all, so there's nothing to see. We're able to use your memories to pick the right person. You've never seen us, you can't see us, and even if you do see us, it would be in a dream, so you wouldn't think much of it. For reference, the dream demon was currently in the form of the Flame Emperor. I ordered it. No matter how fake it was, I couldn't bear to hit Raviel's face. Before becoming my love, Raviel could be treated as a world-class treasure just from her looks alone. Mr. Death King is the first to survive after having your dreams eaten. The dream demon quietly confessed. That's why it's so fascinating. How did you know it was a dream? How did you enter this dream in the first place? If you read my memories, you'd be able to see for yourself. That, strangely enough, I can't read your memories very well. It's like I can only see fragments. It's very unique in many ways. The dream demon kept looking at me with curiosity in her eyes. I had a rough understanding of what was happening. It's probably because I used the dream appearance item. I was not in my own dream. I was in the mind of the snail captain. I just used an item to enter the mind of another. That's why my mind appeared fragmented to the dream demon. A race that only lives in the dream world. How mysterious. Well, I guess your illusions don't work on me because of my strong mental power. That's odd. I don't think that is the problem. I understand that you are a strange race. I changed the subject. So why did you capture the poor sailors and put them to sleep? Because of you, this ship has become a ghost ship. They are all going to die of dehydration. The dream demon hesitated. When a man with the face of the Flame Emperor made such an expression, vomit and phlegm seemed to want to spew out of me at the same time. In addition, perhaps because he was an incubus, his musculature was much more developed than the Flame Emperor. His shoulders had become wider and his chest larger. For some reason, his face seemed to be glowing too. That was unfortunate. Hook? When I came to my senses, I realized that my palm was lightly resting against the dream demon's cheek. Why are you hitting me again? It's just a face that deserves a beating. It was Mr. Death King that told me to take this animal's face. Sorry. Anyways, why did you capture a normal ship? Instead of getting angry, the dream demon continued to hesitate. I'm not sure if I can answer that. That is probably an important secret of my race. Probably. Yes. We never imagined that there were animals across the ocean. And we didn't know that there could be such delicious animals. That's why, after thinking about it for 24 years, we finally came to a conclusion. The dream demon finally spoke. We decided to invade the land you live in. Invasion. This is not the only ship that has been devoured. Currently, all 33 ships crossing the ocean are under our control. All of the invading animals have been put to sleep, and our vanguard already set sail 10 days ago. We are in the latter group. That's why I realized something strange. Quest window. A hologram appeared in front of me. There, the task that needed to be completed on the 35th floor was displayed. I paid attention to the paragraphs at the bottom. Plus, the new continent is only a new world for the 7 races. Others have already created their homes on that land and are living there. Currently, the feud between the natives and the explorers is on the brink of exploding. Perhaps a one-sided massacre is about to take place. Invasion, coexistence, or maybe expulsion. The 7 races are in danger of extermination. It is up to you to guide them. However, failure to deliver could result in the destruction of one or more races. Plus, I finally realized. It's not the natives of the new continent that are in danger. The quest window clearly stated that The 7 races are in danger of extermination. It's our kids who might get slaughtered. The counterattack of the natives. That was the crisis of this era. For, as soon as I woke up, I told my companions the truth. The more I spoke, the more serious the expressions of Aberka and the Black Dragon Master became. I see. So it's the complete opposite of the history of our world. The Black Dragon Master murmured. We were entrapped by our prejudice. We thought that it would be the new world that would be invaded, and the natives that would be slaughtered. That's right. If the natives are stronger, then aggression would naturally be reversed. It's not just about strength. Yugo. Aberka frowned. There are things in this world that even the strongest warrior can't resist. Sleep is one of them. Everyone needs sleep. You said they were dream demons. That's a tough race to deal with. Death King. Did you say the invasion has already begun? Yes, Senior. I nodded. There are parasites on the crew of a ship that departed 10 days ago. Is there a way for them to voluntarily wake up from the dream? Supposedly, that is determined by the dream demons. I remembered the conversation I just had. They deliberately give happy dreams so that their victims don't wake up. On the contrary, they can also make them wake up early by giving them nightmares. Well, in my case, the dream demon took the form of Raviel. That's dangerous. Schwa, the boat rocked with the movements of the waves. In the middle of nowhere in the sea. None of the dozens of crew members had opened their eyes yet. Even those with strong willpower have a hard time resisting the happiness. Imagine falling into a dream in which your dream came true. You wouldn't want to escape even if your body died. Yes, it would be quietest massacre in history. The Black Dragon Master clicked her tongue. We can't let this happen. We have to move quickly. What about these sailors? We can't pretend we didn't see them. We need to save them. We tied the 32 sailors together with a rope. From a distance, it looked like dried oysters that had been woven together. Aberka sat at the end of the rope, and the Black Dragon Master held Aberka's hand tightly. Aberka stared intently at the Black Dragon Master's face. What is it, Junior son? It's nothing. Ugger. Aberka muttered in a soft tone before turning his head away. Huh? Maybe this guy. How silly. Transfer. A total of 35 persons were simultaneously transported by the Black Dragon Master's skill. Originally, since we were mental bodies, we couldn't directly use skills on someone in this world unless we possessed the body of another. However, Aberka, the constellation of this world, was able to serve as a bridge. When the Black Dragon Master touched Aberka, and Aberka touched the crew, we were all influenced by the skill's effect. Good. When the instant transfer succeeded, the Black Dragon Master's expression became lighter. The ocean breeze blew her dark hair gently. We'll head to the new continent like this. Everyone, hold on tight so you don't fall. Aberka kept glancing at the Black Dragon Master's face. The Black Dragon Master herself was too focused on using instant transfer to notice. No. Perhaps the Black Dragon Master couldn't read the expression on the hobgoblin's face, because it was difficult to understand the expressions of other races. However, I was able to see it clearly. Felt like my romantic senses, which had developed after sharing a century with Raviel, began to tingle. Does this child really? While my romance radar was going off, we quickly arrived at the shore and found a port built there. It was a pioneering town, a place where all the explorers, merchants, and soldiers who crossed the ocean with dreams of the new continent gathered. We landed gently in the town square and looked around. It's quiet. Too quiet. I can't feel any sense of life. Even though it was a fairly large town, we couldn't hear the sounds of people at all. Not only was there no sound, there wasn't even a moving shadow on the streets. A chilling silence filled the air. It was more like a ghost town. Have they already been attacked by the dream demons? There was a hint of anxiety on the Black Dragon Master's face. Probably, but let's explore first. I entered a nearby building. Sure enough, I found people sleeping in the bedroom. I'm guessing that most, if not all, of the residents in this town are asleep. The situation in the other buildings was the same. At least 500 residents were all asleep. Most of them are in bed, but there are a few lying in bars or on the street. It seems that they aimed for the time when most people were vulnerable. 0. Then the other pioneering towns. They shouldn't be much different. The Dream Demons launched a massive invasion. Unfortunately, quite a few people here have already died of malnutrition. If the Dream Demons get to the continent through the crew of that ship, the situation will get out of hand really quickly. It would spread like an epidemic. Their children on the continent would fall into an eternal sleep without any way to retaliate. There might be some people who manage to survive the Dream Demons' attack. Wait here, I'll go take a look around the other towns. The Black Dragon Master disappeared without waiting for a response. Her dark aura lingered in the air for a moment after she left. Aberka and I were the only two left in the town square, and Aberka was blankly staring at the place where the Black Dragon Master had just been standing. No matter how you looked at it, my radar was right. Hey, Aberka. Ugger. What is it, Daddy? I decided to ask straightforwardly. Have you fallen in love with the Black Dragon Master? Aberka didn't respond. The strongest warrior in Goblin history, the child who had managed to become a constellation through his own hard work, furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. Daddy. Then he blushed. I think I might have fallen in love for the first time. Chapter 199. Reflection in the Mirror 1. Aberka. It's the first time in my entire life I feel like this. My heart is pounding. I see. I wasn't sure what to say. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, admires the sweetness of love. I was troubled. What should I do? Should I give my blessing to this child who is finally experiencing love after living for hundreds of years? But the Black Dragon Master was my colleague and best friend. It would scratch at my conscience to cheer my son on behind her back. In any case, congratulations on falling in love, son. Falling in love for the first time changes you. It allows you to move forward in many ways. You called her the Black Dragon Master. Aberka grabbed my shoulders. His hands were heavy. Each of Aberka's palms was as large as my head, so it was a bit bothersome. But when I saw his twinkling eyes, in front of my face, I felt that it wasn't so bad. My child's eyes were beautiful. Is that her real name? No. She doesn't like being called by her real name. The name Black Dragon Master just means that she is the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. There are probably only 5 people who know her real name. Oh, indeed. Aberka was amazed. Even her name can't be easily known. Good. It must mean that only the brave and capable are worthy of being acquainted with her. She has a thorough personality. Ah! The Black Dragon Master wasn't the type to care about the courage of those trying to approach her. In fact, it was practically the opposite. The Black Dragon Master had very little expectations in the world. What's her favorite flower? Lavender and allium. I don't know those flowers. What music does she like? 0. Piano music is her favorite, like the melody dropping droplets of notes on white drawing paper. Surprisingly, she also likes jazz. Elegant and graceful. Yeah, she's amazing. I wondered if I could tell him more than that. The nervous heart was beginning to feel more and more guilty. However, Aberka held my shoulders tighter, not caring about how I felt. What about hobbies? What's her favorite food? What does she usually do? When's her birthday? So, had you become so blinded by love that you could no longer see your parents? I know what it's like to fall in love for the first time, but Daddy's shoulders are beginning to hurt. Her hobby is writing romance. Rascal. Figure it out by yourself. I shook Aberka's hands off. In the first place, why are you asking me? You should be able to know what the person you love likes just by looking into their eyes. If you're not confident, then prepare everything you think they might like and give it to them. Ugger? Is that so? Right. But the Black Dragon Master is a person with clear boundaries. Don't use your feelings as an excuse to arbitrarily cross those boundaries. Be as respectful as possible. as if you're asking for permission. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a bit difficult. What's a bit difficult? The two of us froze in shock. When we turned to look, we found that the Black Dragon Master had returned. She looked at us with a frown. Why are you so surprised? It's like you saw a ghost. No reason. We were just talking about how difficult it was to deal with the dream demons. Humph. Well, sure. The Black Dragon Master shrugged. Fortunately, she didn't seem to suspect anything. Well, it would be hard for her to imagine that a hobgoblin constellation had fallen for her. I went to visit the other towns in the area. How was it? It's all the same. Everyone's asleep. But it's not like I returned with no results. The Black Dragon Master's aura spread from her fingertips. Swoosh. The black aura drew in the air like ink. I found a map in one town leader's house. I checked in the other towns too, and the maps are more or less the same. This proves that the towns were sharing information about the new continent. We could also use this to guess the path the pioneers took. The Black Dragon Master drew the map with a serious glint in her eyes. This showed her willingness to save the kids that had been entrapped by the sleep demons. As I glanced at the side of the Black Dragon Master's face framed with her long black hair, I fully understood Aberka's feelings. It's understandable. She was a beautiful person. The Black Dragon Master rarely talked about herself. Sometimes she brought up old stories, but those weren't the Black Dragon Master's personal business. Instead, they were just past experiences with colleagues. This person with a solid wall in her heart was incredibly beautiful in my eyes, because it showed that she was doing her all to protect something. Death King, are you listening to me? Of course. I'm listening intently. I nodded vigorously. Senior, the problem isn't just that our continent will be invaded. A few more days and all the kids here who have fallen asleep will die of malnutrition. We don't have much time left. It would probably be less than a week at the longest. When I pointed this out, the Black Dragon Master froze. You're right. Do you have something in mind? The dream demons live in the dream world, not in reality. So whether we persuade them or subdue them, we need to enter the dream world anyway. Except, there would be no end if we were to try to convince the dream demons one by one. It would take too long, and in that time all the kids would die of malnutrition. We have no choice but to persuade the entire race at the same time. At the same time? How would we do that? Instead of visiting them one by one, we need to invite the dream demons over as a group. I turned to look at Aberka. That's my plan. Firstly, invite as many dream demons as possible into Aberka's dream. Then, Senior and I will enter Aberka's dream and negotiate with the dream demons. You go. For some reason, Aberka blushed and narrowed his shoulders. To put it simply, he twisted his body like a worm. Does that mean that Daddy and his colleague would enter my dream? That's a bit embarrassing. It feels like I'm opening up a secret that I wouldn't easily show. What was he embarrassed about? He'd already received my special training in his dream. This Daddy was ashamed of you. I'm sorry for not considering your privacy, but we need to stop the massacre. Aberka, I hope my son can make a decisive decision here. Aberka looked at the Black Dragon Master's expression. Understood. Ugr. I will gladly give my soul for the cause. The most important thing is to prevent the sacrifice of the innocent. Oh my God. His chatting up was so obvious. It was so clear that he wanted to look good in front of the Black Dragon Master that I wanted to close my eyes and forget the fact that he was my son. Oh. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon Master didn't notice anything. She only tilted her head for a moment before getting back to the point. Right, Death King. Your suggestion seems to be the quickest solution. But how do you plan to attract the dream demons? First off, I'll use the dream appearance item on a few people and enter their dreams. If I beat up every dream demon I meet, I'm sure the rumors about me will spread quickly. Then, if they have any complaints, I'll tell them to come to Aberka's dream. Understood. The Black Dragon Master raised an eyebrow. You're so reliable. I'm glad I got to move to this stage with you. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I've always been. Suddenly, I felt an intense gaze as I was about to laugh at the Black Dragon Master's words. Aberka was staring at me with a fierce look in his eyes. In fact, it was too strong to express it as a look in his eyes, and even calling it a glare was not enough. Instead, it was probably better to say his eyes were shining. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, regards you as a thorn in his side. What? The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, is beginning to question whether you might be a rival. No. Hey, crazy guy. This daddy is just friends with the Black Dragon Master. Best friends. I secretly wrote on Aberka's arm. Aberka pursed his lips. Isn't daddy male too? I doubt that. Daddy already has an owner. Come on. You're talking nonsense. What if daddy's world is polygamous? That pissed me off. He's my son, but he's so annoying. Shut up. Don't ever say that. I will cut off all heads of blasphemy. Otherwise, why would you deny it so strongly? The stronger your denial, the more suspicious you are. Are you sure you're not really interested? The Black Dragon Master and I are colleagues who shared life and death. We are friends. We are friends, so naturally, we will smile with each other. What was that? You shared life and death? Hugo, doesn't that mean you wanted to spend every moment together from birth to death? I didn't know Daddy was such a promiscuous person. I'm very disappointed. Why are you so annoying? The Black Dragon Master looked back and forth between father and son with an expression that showed she didn't understand what was going on. What are you guys doing? Daddy was cheering me up for a moment. Ugher. Aberka gave a wide, cheerful smile. In any case, Daddy is worrying for no reason. Until now, I've reigned as the strongest warrior in the history of the goblin race. It's really stupid. Is that so? The Black Dragon Master expressed her interest. So is that what it's like when you two are together? That's right. I don't know if you know, but Daddy likes to nag. Personally, I feel like he's too noisy when we're together. Heh. Aberka continued to have his first conversation with the Black Dragon Master. Suddenly, he glanced over at me and smiled. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, is keeping you in check. This guy, whether it's training in the morning, elaborating on how to use aura, or checking to see if I understand the infernal heaven's demonic art properly. There's nothing he doesn't interfere with. It's better to keep some distance. After all, the closer you are, the more tired you'll feel after a while. This child? I want to slowly become an independent son. Daddy can't take care of me forever. Can he? He lacks affection, so he just clings to the people next to him instead. Didn't you see it earlier? He wrote letters on my arm like a secret code. To be honest, it's unsightly. This bastard? You're so ungrateful. I was shaking. Our father-son love was nothing in front of his first love. This was probably why people said you would regret raising a son. Aha! The Black Dragon Master covered her mouth with the back of her hand. You two have a really good relationship. Her eyes were filled with warmth. It was goodwill, not affection. Laughing and complaining means that you're very open with each other. When you first announced that you would be raising goblins, I wondered what you were going to do, but it seems I was worried for nothing. Death King, you're a really good friend to these kids. But even the goodwill was directed towards me, not Aberka. Yeah. Thank you. What is it? When I praise you, I mean it. There was a warm feeling between the Black Dragon Master and me. Aberka's expression became ugly. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, holds a deep grudge against you. I was gonna go crazy. The Black Dragon Master had personally seen the love between me and Raviel and knew that there was no man in the world safer than me. For me, there was only Raviel. So no matter how close we were, she could be certain that no romantic feelings would appear. That's why she can act like this so openly. But this son, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be the father who interfered with his son's love life. Suppressing my heart, which felt like it was going to burst, I stood up. I'll be back after threatening the dream demons. Black Dragon Master. Please wait here with a burqa. Huh? Are you sure it's fine? Each dream appearance eats up 100 points in one go. It's fine. It's just points. I can earn more later. I have a good junior. Really. The Black Dragon Master smiled and patted my shoulder. I'll look for a way to solve the malnutrition of the sleeping children. Hurry back, Death King. Tap tap. The hand of the Black Dragon Master, which was on my shoulder, overflowed with friendship. But since friendship was a form of affection, her action could also be considered affectionate.
I glänst over at uburka.
The constellation, the musclehead, who dreams of sinning against heaven, clearly recognizes you as an enemy, just as expected. Aburka was staring at me with blood-red aura flowing all over his body. Unless I was mistaken, that was killing intent. The constellation, the musclehead who dreams of sinning against heaven, is determined to sin against heaven. This child was really doing his name proud. Chapter 200. Reflection in the Mirror. 2. I walked throughout the pioneering town, entering the dreams of its residents one after the other, and beating up all the dream demons I found in them. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 6,012 race points. As planned, by the time I reached the 10th dream, rumors about me had begun to spread. In the 10th dream, an incubus with the director's face screamed at me. Hike! The crazy bully? The news has finally spread. I smiled contentedly, felt worth it, but I used dream appearance 10 times, so of course it would work. WH-. Why are you meddling with our prey? Because you caught my attention. You can think of it as bad luck. By the way, why are you using the director's face? I heard that if I used this person's face, the beating would be less. Damn it. You guys are smart. I beat up the dream demon moderately. Quack. Why are you still hitting me? Did they tell you that the beating would be less, or that I wouldn't beat you at all? Child from the continent beyond the ocean. If you don't want to get beaten up anymore, spread my words throughout your race. A hobgoblin will fall asleep in this town square today, so bring as many of your people as possible to enter his dream. Why? I'm the guardian of the goblin race. The snail race and the elf race are also under the protection of the goblin race. That makes me the guardian deity of 3 races. You are about to put my children to eternal sleep, so how can I stay still? A god? The incubus looked up and down at me, his eyes filled with doubt. I smiled brightly and raised my fist, and the dream demon quickly came to his senses.
Ooh, understood.
I will pass your words to my people. That night, we carried out the operation as planned. Aburka would go to sleep, and the Black Dragon Master and I would enter his dream. Likewise, the dream demons that I'd persuaded would enter his dream. In other words, Aburka's mental world would become a meeting room. I haven't slept since I became a constellation. Although he said this, Aburka fell asleep rather fast. A deserted town. This small pioneering town, which had been by those who crossed the open ocean dreaming of a new world and had ended up being trapped in their dreams, was silent. Waves crashed against the shoreline, and the cicadas in the village cried to the rhythm of the waves. We should go too, Senior. Death King. The Black Dragon Master called my name. Between the black roars of the waves and the white cries of the cicadas, her voice pierced through. Yes. Your child is sticking to me. You should advise him to give up. I was a bit embarrassed. You? Noticed? You'd be surprised to know how many times I've been proposed to in my life. When it comes to romance, there are not many people as knowledgeable as I am. Nevertheless, I never thought I'd catch the eye of a constellation or a goblin. I'm sorry. I knew that it wouldn't be polite to keep it a secret, but I felt like it would be too awkward to mention. I don't have any intention of dating anyone. The Black Dragon Master straightened her side bangs. The wind from the ocean blew across. Love is the act of willingly allowing someone else to become your weakness. I do not want a weakness. Don't you become stronger by loving someone? Yeah, that's true. But are you willing to live a life without Duke Ivantia? You are in good health. Your life is not in danger. But if Duke Ivantia died, your life would be over. If the Crusader dies or I die, your structure will collapse. It would be the same even if the venomous snake or the heretic questioner died. The Black Dragon Master's fingers swept across the air. It seemed that she was buying something from the civilization store. It's hard for me to climb onto a tightrope and risk my life. The Black Dragon Master looked at me. I want my life to be only managed by me. I want to be able to carry things around in my pocket, then throw them away if I have to. I'm ashamed to say this to others. No, Senior. Thank you for telling me. Right? So teach your child to endure the hardship of first love. My poor son. You got dumped before you could even confess. I looked down at Aberka, who was asleep in the square, with a pitying gaze. That's enough for the serious talk. Shall we go in and save our children? Yes. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 5,912 race points. The two of us entered Aberka's dream. 3. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dense jungle. The smell of wet soil drifted through the air. It was similar to the smell one might encounter while walking at night after it rained. There were no asphalt or flashy signboards here, but trees as large as buildings stretched in every direction. Welcome, Daddy, and Daddy's best friend. Aberka was sitting on a large boulder. Where is this? This is the place where I trained about 200 years ago. A lot of powerful evil spirits inhabited this place, so I took care of it. I knew that it was dangerous and that it shouldn't easily be approached, but the harsher the training, the sweeter the results. Aberka boasted openly. He also didn't forget to flex his chest muscles. Well, those muscles were big enough to slap the Pacific Ocean across the face. The Death King's son has a great attitude. The Black Dragon Master gave a motherly smile. You feel like a younger brother. Ugger, younger brother? Aberka tilted his head to the side. Then he turned to look at me. Daddy, me feeling like family should be a good thing, right? It's brimming with potential. It's not. You just got dumped so clearly that it couldn't be any clearer. Please note that you were just called a younger sibling. You were directly nailed as a younger brother. The fact that the Black Dragon Master kept complimenting me in front of you was a way of asking you to give up. Kid, how could you survive in this tough world of love while being so slow-witted? Terror. The howls of beasts sounded from the jungle. The three of us immediately stopped chatting and turned our heads. Gore? It wasn't just one or two animals. The dark, dense jungle. Hundreds of pairs of eyes glittered like wild flowers blooming in the darkness. Some beasts looked like deer with horns on their heads that were bigger than their bodies. Some looked like serpents with gaping maws. You said there were a lot of evil spirits. Those are probably all of the spirits I defeated in the past. The beasts surrounded us. For a while, they prowled around us intimidatingly. Heavy breathing, savage footsteps. Hundreds of beasts exhaled at the same time, and it felt like the air in the jungle became hotter. You guys, are you the dream demons? But Aberka and the Black Dragon Master were the type who had long since lost their cowardice. The Black Dragon Master treated the evil spirits like neighborhood dogs. We are the ones in charge of the races from the continent beyond the ocean. We are here to protest your act of unilateral aggression. In fact, I want to ask if you've lost your minds. Because you ate their dreams, many children have become dehydrated and malnourished. Their lives are on the brink. There are many children who have already died, and I believe that more will follow them. Call out your leader. I want to hear what you were thinking right now. The evil spirits turned their heads and looked at each other. It seemed they realized it wasn't possible to threaten us with numbers. I heard that you were guardian deities, as expected. You are no ordinary people, seeing that you can maintain your ego in our world. A large horned deer walked out from the crowd. As the deer stepped forward, the shadows from the leaves of the trees above spread like fish scales across its brilliant hide. Are you the king of the dream demons? That's a foolish question. We have no king. The deer turned to look at me. If you have no king, then what makes you qualified to come talk to us? Don't judge us by your common sense. You might think we're here now talking to you, but we're not. We're merely using your dreams and following your memories. The Black Dragon Master frowned. What are you talking about? We have no form. We have no appearance. Inevitably, there is no individuality. We can't use words you don't know, nor can we take the image of people you don't know. I thought of the 10 dream demons I'd beaten up so far. Their reactions were pretty vivid, and their tones were frivolous. All of the dream demons you met reflected your own feelings. If their tones were frivolous, it was because your tone is frivolous. If they didn't like being hit, it's because you don't like being hit. Stranger, we are nothing but mirrors. So they were all copying me? That is the case. I was shocked. That's impossible. I'm not frivolous. I'm a hunter with a reputation for being serious and cool. What is it? Why are you two looking at me like that? Nothing at all. Death King. I didn't say anything. Daddy. See that? My colleague and child agree with me. The deer opened his mouth as though it was watching an interesting sight. We have no interest in your reputation. Stranger, there is only one thing we are interested in, the near infinite dreams of your kind. So you're only interested in our dreams? Your dreams are exceptionally delicious. Crunch. The deer stomped on a centipede crawling across the jungle floor with its hoof and crushed it. The things that we've been eating until now are only the dreams of beasts. It's bland like eating porridge. On the other hand, the colors of your people's dreams are endless. The deer licked its lips. Before we met you, we were like savages. With little intelligence and poor memory, we didn't even know that another reality outside of our own existed. Nor were we aware that we were a parasitic race that lived in the dreams of others. Thanks to your dreams, we were able to achieve rapid development. I understood what the dream demon was saying. Then shouldn't you be grateful to our children? Although it wasn't intentional, they helped you get smarter. We have already repaid them enough by giving them the happiest dreams. There's no point to that kind of happiness. They're all going to die. Happy dreams and a miserable reality. It seems you prefer the latter. The deer chuckled. The laughter from his animal vocal cords sounded very strange. However, your people that we've met so far seem to have a different idea. Why don't you wish for their happiness, stranger? Although that sounds plausible. But in the end, it sounds like you just want to keep eating delicious food. 0. It's amazing that you can remain conscious in our world, but it's impossible for you to deal significant damage to us. And it's even more impossible to stop us. The deer had an unfriendly expression on its face. Don't worry. We have no intention of making your race extinct. After we cross the ocean, we will limit our consumption so that you can continue to go from generation to generation. However, your dreams are too enticing, so we might end up consuming a bit too much. Good. I understood completely. In other words, we cannot defeat you, so you'll just do whatever you want. That's one way to interpret it. In the first place, people only became humble after you put them in their place. I guess that principle was true even for dream demons who lived in the dream world. I'm glad you're so easy to understand. You talk as if you can defeat us. Right? I opened the civilization store. I don't know how amazing the dream world that you live in is, but, and purchased an item. Purchased, person possession. 2,000 points have been deducted. You currently have 4,012 race points. Note, it should be 3,912. Although I look like this, I've already seen many worlds. Children, I can't wait to see what it's like to be a dream demon. With a grin, I looked at the deer. Use item, person possession. Suddenly, a world of infinite dreams appeared before my eyes.